All actions take place in the USA in New York, Manhattan. Young people were told that preventative measures against rating declines were beginning. A doomsday monster is summoned, namely a hippopotamus. Everyone was additionally informed that they needed to complete a defense-type task. Oddly enough, the monster did not look like a hippopotamus, but was a simple monster. People need to defeat the behemoth before it destroys the entire world. One of the young men shouted to the others to maintain the previous formations. Otherwise, everyone would lose. If they lose together, the world will end. BattleNet started in 2010, and at first it was just a competitive game between nations. Everything changed with the opening of the Space League in 2022, and then the battle for survival against other space creatures began. Today is the year 2023, and there are only 10 nations left on Earth. This put the planet at risk of extinction. The behemoth monster could suck in everything it saw in front of it, as well as emit negative energy. Using his huge mouth, he would release energy and throw people away from him, causing damage to them. Suddenly, one of the battle participants appeared above him. This young man was extremely confident in all his actions, and he believed that he would be able to defeat the hippopotamus. He rushed at the creature without any weapons, and he simply had magical abilities. When he struck the monster, the entire Earth shook as if from an earthquake. All people hoped that he would be the one to defeat this behemoth and save the planet. The system notified that the player managed to complete the task and defeat the bloodthirsty monster. The carcass of a huge hippopotamus lay before the people, and they could not believe their eyes. Previously, they didn't think that a battle priest had such power. This young man's name was Sun Jihan, and he is ranked 7th in the world. Everyone praised him because their beloved country America had won once again. This historic moment will remain in the memory of all citizens and Mr. Barron. Mr. Barron Williams is the head of the American Guild and is ranked #1 in the world. One of the priestesses wanted to go down to Sun, but the head of the guild forbade her to do so. This was because Barron's subordinates told him that the behemoth's energy was still raging on the surface, and it was dangerous. According to them, the energy emanating from the corpse is enough to kill most players. However, Sun was able to stay close to the hippopotamus's body without taking any damage. Priestess Sophia nevertheless came down to him and inquired about his well-being. She used magic to restore Sun's health as she is a priestess who is ranked 3rd in the guild. She said that the recovery would take some time and would be quite painful due to the wandering energy of the hippopotamus. She waved her magic wand and enveloped the boy in green energy. Suddenly, people from the balconies shouted for Sun to look back. A huge chest appeared in front of the young man, containing a reward for the test. Baron shouted to his subordinates to immediately move away from this chest, and they did not understand what was going on. The guild leader said that the reward belonged to him and he should dispose of it. People did not like this action from their commander, but they could not do anything since the apocalypse was already near. Baron used magic to descend to the reward box, and everyone watched his actions. The man asked for silence and said that he would now announce the list of those who would receive a share of the reward. It was clear to everyone that the main character, Song Jihan, should receive the bulk of the reward. Baron named the participants, and for some reason Sun's name was not among them. The priestess rushed after the head of the guild and reported that it was Jihan who killed the monster. The girl was curious why Baron decided not to reward this young man. However, he pointed to the wounded son and said that he could not receive the award because he was not an American. In his eyes, the young man was just a useful assistant, not one of them. Sophia tried to achieve justice, but the main character forbade her to humiliate herself. Through clenched teeth, Sun agreed with Baron and said that he was right, and he should not get the reward. The young man is an ordinary refugee who fled after losing his homeland. He gained high abilities and reached 7th place in the world player ranking. However, the guild members still did not recognize him as one of their own and forced him to undergo all kinds of discrimination. What worried Sun the most was that he was the only survivor. While waiting for the results of the mission, he decided to restore his lost arm with the help of healing. Suddenly, the system notified that the results were ready, and the results of the Bronze League task of the lower rating would now be announced. The task required that more than half of the players survive, and the USA Guild completed this task. China also passed this test, but Russia and Japan and other countries failed it. All the players could not believe that out of 10 countries, only 2 passed the test. The system notified that humanity had lost and had not passed the downgrade prevention. There are also other players who have not passed the downgrade prevention who must face the orcs in the final battle. When panic arose among the people, Sophia told her master that they needed Song Jihan. According to her, it was Sun who helped them in the last battle against the orcs. He stated with particular confidence that they did not need Jihan's help. Representatives from each planet have been summoned to Earth and the battle begins. The leader of the American Guild was confident that he and his subordinates would be able to deal with any entity. Huge orcs appeared, armed with good weapons. Baron tried to reassure his subordinates that they did not need Jihan's help. He became absolutely furious and said that he could handle these orcs on his own. The next moment, he used magic to swing upward and head towards the vile pigs. He declared that he would fight alone on behalf of all humanity. When he rushed at these creatures, they instantly dealt damage to him. The news of the guild leader's injury shocked all of his subordinates. At this time, the main character watched what was happening through the screen. The system has notified that a representative of humanity has died in battle due to the loss of his head. The other participants didn't know what to do because Baron was the strongest in abilities. Whoever rushed into battle against the orcs died immediately. One of the orcs grabbed Sophia, and she begged him for mercy. He thanked the girl for the fact that, thanks to the poor abilities of people, they coped with the task. After the girl was killed, the system notified that humanity had lost and was excluded from the Bronze League. Humanity was deemed worthless, and its removal began. A huge portal appeared next to the players, sucking in all living things. The main character realized that they would not be able to do anything, and in a matter of minutes, they would be in the next world. The energy portal grew to such a size that it covered almost half of the entire planet. Soon, the system notified that the removal of humanity had occurred and was declared complete. But suddenly, she reported that an error had been discovered, and some people remained alive. The main character realized that this time, too, he was the only one who survived. The system said that the nameless divine arts were preventing deletion, and it was inexplicable. If the protagonist learns the true name of the divine arts, he will be given a chance for further life. The main character felt offended that back then, when Korea was destroyed, no one gave him a second chance. When the young man agreed, the system notified that the player Sun Jihan would be returned to the First League. Almost immediately, Sun woke up and heard an interview taking place somewhere nearby. Judging by the situation, he was at home and just sleeping. All Jihan remembered was that he would be brought back during his first entry into the league. The hero realized that humanity was not in any danger for now and decided to explore the territory. By certain means, he found out that he had arrived in South Korea in the year 2020. It was so quiet and calm outside that even the children were playing carefree in the yard. The main character realized that he had returned to his past, and now he had a chance to change everything. He opened the status window and read that he was on the second level. The player believed that if he used information from the past, he would certainly change the future of his homeland. He looked at the portrait of his family and promised them that this time he would cope and protect them from danger. This time things will be different because Jihan saw how the game ended. In the world rankings of players, the top 11 were from Korea, and among them, Sun was ranked third. It was thanks to the Sword King Yun that Korea remained invincible. He is the strongest warrior and the pride of the country, thanks to which Korea always occupies a high position in Northeast Asia. More precisely, she occupied it, because the warrior decided to change his name and take Japanese citizenship. The news reported that Sword King Yun had joined the new Japan Self-Defense Forces and had taken the name Ito. The main character returned on the very day when it all happened. After the passing of the Sword King, there was concern among the people about the fate of Korea's rating. Korea, which had been at the top until now, has suffered a series of defeats and has fallen down the rankings at a terrifying rate. Most analysts noted that no major changes in the rankings were expected, since they have so many talented young people. The TV broadcast that no one could replace the Sword King, and Song decided to take action. Things would be different if Korea had more time, but BattleNet is too cruel. At the beginning, BattleNet was a simple game, but 2 years later, when the Space League started, it became a battlefield for survival. If you lose your life in the game, you will go to heaven in reality. Monsters appear in low-ranking countries, leading to carnage. After the departure of the King of the Sword, as expected, Korea fell to the bottom of the rankings and was destroyed. Survivors continued to repeat that it would not have ended this way if Yun had remained in his position. In fact, the King of Swords was the protagonist's son-in-law. When he returned to Korea, Sun wanted to find this young man and smash his face in. Jihan wondered why his sister fell in love with such a scoundrel who destroyed Korea. The main character did not understand whether everything would have turned out differently if his sister had been alive. It's good that Sun returned at this time, but unfortunately all his indicators are very weak. For the young man, nothing was surprising, because he spent all his time drinking and gambling. In the past, he was a real fool because he didn't realize what abilities he could have. Everyone who turned 18 became a player, and only a few of them received gifts, like Sun. Jihan was given the lowest ranking gift and used this gift to predict the winner of the bets. At that time, the young man did not yet know that the true value of the gift would be revealed only after rebirth. At that time, Sun Jihan didn't understand how he managed to get to level 2 with such low scores, but he soon remembered that he had consumed an experience potion to get to this level. However, he drank it without any purpose, and he simply replaced alcohol with it when he was drunk. Opening the system window, Sun noticed that he had 100,000 achievement points. He couldn't figure out where he got them from, and he assumed that something had changed because of his return to the past. He decided to see what items he had available and opened his inventory. In his inventory, he found a gold achievement points exchange coupon. From the description, it seemed like it was a reward for Sun surviving the apocalypse. The hero used this coupon and opened the achievement store. The young man had nothing to choose from this store, so he decided to upgrade it to the second level. The guy has so many points left that he can either buy all the achievements or upgrade the store to level 4. The system notified that urgent restoration of broken items has been added to the store. The main character believed that this was a bad achievement and that he would never need it. He blamed himself for not being able to give up gambling because he would never have spent all his points. He attached his hand to the scanner to read his fingerprint. An audio message announced that he had been recognized as a family member. He entered one of the rooms, and the system reported that it was Song Ji-han's playroom. The main character did not think that the system would recognize him in the absence of the owner of the house. The young man sat down in the chair and opened the BattleNet inventory. The only thing in the inventory was a broken brush, which served no purpose. The protagonist decided to use urgent restoration to restore this item to a new state. Immediately, 2 light filters of blue and red color appeared on the brush. The brush of the famous writer Fanshu is associated with the god of martial arts. The system notified that training in the Bronze League would begin soon. There were 10 seconds left before the call to training, and Song Ji-han decided to open the status window. He decided to improve his performance with the help of a brush. The reason why the protagonist managed to take 3rd place in the ranking was because he was able to combine strength, agility, and HP into a particularly rare stat. The hero had not used this brush before because it was broken, but now what he writes with it will change the future. The beginning of Ji-han's journey had been laid, and there were 2 seconds left before the training began. After this time, the player entered the training system and was given a survival mission. The computer hoped that the player would survive when faced with the monsters of the Colosseum and hundreds of other players. When half of the players remain alive, the task will be completed automatically. Most of the trainees were armed, and only the main character held an incomprehensible brush in his hands. Worriedly, Song looked at the status window and saw that all of his stats had been combined into combat power, just as he wanted. For receiving a unique stat, the main character also received 10,000 achievement points. The young man believed that this would be enough to get through the Bronze League. Ji-han entered the training room without a combat connection, which means he will experience 100% pain from the attack. The dream remembered that he lived in a world where pain was reduced by money. During this time, people reduced the pain they received by using the connection. The main character decided to use this connection a little later, and now go to training. Suddenly, a status window opened, and the hero saw that he had received a limited task in which he had to take 1st place in training. With fighting strength, the main player will be able to pass this test with ease. One of the players decided to mock the newcomer and hit him with a weapon. However, Ji-han managed to escape from the scene of the attack, which surprised the attacker. Song Ji-han looked the attacker in the eye and thanked him for his first kill in training. A guild is a group that trains and manages players. Since everyone in the world became interested in BattleNet, every country started investing resources in encouraging players. Thus, due to investments from famous enterprises, large and small guilds have emerged in South Korea. These guilds could easily prepare strong players for the league. The Bronze League is where guild players make their debuts. One of the players was named Hyuk, and he was anxious about starting training. He belonged to a large guild called Divergent, which is controlled by various groups. It is famous and has many rising stars as members. Hyuk joined this guild after receiving a gift of A-rank agility. The young man looked around and wanted to find his first opponent. He decided that he would not run into busy players in order to stay alive. To complete the task, the most important thing is to stay alive and reach the end. Most of the big guilds present had good weapons, and it seemed like the league wasn't quite bronze. After walking around the entire perimeter, Hyuk noticed a half-naked man who had no weapon. The young man assumed that Sun had been accidentally called into training by mistake and would die in the first ranks. Hyuk decided to attack Ji-han because he considered him easy prey. The player couldn't even believe that he could earn a human murder so easily. When he lunged at Ji-han, he carefully maneuvered to the side. The protagonist carefully caught his blade and thanked him for adding the kill to his collection. Ji-han decided not to kill the man and simply knocked him over behind him. Song told Hyuk that there was no need to be so confident just because of some gift. He said that his rank was not some kind of ordinary gift and that it should be respected. The protagonist repeated once again that this was a wild coincidence, and all the players' actions were indicative. The young man felt uneasy because some poor guy dared to insult him. He decided to accelerate and pounce on Jihan with all his might. Seeing this, the protagonist thought that the player's speed was difficult to cope with the first time. Hyuk lunged at Sun and his sword ended up at his neck. Jihan carefully dodged the sword and remained alive. The guy hit the main character several more times, but to no avail. Sun had a hard time fighting him because he wasn't used to his second level yet. However, after numerous battles, Hyuk's attack pattern seemed simple and predictable. Song Jihan was able to calculate all actions in advance. Player Hyuk was confident that one more attack would bring him the desired result. However, the main character made a neat maneuver and snatched the weapon from the attacker's hands. Now he took the lead in this fight and struck blows towards the young man. At the very first hit, he struck a fatal blow and won the victory. The computer system showed that the player's throat was torn. The young man fell at the feet of the protagonist and began to bleed. He promised that in the next meeting he would defeat Song Jihan. For the first kill in the tutorial, the main character was given achievement points. It's a shame that when a player dies, his weapon disappears with him. Once Song had warmed up, he decided to continue to take first place. He looked back and saw monsters standing alone, with no one willing to fight them. In BattleNet, there are monsters in addition to players, and killing one is equivalent to 1/10 of killing a human. This is why most players try to stay away from them and prefer to fight with people. The main character also believed that fighting monsters was simply stupid, because to get one kill, you need to kill 10 individuals. The system notified that a new task had been created to destroy the orcs, and Jihan needed to defeat them all at once. As a reward, he will receive much more points than for one kill. The protagonist saw no reason to refuse this task. The orcs thought Jihan was crazy because he ran towards them without any equipment or gear. They were sure that they would kill him with the first blow. However, nothing stopped the main character, and he was confident that he could cope with all the monsters. The orcs were armed with high-quality weapons that resembled an axe. The main character calculated all his actions in advance and took several weapons from the monsters. He decided to throw axes at the enemy so as not to engage in close combat with him. Panic immediately began among the orcs because they did not expect such a turn of events. The protagonist's actions resulted in severed orc heads flying all over the location. Song Jihan was noticeably tired, but the system notified that there were still 25 orcs left. The orcs began an active attack, and Sun skillfully dealt with them and knocked them to the ground. One of the orcs started to attack from behind, and Jihan scolded him for it. The protagonist's weapon flew off to the side, and he fought the enemy with the severed end of the axe. Then Sun scolded the orcs for having weak weapons that crumbled into pieces right in their hands. The leader ordered his subordinates to immediately attack the man and kill him. The main character jumped up and killed 4 orcs at once with one swing of his weapon. With each new attack, he raised an increasingly better weapon. For a moment, the orcs thought that this was not a human being, since a newcomer could not fight with such experience. A few moments later, the system notified that Sun had completed the task and received a reward. After completing this test, the main character was able to level up. Jihan thought that it was time for him to increase his stat. He decided to improve his combat power, which includes strength, agility, and health points. Compared to stats of the same level, this stat doubles all capabilities. By collecting enough points, Dream can unlock unnamed abilities. Suddenly, the system notified that the combat power had automatically increased to level 6. It usually requires some combat experience and training to improve it. The main character thought about improving his qualities and suddenly noticed that he was being attacked. An arrow from one of the girls flew past him, but fortunately did not touch him. The girl worked in tandem with the knight to increase her chances of survival. There are no rules in the tutorial map that prohibit players from teaming up. Judging by the logo, this is a girl from the top 10 guilds in Korea, namely the Turtle Guild. When paired together, these players make the best combination for close and long-range combat. The system notified the protagonist that there were 60 people left alive, and the training would soon end. All the players in the location thought that Sun was an easy target and aimed to kill him for the reward. Jihan opened the scoreboard window and saw that he had 4 kills. In terms of kills, he held first place, and after him were players from the best guilds. The girl thought that Sun should be ashamed of the fact that he was older than them, and was still undergoing training. But suddenly the main character swung his weapon at her, and she clearly didn't expect it. It was now that Song decided to test the power of the 6 points of combat power. He dealt with this girl, and the system reported that there were 58 people left alive. After seeing his friend killed, the knight became worried that he would not be able to continue his training alone. While he was pondering what he had seen, Jihan appeared behind him and launched an attack. The protagonist boldly struck the knight on the back, but he saw no result. The knight said that he had exclusive high-ranking turtle armor. He believed that this armor could never be penetrated. But the main character did not give up so easily. and after just a few blows the armor was pierced, and there was a hole in the knight's back. According to Jihan, this young man deserves even more suffering because he wanted to hide behind the fragile girl's back. The guild members watched what was happening through some kind of screen. One of these girls was Lee Hyun, who belongs to the Divergent Guild. She asked her colleague if she was glad that that scumbag was not in front of her now. According to Lim, who was Hyun's bodyguard, she could have been disqualified and would not have reached second place. However, the guild representative was sure that her bodyguard would never lose and would beat Sun. She took this phrase as a joke, but the girl announced that they needed to collect data on this young man, so they would have to fight. Lim didn't want to go to the battlefield, but she heard the commanding tone from the mistress. Watching Jihan fight through the screen, the girl became truly scared. The girl swore that she had seen this young man somewhere before. Lim Guyan is known in the Divergent Guild as a promising player who has a high-ranking gift. This girl would have taken first place if it weren't for Sun Jihan, who beat her by 2 points. Nobody could believe that a young guy got to the first place without any level or equipment. He came to the battlefield in his nightgown and without any weapons and was able to commit 6 kills. The protagonist returned home, and the system notified him that he had taken first place in the training. For this, he received a 3-point increase to his level. Sun decided to invest all the remaining equipment points into upgrading his combat strength stats. Now the combat power level has reached 10th. Sun is currently in the Bronze League, and he can only get into the Silver League after reaching level 25. The system reported that the player can obtain a class after reaching level 5. The most important moment for the player is when he chooses any of the 4 classes. Classes include warriors, archers, mages, and support. In a past life, the hero chose to be a warrior, and he got to know what it was like. Now Jihan does not need to choose a warrior class first, since he can additionally get a warrior during the game using achievement points. After a moment, the system welcomed the players to the Bronze League, which was filled with monsters. This time, players need to complete a mission of the defense against attack type. All players have to do is protect the crystal that is located in the center of their tower. Additionally, people need to survive a zombie attack. The battle will last until there are 5 towers left alive. Lim Guyan, who is level 23, also participated in this trial. Looking at the surroundings, the girl thought that it was all disgusting. 2 portals appeared behind her, and fortunately, the girl heard strange sounds. 2 players emerged from these portals, one of whom was definitely of the magic class. These young men did not pose any danger to Lima because they had come to support her. An archer from a famous organization had medium-class equipment. The mage is not a member of any guild, but his equipment impresses many. However, the most important aspect on this map is the support. The help of the support is very great, since defense implies a long-term fight, and the war will be one of attrition. Looking into the distance, Lim saw the same guy from training. She immediately recognized the player as Song Jihan. The system notified that Song Jihan belonged to that very support. 20 minutes ago, the main character chose a support class, but the system said that it doesn't match with him. A new ability, a divine power, unlocked after choosing a class, is required for a new unique stat to appear. Otherwise, it is impossible to obtain it, and even intensive training will not help. But in general, there is another way to get a stat, that is, investing additional points into it. Song Jihan is halfway to investing everything and obtaining the nameless divine arts. But the main character knew another way to get a stat that no one else knows about. The Divergent Guild's bodyguard was surprised that Song Jihan would be fighting on the same team with her. The other team members were also shocked by Jihan's appearance, as they had all seen him training. The magician reproached the young man for not having any equipment, and for his clothes being like those of a beggar. According to him, he had to spend enough money to acquire the required image. The archer calmed the magician down, but he believed that he should not play on the same team with this newbie. Lim believed that she would have a hard time completing this task, since an inexperienced support would only hinder her. When the magician continued his screams, the protagonist lifted him high up. After that, without further ado, Song Jihan threw the guy into the wall and he was slightly injured. The young man looked up and saw that there were several dozen zombies underneath him. Sun Jihan put the guy back in his place and said that if he didn't want to play, then they could manage without him. The guy apologized to the main character and said that he would try his best. The man who begs for forgiveness on his knees is named Kim Gyok. In the Bronze League, 3 lives are given during defense. Kim, after being killed by Sun Jihan, was immediately revived and lost 1 life. Then the main character killed him again, and thus the young man had only 1 life left. The guy will have to try too hard not to lose his only life. If the young man dies, he will take the last place in the battle. Kim said that he should never be last, as that would result in a demotion. He explained that if he dropped in level, all of his abilities that he had bought with money would simply disappear. Jihan decided to test this guy and swung at him, but he screamed and ran away. During this, the guy released fire from himself, and the main character praised him for this. It turns out that mages are very useful against mobs with their abilities. Kim came to his senses and announced that he was level 15 and a pretty good mage. He hoped that Jihan didn't want to lose such a valuable team member. Watching what was happening, the girl Lim realized that she knew this player. The person in question was Kim, who was a member of one of the 10 great guilds and was respected by everyone. But one day he lost the fight for promotion to the Silver League 4 times and started a massacre. The magician agreed to help the team only on one condition: that Jihan apologize for killing him twice. The archer also agreed with this idea, and thus harmony should reign in the team. The main character grabbed the daredevil by the collar and said that he would definitely apologize to him. The magician tried to hit Sun, but he, without thinking, threw him down. While the magician was flying down, several monsters were slowly making their way to the team. Lim's team lost a valuable player, but the main character was not bothered by this at all. The archer's face was blank because he saw some newbie kill an experienced mage. The monsters got closer and closer to the top of the neighboring tower, but they were immediately met with a fiery flame. This was exactly what was expected from a magician who proved difficult to replace. After seeing how the neighboring tower was dealing with the monsters, the players realized that they simply needed fire. The archer shouted at Jihan and said that the young men just needed to discuss the conflict and come to some kind of decision. The system notified the protagonist of a limited task, in which he must take first place among the players of 10 towers. Suddenly, the computer also reported that there was also a related task in this test. In addition to first place, Song Jihan had to kill 1,000 zombies alone to get the high reward. The main character thought it was almost impossible to do, but he didn't want to lose 3,000 points. All this time, the team captain assessed the newcomer on all parameters and considered him the worst on many of them. She didn't like that Jihan did whatever he wanted, and also chose a support class without taking his characteristics into account. The girl was sure that the Divergent Guild did not need to keep an eye on this loser. The archer began to quarrel with the main character, and threatened him that he would fight alone. Hearing this, Song asked if he could really be left alone. Having assessed the situation once again, Jihan realized that he could go against these zombies alone. Lim took out her weapon and told Sun to stay behind her. Suddenly, the young man touched her hand and said that he would take care of the zombies himself, and she should guard the tower. The archer clearly didn't like his words, and he screamed in rage. Suddenly, a zombie appeared on the roof of the tower. The archer informed the team leader that this zombie could not be killed with normal attacks, since its head was made of liquid. The monster immediately rushed towards Jihan, and he was confident in his actions. He struck the mutant, and the first blood was immediately drawn. Blood drops appeared above the team members, surrounded by magic. It turned out that this is called the White Sacred Flame. The main character, despite his low level, has divine power. With this power, he can truly fight all the zombies single-handedly. He swung his weapon from side to side, sending zombies flying left and right. At that time, Jihan did not yet know whether he would cope with the test, but he did not want to give up at any cost. Out of the 1,000 zombies needed, he has only killed 6 so far. After a moment, the system notified the player that he had killed 12 zombies out of 1,000. Soon this number increased to 18 individuals. The team members watched as Jihan dealt with 30 zombies. During the battle, the main character noticed that physical attacks really don't work on these mutants. As soon as he sees one of the mutants attack, he releases divine power from within himself. The archer immediately fell in love with this player, and admitted that he had not previously seen him as a professional. Lim was also stunned by Song's use of divine power without any cost. What surprised her was that Jihan had been hitting the zombies' heads with particular accuracy from the very beginning. 10 minutes after the test began, the system reported that Jihan had killed 200 zombies. Divine power increased to the 7th level, due to Sun understanding the faith of another world. The protagonist whispered that he knew another way to increase divine power, and that's exactly what just worked in his hands. All divine objects are sacred. When training began on Earth, they were sold at a high price, justifying it by the presence of secrets in the objects. 10 years later, none of these secrets had been revealed, so the value of the items gradually declined. This was especially true for divine objects, which were not suitable as weapons, and many people did not even know about it. Priestess Sophia told Jihan in the past that she had increased her divine power with an item from another world. At that time, the young man did not yet understand what this girl was talking about, but he took note. Then Sophia told him that this trick doesn't work after finishing the training. It turned out that this is how she became a priestess. She taught Jihan that it was necessary to hold a divine object and pray to it for a long time in order to gain power. The protagonist could not believe that no one knew about such a quick way to raise divine power. Then Sophia told him that there is one who constantly collects these divine objects, and there is one who owns them. After returning in time, the The main character found exactly these items. Then in the room, he counted that all the divine objects were located right here. Unfortunately, these items were deactivated and did not carry any energy. At that time, Jihan knew only one person who collected these items, and that person was the priestess Song Jaya, who is his sister. Along with Yun Shin, she was Korea's best support and heroine. Among the items that the girl left behind, the young man found a steel staff. The system told the protagonist that the priests of the other world strengthen their faith by hitting cult members on the head with a staff. Then Sun realized that, judging by the description, this staff was supposed to be used to smash the heads of unkillable zombies. Lim noticed that Jihan had amazing physical fitness, but she couldn't understand how he could control everything so well. Suddenly, the archer reported to the lady that the neighboring tower had fallen and was glowing red. He also offered to join the fight to get to the top. Then both the archer and Lim grabbed their weapons and began to destroy all the attacking zombies. The protagonist saw the girl waving a weapon, and it seemed too familiar to him. Lim Gayun was famous for temporarily holding the position of Sword King, but she met a tragic end. She died at the hands of a terrible man, and somehow Jihan was able to save her. Lim approached Jihan and asked if he could allow them to participate in the battle in order to take a higher place. The protagonist opened the status window and found that they were in 5th place, having made almost 400 kills. Jihan saw that he had only an hour and a half left to complete the zombie-killing mission. The archer was amazed that they had such an amazing team that was able to get to the top. Sun expected that many zombies would come to him at once in order to complete the task. When the zombies were already close, he rushed towards them and asked his team to help him. He grabbed his staff and concentrated divine power on it. He decided that he would gather the remaining monsters together and, using the maximum concentration of divine power, tear them to shreds. Soon, the system notified that Sun Jihan's team was the winner. The main character was calm that he managed to complete the limited task of killing zombies. However, when he opened the status window, he discovered that he had only killed half of the required number. The archer thanked him for being able to drag their team to 1st place. The main character wanted to complete this task again to get the desired reward. The young man suggested to the team leader that they also unite into one unit next time. Lim couldn't understand how an independent player could do such a thing on his own. She thought there was a bug in the game because the support was below her level. The archer left the game, and Jihan wanted to go after him to get the reward for the challenge. But he didn't have time to do this, because the girl Lim called him. She called it the Plum Blossom Sword, and the hero realized that she recognized him. Lim didn't want to miss the opportunity to talk to this man. A person with such potential and achievements is needed by the Divergent Guild. As a guild member, in order to recruit him, she decided to ask him for his phone number. When Jihan fell into a stupor, the girl realized that she had gone too far and said something wrong. She began to explain that as a member of the guild, she wanted to take him in. But Jihan abruptly interrupted her and apologized. He told her that he didn't remember his phone number, and Lim didn't understand anything at all. However, the young man promised her that he would give her the number the next time they saw each other. At that moment, with the help of a computer system, the main character disappeared from the location, and Lim was left alone with herself. She found Jihan's behavior very strange, since it is impossible not to remember your number. After thinking for a bit, she realized that the young man had simply refused her. But it was much simpler because Song Jihan had used an American number before, and when he returned to the past, he couldn't remember the Korean one. Returning from the game, it only dawned on him that they had just wanted to accept him into the Divergent Guild. Sun thought that he could just ask for this girl's number, but he had long ago decided for himself that he was not planning to join a guild for now and wanted to fight without a team. Right now, his stats were more important to him, and he opened the status window to check them. For completing the test, the player received level 8 and additional equipment points. He wanted to buy the necessary equipment, but he still lacked funds. He decided to go home and do a little rummaging through his sister's closet. He also used his fingerprint to enter the room and head to the right place. But suddenly he was surprised that there was someone in the house. Every person in life has a moment that he regrets for many years. The main character regrets a lot from his past life, and thought that life gives him a chance to correct his mistakes. His greatest regret was that he had failed to protect his niece from harm. When he entered the room, his sister greeted him and wished him good morning. Song Jihan had wanted to say so much to his niece for many years that he was now speechless. One day, while drunk, he promised her that he would always stand by her side. When she died, Song blamed himself for not being there when she needed him. All these years he missed her terribly. The girl asked Sun not to be strange and go to the kitchen for breakfast. Sia was the daughter of Jihan's older sister and turns 18 this year. Sia was born while his sister was working to support the family, so the young man looked after her from an early age. Around that time, Sword King Yun, Sia's father, joined the New Japan Self-Defense Forces. For Sun, who lost his family at an early age, This girl was more important than anyone else. Recalling the past events, Jihan asked Sia if she had called her father today. The girl looked away embarrassedly and said that she had called her father, but he had told her that he had fallen in love. Yun told her on the phone that he had fallen in love and was now going to abandon his daughter. He explained that this was the woman's condition in exchange for her love. Hearing this, Song Jihan was even more angry at the Sword King, in addition to his betrayal. Jihan did not understand how one could abandon his own daughter and an entire country for the sake of his beloved woman. The girl looked back and saw that the portrait of her family was smashed into pieces. She asked her uncle if he had done it, and he realized that he should not have broken the portrait. He considered his action too absurd, since Yun is still considered Sia's father. Looking at the portrait, Sia said that she herself had wanted to do this for a long time. The main character always considered his niece to be a cheerful person. Even though her mother died and her father betrayed and abandoned her, she still never stopped smiling. All the time she cares about her uncle more than about herself. But the young man believed that she no longer needed to be exactly like that. He put his hand on her head and said that from now on, he would protect her. At the Divergent Guild, Miss Lee couldn't help but laugh after Lim's game. She found it funny that Gayun asked Jihan for his number, but he refused her. Lim felt uneasy because she thought the rejection was due to the fact that she was not very pretty. The lady believed that the girl had nothing to worry about because she did not realize how popular she was. She told her subordinate to ask people's opinions in order to get rid of her complexes. All the men around were talking about her and how to ask her out on a date. Lim asked the lady what she planned to do with Song Jihan. She believed that they should persuade him at any cost, since he was too talented and should belong to their guild. But suddenly she saw a strange message on her phone, which contained a prediction of the winner of BattleNet from Mr. Sun. Lee was unclear why Jihan went live, since there were no major fights taking place today. She turned on the screen and began to watch what Song Jihan was saying. Lim didn't understand why her mistress was watching this player's streams and following his life. On live television, the young man announced that he was the son-in-law of the Sword King. Song Jihan created divine energy and raised his leg above the ground. No one understood why he was doing this, but he suddenly hit the ground and broke it into many stones. He then released his energy into the statue of the Lord Sword King. All the spectators were alarmed because this man had just destroyed $1 million fortune. The sword statue was a landmark of Korea, and all the people boasted about it. Jihan decided to finish off this statue, but people tried to stop him. When he delivered a crushing blow, the spectators considered him a traitor to Korea. Thanks to this act, the hero was able to achieve several achievements. BattleTube is a streaming platform for BattleNet. It was a platform unmatched anywhere in the world where players could watch all other players. The number of viewers and views, as well as subscribers, will help Jihan receive awards for achievements. Even for a large number of dislikes, the young man was able to receive certain awards. He had never thought before that Yoon Sinjin would one day be useful to him. One of the subscribers began to threaten Jihan, and the hero noticed that he had a screensaver with 2 crossed swords. The hero remembered that the fan club of crazy fans of the King of Swords drove Sia to death. The people's discontent and anger grew over time, and so they directed it towards his only relative, Sia. They believed that the Sword King had abandoned his country because of his disobedient daughter, and therefore she must die for him to return. As a result, the girl was beaten half to death and she committed suicide. All these people needed someone to blame and take their anger out on. The main character decided to become a target for their emotions in his current life. That's why he created a streaming platform so that people could give him all kinds of angry comments. He announced to the people that the King of Swords would never return, and as proof he showed them a telephone conversation with his daughter. Through the city's huge screens, people heard that Yoon had simply fallen in love and had therefore decided to abandon his country and his daughter for a woman. After hearing the truth, many finally realized what a scoundrel he truly is. When the final lines of the conversation about Yoon deciding to abandon his daughter in exchange for a woman were heard, everyone held their breath. Yoon added that this is the main condition of the woman who can give him love. After thinking for a while, viewers wrote in the chat that this was a production, and there was no need to interfere with Yoon building his family life. In addition to the evidence of the telephone conversation, the protagonist showed the people Yoon's daughter. The girl said that her father had indeed abandoned her, and as an apology, left her the Palace of Swords. People were happy for her fate, but she said that she could not accept the inheritance from a man who betrayed his country and family for the sake of a woman. She added that this is why she decided to give this house to her beloved country. Son Jihan added at the end of his broadcast that he hopes the donation will be a great help to the Korean players. 30 minutes ago, the main character persuaded his niece to give her house to Korea. She couldn't bring herself to do this because the house was all she had. The protagonist explained to her that his mind was much sharper and he knew what he was doing. He thought that he would have to persuade the girl for a long time, because she would not agree to simply donate him without selling him. It turned out that Yoon would completely destroy Korea as a representative of Japan, and the government would confiscate all his property. Sia had nowhere to go, and could not withstand all the threats and harassment from Yoon's fan club. Sun believed that since the house would be taken away anyway, it would be better to give it up ourselves and protect Sia. For the niece, the main character is now just a freeloader and a drunkard who spends all his time at home. He couldn't tell her that he had come from the future, and that he would soon be able to earn millions. He insisted that the girl donate the house to the country, and she eventually agreed. She explained her choice by the fact that her uncle was not the kind of person who would ask for something like this without a reason. And what's more important, she hadn't seen her uncle so confident in a long time. When she made this decision, Jihan realized that she was incredible. After reading the comments from viewers, the hero saw that they considered him a liar and a fraud. Jihan liked the fact that the public was attacking him, and if everything went like this, there would be no complaints left about Saya. He decided to put the final nail in Yoon's coffin. He explained that the King of Swords justified his actions with the woman and wanted to protect himself with this. The young man publicly concluded that the king had failed in Korea, and so he decided to leave the country and take Japanese citizenship. He openly stated that Yoon was a nobody, and these words caused indignation among the audience. At the end of the broadcast, Song Ji-han asked Yoon to stay in Japan, as they would soon come to him and destroy him. Now the only thing in the viewer's mind was that they should expect a battle between Japan and Korea. After the broadcast, Sia asked his uncle if it had been too thoughtless. She was confused by the fact that now, not only the Koreans, but also the Japanese were worried. But Jihan reassured her about this. The niece noticed that her uncle was no longer the same as he used to be. Indeed, the protagonist would not be able to behave as before after returning in time. Suddenly, during their conversation, they heard someone come to them. The protagonist said that he did not expect them to come so quickly, and the girl was frightened by this phrase. In Japan, the news reported that relations between Korea and Japan had worsened because the Sword King had received their citizenship. The protagonist immediately assumed that the Japanese were too upset about losing their best player. Jihan was curious how the traitor of Korea himself would react to his stream. Seeing these upheavals, the Sword King's family was worried about what was happening. When the girl called Yoon by his name, he said that he had decided to change it. However, she charmed him with her love and said that the past cannot be changed, and in people's memories he will forever remain a player of Korea. It seemed like the love between Yoon and Shizuru was created by magic. The main character and his niece nevertheless opened the door and let the guest in. He apologized for the intrusion, but the protagonist knew that the authorities of both countries would intervene in this conflict. Manager Park, who is the manager of the BattleNet department of South Korea, came to visit him. After Yoon left the family, his department stopped visiting Jihan. This man made sure that Sia and Song Ji-han were taken into account. Now that everything is prepared, the protagonist can take what he needs. Manager Park said that when the government watched the report, they decided that the Sword King could never be returned to his homeland. However, the government cannot allow citizens to know all the details so quickly, and the manager said that a fight between Korea and Japan will take place soon. The protagonist realized that during the conversation he was hinting that he should refuse the donation of the palace, since it was an admission that the King of Swords would not return. After listening to Jihan's reasoning, the manager could not understand whether the person in front of him was really that loser. As far as he remembered, he was an unemployed drunk who took part in gambling. According to the manager, the government has not yet given up hope that Yoon will return to the country. Instead of a donation, the government offered Jihan the opportunity to become a contract manager, and from that day on, he could start managing a business or organization. He also added that if the King of Swords returned, his house would be returned to his possession. For this conversation, Pa had already prepared a contract for the manager. He said that this contract was a win-win for both parties, and he asked Jihan to think about the offer. Previously, the main character was going to give everything to change the future, but since they want to give him a part of it, then it will even be better for him. Sun slammed the table and told the manager that he and Sia would also like to ask for a favor. After some time, viewers were informed that the Golden Light had begun its stream. This character said that today they returned to the bloody and dusty Colosseum. This young man seemed quite arrogant, as he considered himself the Golden Light of this world. But people liked him. Many thought he was strange and prayed that he would be hit by a car. The Golden Light is popular for its looks and hyperactivity. He is an infamous buffoon, but was once a respected member of the Gold Guild until he decided to stoop to bronze, saying he was going to explore the depths of the sea. He is not interested in the game at all. He only cares about having fun. His gear and stats are still at gold rank, so he has fun killing bronze players who are weaker than him. Many people avoided him, but he believed that he was not such a villain. He asked his viewers who would be the first victim of these brutal murders. Looking back, the young man noticed Song Ji-han swinging a bat. He decided to interview him, and he immediately went on live air. Golden Light said that all the viewers are only interested in Song Ji-han lately. He decided to use this young man to increase his views and earn achievements. However, the main character did not listen to him and went about his own business. Viewers immediately realized that Ji-han had turned on his stream, and everyone was redirected to him. Golden Light realized that he had just given this player free advertising. He wanted his viewers to watch his stream, not Ji-han's. Suddenly, the computer system gave Golden Light a task that he needed to kill Song Ji-han so that he would take the last place. The viewers demanded that this young man kill Ji-han for the sake of the Sword King fandom. In order to kill the main character, they gave the streamer a reward in the form of money. Many of Yoon's fans sent in a quest request for Golden Light to kill Ji-han and receive 40,000 as a reward. Suddenly, the computer system notified that all players had been recognized and the battle began. The young man fell to his knees and began to scream throughout the entire Colosseum. He was disappointed not because he would be fighting the experienced Ji-han, but because he was not given 50,000. But suddenly, one of the spectators announced that if he defeated Song Ji-han, he would immediately receive the missing amount in addition. The streamer grabbed his weapon and rushed towards where Ji-han himself stood. He used the charge as an active ability to speed up his body. He promised Song Ji-han that today he would become his personal death with a scythe. He rushed towards the player, but the young man was able to dodge. The expensive Golden Light sword shattered and began to smoke. The main character took a masher as a weapon and decided that he would go into battle with it. The Golden Light took out another sword, and the main character decided to fully match it. He took out an ordinary kitchen knife and released divine energy. He hit the streamer with them several times, and he became worried that he might die. All the spectators saw that the main character was using divine energy. Everyone was curious about what kind of weapon it was, and Ji-han showed an ordinary knife. Soon, the Golden Light came back on air and said that he was resurrected for the sake of his subscribers. He showed the resurrection cross, which allows the user to be resurrected once. The audience did not feel that they saw any point in this revival, since due to his death, he had already taken the last place, and the task had failed. He promised the audience that he would soon kill Song Ji-han and receive payment for it. He didn't even realize that right now, that same Song Ji-han was standing behind him. The protagonist took out a kitchen knife and killed the Golden Light again. The protagonist thought it was stupid that this fool used resurrection and still died. There was a more tense atmosphere in the stands today, as spectators came to watch the start of the game. Today the observers were fairy elves, and because they played a big role in the fall of humanity. The young man promised himself that he would deal with them a little later, but now he was concentrating on pressing problems. Turning around, he saw that he was surrounded by other players and considered an outcast. After killing the Golden Light, these players rushed to flee from Song Ji-han. Now it will be much more difficult for the main character to kill these madmen. The protagonist finally managed to find the D-rank holy items. He needs to fight more to fulfill the conditions for their use. Suddenly, the system notified about a new task, in which it was necessary to repair all the goblins that had gathered around the champion goblin. Having understood the essence of the task, the main character rushed at the first goblin he came across and killed him. The system notified that the boy had managed to meet the conditions for using the D-rank item. As he had used them simultaneously, the pestle must be used to hit the enemy on the head, and the knife must be used to pierce the heart. It's good that Ji-han realized this fact before the end of the game, but he still lost enough time. If he had mastered these items earlier, he would have been able to kill a few more goblins. While he was pondering over the items he had received, the goblin champion approached him. While the computer was introducing the hero to the description of the goblin, he was already striking at him. He was able to use kitchen utensils to knock this huge goblin to the floor. After some time, the system reported that Song Ji-han had completed the task of killing goblins. For this test, he received 1 point to his divine power. After killing the monsters, the young man set his sights on the players. He decided to hunt them himself since they weren't coming to him. In Seoul, the Golden Light was restless due to the loss. He tried to show his viewers that Junho is actually a very weak player. Suddenly, the system reported that player Song Ji-han had committed murder. Now the Golden Light was curious about what kind of player was in the arena of the Colosseum. Song Ji-han swung his weapons from side to side and cut off the heads of the players. In his hands were the same masher and kitchen knife. The audience believed that this was real art, because only a talented warrior could kill 4 in one flight. The audience was confident that this man would put their country back on its feet after the betrayal of the King of Swords. Cooking items have been downgraded to F rank. The protagonist was able to complete a hidden mission to kill 10 people in the Colosseum. For this, he was given divine power points and achievement points, but this was not enough yet. The system notified about the next task, in which it was necessary to find the Queen of Shadows among the spectators of the Colosseum and provoke her. The Shadow Queen constellation is an absolute being, a stellar and divine creation in the BattleNet. Being interested in a constellation means that it will become your sponsor and help you gain abilities that are otherwise impossible to obtain. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and decided to complete this task at any cost. If you manage to win over one constellation, then other constellations will also be interested in it. However, the young man was not sure whether he would be able to find this queen. The task was to find the Queen of the Constellations among the hundreds of elves who were sitting on the stands. Sun Jihan's record-breaking 10 kills in the Colosseum knocked the King of Swords off the top spot. The news spread throughout the community, bringing him about 10,000 subscribers and 4,000 regular viewers. Everyone who was against the protagonist suddenly took his side, and all the anger fell on the Golden Light. They didn't like the Golden Light, because it was the one that promoted the main character through his streams. From that moment on, the Golden Light also decided to side with Song Jihan. The young man began to dream of becoming Song Jihan's video editor. Svet wanted to make the main character's battle YouTube something unique. When Jihan returned home, his niece asked him when he had become so strong. She also asked why the uncle closed donations, since many viewers want to send him a donation. The main character thought about her words and decided that it would be nice to get money for views. He decided to put this matter off until later, because right now the task with the Queen of the Constellations was in his head. He hasn't yet figured out how to find her among so many spectators. Suddenly he heard that his niece decided to help him. She asked him to tell her what he was thinking about and promised that she would definitely help. Without hiding anything, he told her that he had a task to find the Shadow Queen in the Colosseum. The girl said that she would immediately re-watch the entire game and would definitely find her among the elves. The main character began to feel bad because he asked her for help. He thought the task was like finding a needle in a haystack. While there was still time, Jihan decided to finish old business and buy another kvass. He used achievement points to buy an extra seat, and now he can purchase another class. This time he chose the mage class, and was immediately covered in magical energy. He felt a great power coming from his heart. The reason he chose the mage class after support is because of the unique stat that only appears after getting those two classes. In a past life, he had a very unusual conversation while drinking. He told his interlocutor that he was so sad to live that he couldn't find a place for himself. And he said that he would like to recognize him as an American. It was the same guild leader who had considered him a foreigner in his past life. The man believed that one day he and Jihan would become closer once he gained power. He explained to the student that strength was a stat that appeared when divine power and mana were perfectly combined. At that time, the guild leader was the only player with two classes. He belonged to the support class and the magic class. The protagonist remembered that the master said that it was necessary to have more divine power points to get another class. He said that no one else could do it, even if the whole world knew about it. The main character did not dare to argue with the man, although he believed that he was wrong. Previously, only the master could really possess this power. But now in the present, everything has changed. Jihan learned what the conditions were for acquiring power, and that is what he took advantage of, and that is what he fulfilled. The protagonist believed that he had to obtain this status in order to cope with all the challenges in the future. Now he needs to concentrate divine power in his hands at all costs. Next, direct the same mana from the heart, combining it with divine power. It is important to concentrate so that nothing slips past. Soon the magic ball burst, and the energy threw the main character into the wall. Then he realized that he could not hold these two forces with ordinary hands. He decided to increase the mana supply that was used up after the first attempt. At this point, he didn't know if he would be able to combine the two powers in his hand. He assumed that she didn't need to be held forever, and that he could do it just for a moment. After thinking for a while, he decided to move this magic ball to the center of his body. While the forces are mixing, he will send divine power from the upper chakra and connect it with the mana of the middle chakra. Until the ball takes on an ideal shape, it must be compressed in this state. When the protagonist placed this energy ball inside himself, the computer reported that it was trying to unite three forces. She warned him that a threat to life had been detected, and that the experiment needed to be stopped. Sia's niece watched what was happening and couldn't believe her eyes. Song Jihan tried to merge divine power and mana to use the power, and also subconsciously added combat power to them. However, the conditions for the unification of the three Dantians are very strict. It is necessary to be able to use each of them perfectly, each with its own distinctive nature, and the stat must have at least 100 points. If a person is far from this level, then when trying to unite there is a chance of losing his life. The main character lost consciousness, and the princess rushed to his aid. The main character apologized to her for causing unnecessary trouble. He realized that he had been inattentive, and should have thought about his niece. Suddenly the girl burst out laughing and, hitting him in the stomach, said that she wasn't really worried. She decided to leave him alone and went to look for the Queen of Shadows. The computer reported that the attempt to unite the three Dantians failed. However, in this experiment, Sun did gain some power. After merging, divine power and mana are replaced by the unique stat strength. Combat and strength stats interact and share their value with each other. Jihan decided to leave this question for later, because at this level, he could die when trying to merge. Now he got what he wanted, and it was time to try the magician's abilities. He put out his hand and ignited a fiery flame surrounded by a magical shell. The next day, he woke up to the rays of the Korean sun. Next to him lay a handbat and a game ball. The young man decided that today he would sell all the items he didn't need. He entered his niece's room and found that she had not slept all night. She said that she was watching the game to find the Shadow Queen. She pointed to the screen and said she had found a clue. It turns out that among the viewers, there were those who were engaged in scaling and filmed only representatives of other species. The girl asked her uncle to watch the replay of the fight carefully. These two look like high-ranking elves, but there is a dark elf among them, and the title of queen would definitely suit her. According to Saya, the Queen of Shadows should be a dark elf. He thanked his niece, but he himself doubted that the constellation would be so easy to find. The girl said that tomorrow she would watch videos from foreign channels and find a couple more clues. She said that she edited several dozen videos for her uncle, and this surprised Jihan. The main character couldn't understand how Yoon left such a talented daughter alone. 2 days earlier, a government spokesman announced that the Sword King's girlfriend was named Shizuru. Sia and Jihan learned that she was the owner of a gift of the highest rank of incomparable beauty. The protagonist suggested that it was because of this ability that Sia's father fell in love with her. Pak asked the protagonist to be careful, as the incomparable beauty is uncontrollable and affects the mind. Something similar has happened before, and this is not the first time that rising stars have fled and taken Japanese citizenship. If there are no limits on this gift, Shizuru can switch to another player at any time. Since that day, the main character has been looking for information about this woman, but so far all is in vain. He realized that she was clearly hiding her identity, and there was something wrong with that. The young man listened to Pak's advice and decided to prepare for a meeting with this girl. He guessed that Yoon's family had already begun to act. Sia and Son Jihan were about to go out to the people. The main character felt quite self-confident before meeting the guests. I was nervous that this was her first time appearing in public since that stream. Her uncle reassured her that there was no need to be nervous, since they had done nothing wrong. When the main character and his niece came out to the people, he said that he had come here to say something important. However, he was abruptly interrupted by a strange voice calling his name. The young man was informed that all his requests had been fulfilled and the event would go smoothly. Manager Park said that the protagonist's request initially caught him off guard. He hadn't expected at all that Song Jihan would want to put the Sword King's collectibles up for sale. But now this idea became clear to him when Jihan announced an auction of the former Sword King's favorite items. On one of the tables, there was a tag that read Japan Self-Defense Forces. The protagonist explained to the manager that he had specifically chosen such lots to attract the attention of Japan. According to him, the Japanese authorities will certainly want to take possession of the data on the server and Yoon's connector. At this time, important guests were already riding in the car and were nearby. The protagonist asked the manager to keep an eye on the Self-Defense Forces table. He said this was their last chance to change the public's mind. Suddenly, from the side, we heard a woman and a man calling Sia. When Sia looked back, she saw that her uncle and aunt were also there. Relatives reproached their niece for having gone out of her mind and having sunk to the level of an auction for the sake of money. They started accusing Song Jihan of forcing her. They called him a fraud. But Saya stood up for him and said that it was his aunt and uncle who were thrown out of this palace when they fraudulently appropriated it for themselves. She added that she actually sees who is looking at her father's money in his absence. The girl added that relatives have no right to decide the fate of these things, since they all belong only to her. She told the security to remove these people from the premises because they did not belong there. Song Jihan thought that his niece was too cool and could stand up for herself. After walking some distance, Manager Pak announced that they had arrived. Song Jihan and his niece appeared on stage in front of a large audience. All the reporters immediately started photographing this moment. They began to question the main character why he decided to hold an auction and why he forbade foreigners from being present here. Journalists believed that Sia was giving away the Palace of the Sword and held the auction due to public pressure. The people were curious whether the Sword King would return to his homeland and why his niece wanted to make money from his property. When there were too many questions from reporters, Song Jihan concentrated his power in his hand. With one movement of his hand, he smashed the lenses of all the journalists' video cameras. None of the journalists or reporters understood why their cameras broke at the same time. The main character asked everyone to be quieter, because they had arrived for an auction, not a press conference. When the room was perfectly silent, he announced the start of the auction. Yuna Connector, which reduces the feeling of pain by 99%. Besides him, they have analyses of Yun, himself, and high-ranking East Asian players. Everyone in the hall began to whisper that the data of the Sword King was very valuable. The analyses were incredibly useful. At this moment, the main character realized that the audience would not want to miss a single lot. It is impossible to get a high-ranking player's analysis anywhere, and now there is one willing one among the viewers. The man introduced himself as Takeda, who is a personnel recruitment manager for the Japan Self-Defense Forces. This man decided to start an auction and offered one price. Takeda stunned those present and said that he would give 5 billion for all the lots. In addition, he would like to request a personal meeting with Song Ji-han and Yoon Xia. The protagonist approached the man and said that it was difficult to arrange a personal conversation, and he could tell him something important right now. The young man said that now was not the time to accept offers for a personal meeting, since both parties were not on friendly terms. Takeda asked Ji-han not to be unfriendly, since he was just an ordinary guest. He said that if he continued to be hostile towards him, someone would have to intervene. He had a personal bodyguard named Shadow. The main character couldn't understand what the hell was going on and why this girl was a copy of Yun. Everything happened too quickly, and the Shadow appeared in front of Song Ji-han. Song Ji-han couldn't help himself and hit the girl. His blow was so powerful that she flew backwards. She grabbed the weapon, and Ji-han asked her to give up her plan. He said that this auction is being broadcast on his channel all over the world. Takeda calmed his bodyguard and resolved the conflict. He apologized to the protagonist for the fact that his bodyguard was quite hot-tempered. But the man believed that there were some things he and Ji-han needed to clarify. He said he was ready to pay 5 billion, taking into account a personal meeting, but Xia had to respond to this offer. The audience asked the protagonist to protect Xia, because this pig is trying to put pressure on her. Takeda believed that it was Xia, not Song Ji-han, who should respond to his proposal, since the property belonged to her. Takeda walked towards the girl and offered her a personal meeting where she could find out where her father was. Besides the location of the King of Swords, the Japanese representative wanted to tell Xia a lot more. He was sure that the girl would agree, because it is impossible in a sound mind to refuse this offer. When Xia said no, the Japanese representative's face changed. The man asked if she was giving up the 5 billion because they had to meet in person. She added that she did not want to know anything about her father, if it was only possible to contact him under certain conditions. Besides, the girl is a minor and must do what her uncle says. Spectators were happy with this outcome, because it meant that all the lots would remain in place. Even though the niece refused to meet in person, she and her uncle cannot know what else Japan has to offer. After thinking for a moment, Takeda said that he would still offer 5 billion for these things. He said the offer of a personal meeting was just his whim and had nothing to do with the auction. He took a piece of paper from his bosom and said that from the very beginning he had orders to offer Ji-han's family 5 billion. Handing over the paper to Xia, he said that it was an order from the Sword King Yun. In addition to the order, this letter contains a separate letter for young Xia, a recruiting manager for the Japan Self-Defense Forces in Ji-han's past life. He was banned from entering America. He was suspiciously good at recruiting foreign players, earning him the nickname Japan's Disaster. Song Ji-han was certain that this man was directly related to the one who used the incomparable beauty. The protagonist realized that Japan had obtained these items too easily, and on screen it would look like everything had been agreed upon in advance. Almost immediately, the audience and those present in the hall were convinced that the two countries had agreed among themselves to hand over Yun's things. In the letter, her father reproached her for deciding to give up the Palace of the Sword and causing disgrace. According to him, this is the last thing his daughter has left from him, and she disposed of this property unwisely. At the end of the letter, Yun added that their relationship as daughter and father was over. The girl, through tears, told the public that it was her father who wrote it, and the handwriting really belongs to him. A woman of incomparable beauty, as far as Ji-han had heard, knows how to influence the mind. The main character hated Yun from the very beginning, but for Xia, he was a good and exemplary father. Ji-han believed that Yun could not do this to his beloved daughter. The girl tore up the letter and asked him to tell her father that she was glad to end their relationship. She became worried that pieces of the letter had fallen on the floor and the cleaner would have to work. Then Sun waved his hand and with his magic destroyed the remains of the letter in the air. Everyone present began to whisper, because Ji-han is a magician who has combat techniques, manipulation, and divine power. Takeda burst into tears and told Ji-han that Japan needed such a man. Besides him, other players also offered Ji-han to join their guild on favorable terms. The protagonist calmed the people down and said that now was not the time to talk about it. Suddenly, Xia approached Ji-han and reported that she was not feeling well. The hero asked her to go outside and wait for him, but she immediately fell to the floor. Song Jihan realized that his niece's health was connected to this auction for a reason. He soon brought her to her senses and said that he would take her to the hospital immediately. Sia gently grabbed him by the clothes and said that she was pretending. She felt that Jihan had a hard time dealing with people, so she decided to play along. Sun came out to the people and said that the auction was over because his niece had become ill and needed rest. Takeda apologized to Jihan and called him for a minute. He said he would like to invite Jihan's family and welcome them officially. He gave him his business card so that their connection would not be broken. But the main character, using magic, tore the business card to shreds when it was thrown at him. Jihan explained to the guests that his answer was negative. Viewers of the stream speculated that Takeda was furious because some newcomer had rejected his invitation. This action of Song Jihan made Takeda fall in love with him even more. He believed that he possessed real strength that could tear even the smallest business card to shreds. He believed that in the future, this rising star would become greater than he was now. He planned to get Song Jihan at any cost. When he came home, the main character discovered that he had unread messages. In the message, he saw that some fan had donated enough money to him because he was able to meet him in person at the auction. Suddenly, Jihan and Sia saw a strange girl in front of them. It was the representative of the Divergent Guild, Lee Han, and that same Lee. She said that she really wanted to meet Jihan, but she could not find the opportunity for a long time. The main character thought that the girl had a familiar voice, and they could have met before. She said she came in because of her good connections with the BattleNet department. It turned out that the girl was interested in talking to the main character because he was known to her as a predictor of major victories. She said that she has been a fan of his for a long time and watches his streams. Only after her phrase did Song Jihan realize that the girl in front of him was definitely an unfamiliar one. The niece could not understand what was happening to her uncle and why he had lost the power of speech. She got angry because it seemed to her that Jihan had fallen in love with his interlocutor. The hero said that in everything there is a line beyond which it is dangerous to cross, because once you cross it, it is impossible to turn back. This was a quote from the famous writer Dostoevsky, who was known for his gambling addiction. At that moment, Lim pushed the lady aside and decided to talk to Jihan. She rudely asked him who he really was, and he remembered this girl. According to Lim, only a few people know that Lee Ha-yoon is a gambler who is addicted to gambling. There was no doubt that in front of him was the same manager of Americano First, whose name is Zero. She was always drinking and gambling, but she became the guild's deputy only because of her voice. The strongest of those who used the voice was Zero. Voice is an ability that is used for buff. After completing the training, this ability will be revealed in a new light. The main character explained to everyone that he met this girl on one of his previous broadcasts. What she wrote in the chat was imprinted in his memory, so he decided to clarify, and therefore caught her by surprise. Lim was shocked by her mistress's gambling and chatting with Song Jihan. The lady felt embarrassed that she was called a gambler. All this time, Sia was thinking about how her uncle had truly fallen in love with the mistress of the Divergent Guild. Suddenly, Lee said that she didn't mind talking in a casual setting. She wanted to write down his phone number and said that they would probably see each other often in the future. She explained her words by saying that this good player was needed by their guild. Lee was excited to soon become an aunt to a baby. She knew that she would be able to get Jihan's phone number and considered Lim a loser. She believed that the girl needed to gain more experience in communicating with men. When she asked for his phone number, Song said he hadn't remembered his number yet. The lady's face changed dramatically, and she did not understand how it was possible not to know her own phone number. Sia was angry that her uncle made an excuse with a stupid phone number. She believed that this was not the case when Jian should play hard to get. She realized that her uncle was up to something and decided to help him again by feeling unwell. Jihan played along with her and said that they needed to go. This time he asked Lee for her business card and promised to contact her. Sia believed that she no longer had to worry about her uncle's relationship. Back home, Lim told her uncle that she had just gotten a big surprise. He asked more and she said she never expected him to wear her father's suit. He said that he had gained a lot of weight recently, so he couldn't wear his own clothes. Suddenly, the niece said that Jihan's answer to that lady was terrible. The niece thought that her uncle had turned down the woman in an old-fashioned and tasteless manner. She said it was stupid to say he had forgotten his phone number, but Jihan couldn't tell her the truth. After some time, the computer system notified the players about the Bronze League. It was necessary to protect the crystal, which is located in the center of the tower, and kill the surrounding zombies. The protagonist continued to recall that Sia thought he was in love with a gambling gambler. He had never expected to meet Zero in such a situation before. The protagonist and Lee became close because they both lost their homeland and spent their weekends betting on sports. Lee was obsessed with these bets, and that's why she felt comfortable spending time with Jihan. The main character asked the girl to stop playing games, but she told him not to tell her such things. She uttered the very same phrase from Dostoevsky that Jihan had reminded her of when they met. There was a scar on the girl's face, which was the price paid for making a deal with the devil. These players had a lot in common, but most importantly, they both lost close friends. They were united by something greater, such as hatred and guilt for failing to protect their loved ones. While thinking about this, Jihan forgot that he was in a game. Viewers saw that Jihan had a huge sword in his right hand that did not fit on the screen. Jihan was curious why it was so cheap, but it turned out that the whole point was that most people couldn't lift it because it was too heavy. He made a sharp swing of his sword and all the spectators fell in love with him. Unlike other people, Jihan had no difficulty handling the weight of this sword. Viewers asked Sun to show them the status window. They were curious as to why he was a warrior and used magical abilities. At the time of this test, Jihan was already watched by about 12,000 people. The young man believed that he shouldn't show the window of his condition, but it was also unacceptable to ignore the viewer's request. To begin with, he decided to go live with the viewers and talk to them. Song Jihan cheated and said that he would show the status window when he reached 200,000 subscribers. People started complaining that it wouldn't happen soon, and the young man decided to add another condition. He said that if he loses even one battle, then even without one condition, he will show his state window. Fans believed that his winning streak would end when he met a giant troll. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred next to Jihan, and he did not understand what the sound was. Looking around, he saw that all the creatures had gathered in one place. Among the players were the Archer and the Golden Light, who had been offended by Song Jihan. Golden Light believed that this was fate, and he must offer the player a job as a video editor. Among the players was the guy whom Jihan threw off the tower 3 times. This time, for the first time, Jihan met face-to-face with the footballer he had predicted for the New Year's. This footballer's name was Diego Mosid, and he was later to become the best player in Argentina. He was Argentina's best player before Jihan's return in time, but now the player is nothing special and looks pretty stupid. After analyzing the situation, Jihan realized that he was a support for the Golden Light, and that the suicide bomber was a mage. All this suggests that the footballer is an archer. This seemed strange to Jihan, because in his past life, the football player was in the magic class. Suddenly, the mage received a message that the Sword King's family had registered a reward for the quest for him. The task stated that it was necessary to destroy the crystal and prevent Son Jihan from taking first place. Diego decided that the best attack on the monsters would be to hit them with a ball. The ball bounced off the zombies' heads and returned to its owner. Diego asked the audience to buff him for playing well, because he needs strength. Son Jihan still didn't have enough stats, so he didn't really use buffs. But now the number of points of divine power has increased, and you can try. He put his hand forward and all the team members lit up with a special energy. Everyone was happy that he gave them buffs and was a true support. The mage didn't understand why Jihan gave him buffs too. The main character asked the young man if he would play this time, and he agreed. He only agreed because he was afraid that Song Jihan would throw him out if he refused. Song Jihan said that he relied on his team and rushed towards the monsters. He expected that this time he would also have that same hidden desire, when he could kill 1,000 zombies without the help of the team. Seeing Jihan's actions, the footballer said that he was crazy, and Mag supported him. Since the last game, Mage has hated Jihan because he thinks he is his subordinate. The young man decided that he would do everything in his power to prevent Son Jihan from winning. Down below the towers, there were about 2,000 zombies, and they were all exactly the same as last time. The main character decided to start an attack and concentrated fire energy in his hand. The manipulation and divine power, which became more powerful after the merger, will tear apart the pathetic bunch of zombies. He extended his hand and released a huge stream of energy towards the zombie. This stream crashed onto the ground and damaged several zombies at once. The protagonist planned to burn the enemy like a paper doll. After the first attack, he took out his sharp sword, concentrated divine power on it, and thrust it into the ground with all his might. The shockwave threw the zombies back several meters and burned their faces. Jihan's actions were watched by his entire team, and Golden Light was crazy about what he saw. There was not a single living creature near Jihan. The audience believed that their idol had already killed about 100 monsters. After some time, the creatures began their attack again. The protagonist met one attacker face to face and did not strike him. Looking at the huge hulk, he realized what he would do now. A fiery demonic sphere appeared around the players. Anyone who enters it falls under the control of the user. Many people don't know about this ability, but Jihan is very familiar with it. Baron was poor at control, but not at abilities, so he often used Jihan as a training partner. Because Sun fought against Baron's power, he was able to fully study it. The protagonist is now in an absolute state, using divine fighting power along with mana at the same time. The level of the pathetic Bronze League is no obstacle for him at all. As he struck, the system notified that there were 870 individuals left to kill. Last time the hero couldn't kill 1,000, but this time he will definitely succeed. It turned out that this time, the system had given him a related task to kill 1,000 individuals. This time the guy was counting on defeating everyone, and he was actively swinging his sword in all directions. Each of his actions brought incredible results and the killing of several zombies at once. The viewers who watched the live broadcast decided to help the main character and hoped to soon collect the necessary subscribers for him. Now the Golden Light also became interested in looking at the window of that madman's state. Suddenly everyone realized that there was only the Golden Light and the football player on the air, and the magician Kim had gone quiet. At this time, he was already preparing an active attack on the fighting Sun Jihan and on the Crystal Tower. Golden Light asked his comrade what he was doing, but he already had a devilish face. He shouted throughout the entire location for Song Jihan to go to hell and forget about his victory. The young man said that he didn't like the fact that in recent days all Jihan had been doing was courting his niece. He believed that Song was simply manipulating the girl to attract public attention. The young man hinted that Song Jihan had another close relationship with his niece. The price of the reward for the trials shows the hatred of the Sword King's family towards the person of Sun Jihan. In fact, the main character understood what was going on and knew why the quiet magician was able to become active. Jihan realized that someone was behind the magician, or that he was being egged on to do this. He considered the magician a complete failure, who only hoped that he would manage to do everything while the main warrior was far away. The insults did not affect the inner world of the protagonist in any way, but he believed that Kim had no right to say anything about Sia. After returning in time, Jihan could not help but remember what he had been trying to forget for many years. The death of his niece haunted him like a nightmare. To hide the scars left after the attack by the members of the Sword King's family, the girl had to bandage her face, but the body has lost the warmth of life forever. Song Jihan blamed himself for allowing this death and for not being able to do anything. That is why Jihan swore that such a thing would never happen again, and that he would protect Sia from everyone and everything. At the moment of gaining power, Song realized while trying to unite the three Dantians. He realized that he could use nameless divine arts. However, this will only be an imitation until Jihan has 30 points of combat glory. But he clearly felt them at the moment of the fusion of the three Dantians. He is already familiar with the feeling of mastering the nameless divine arts. The protagonist was pierced from head to toe by electricity. Jihan transformed into lightning, using the heaven-breaking technique. He needed to stop the magician Kim before he destroyed the crystal. The Sword King's family informed the mage that Song Jihan was running towards him, and that he needed to take action. Suddenly he dropped a fiery flame and everything around caught fire. It turned out that the Golden Light had launched an attack on Kim to prevent him from destroying the crystal. Kim asked him not to interfere, otherwise he would burn him to ashes. In addition to the fireball, Kim created 3 more special seals. He was confident that he would be able to end this game and stop Sun Jihan. He waved his hands and launched a stream of fire towards the crystal. Suddenly there was a soccer ball there, which prevented the fire from touching the crystal. All the spectators were delighted that Diego was able to block the ball. According to Diego, Kim's shot could have ruined the whole game, which is why it interfered with him. The footballer reproached the magician for insulting Jihan, who was carrying the entire task on his own, as well as his relative. These words made Kim feel uneasy, and he realized that perhaps he would not succeed. He wanted to hit the footballer, but behind him was an electrified Jihan. Turning around, Kim saw a completely calm Song standing behind him. Sun turned to the enemy and asked him to tell the whole truth. Mark was frightened by the appearance of the protagonist, and this made him turn pale. He realized that he had already lost and decided to speak out one last time. However, the protagonist did not allow him to do this, and closed his mouth with magic. Jian said that he wanted to blow the magician's head off as soon as he saw what he was doing, but he suddenly changed his mind. All the players watched as Jihan dealt with the mage's misdeed. The hero believed that if he hit the mage, the game would simply filter his pain, but if he killed him, he would fall to a lower level. At that moment, Jihan swung and enveloped the guy in fiery energy. At this point, the player felt too much pain and was almost killed. He begged Jihan to stop this madness and spare him. He screamed for mercy throughout the entire location, and his scream reached every tower. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Jihan was hitting the young guy and instantly healing him. Nobody understood why he was doing this, and even the spectators were interested in what they saw. It turned out that if you heal wounds that are inflicted by periodic damage, an overload will occur. At this moment, a person will feel all the pain that he could not experience before. Golden Light was curious as to what ability exactly Sleep used to deal so much damage. Muscle rupture and bone fractures occur due to abilities that send unknown energy into the body and destroy it from the inside. The pain was as if all the mage's organs had been torn out and his body had been pierced with needles. He begged the protagonist to just kill him and end the abuse. Jihan nevertheless took pity on his enemy and cut off his head. The system has notified that player Kim Hyuk has been killed. All team members realized that the magician would soon be reborn. While Golden Light was thinking about his love for Jihan, one of the zombies appeared behind him. Soon, Kim was revived and had a sense of déjà vu. He asked for mercy again, and the protagonist destroyed him. The system also notified that player Kim Hyuk had died in a brutal manner. And the third time, when the young man was reborn, he again felt the wrath of Jihan. He apologized for his misdeeds and asked Jihan not to approach him. The main character believed that he should not have said something for which he could not answer. Suddenly, the main character saw that Sia went live and sent him 10,000 points. She asked Jihan to calm down and stop doing nonsense, otherwise he risks losing all his subscribers. According to her, all subscribers wanted to see Jihan develop in the game, and not kill the guilty. Sun listened to his niece and decided to spare the magician. It was at this moment that Jihan decided that he needed to find out something. He asked the wounded Kim who was behind all this. He said with a spasm throughout his body that it was the family of the Sword King. He also added that he promised him a high reward for destroying the crystal. At the same moment, in the chat, the fans of the Sword King said that there would be no second chance, and they were simply disappointed in him. Sun suggested that it must be an entire organization, since one person could not offer such a sum. He let Kim go and told him to thank Sia for saving him. He shouted throughout the entire location that he was grateful to Sia for saving him. Sun Jihan still threw the guy up, and the system notified that player Kim was dead. At this time, Golden Light and Diego appreciated Jihan's deed. Now the young man decided that he needed to finish the task and kill as many zombies as possible. If no one else had interfered with him, he would have finished long ago. He only has 80 zombies left to kill and the task will be completed. Suddenly he saw a system notification that this task had already been completed. Looking back, the protagonist saw that all the zombies were dead due to his fiery heavenly energy. He realized that this happened because he was flying in zigzags to save the crystal. To be more precise, Jihan simply lost control of her power and all of her energy exploded. He didn't use the nameless divine art, but the 3 Dantians, so it didn't come out very nice. Jihan decided to go down, and Golden Light asked to take him with him. The main character went to the football player and thanked him for protecting the crystal. He replied that he did what any player should do. Jihan said they needed to meet outside the game to reward this act. He added that he also had something to discuss with Diego. Suddenly, during their conversation, the young people realized that an earthquake had begun. Golden Light didn't know what to do because it felt like something was about to happen. The footballer asked the leader to look into the distance, where the ground began to collapse. A huge zombie hand emerged from this big hole. She was very strange and had a full-fledged mouth in the center of her palm. The young men were not sure if they could fight this hand. It seemed like this hand was controlling the little zombies. She crushed and devoured the most disobedient ones with her huge mouth. After chewing, her huge tongue splashed out the remains of the zombie. From this porridge, new creatures emerged. Golden Light said that this creature should not have appeared in the Bronze League. The protagonist knew that this evil monster, created from pieces of different bodies, was a corpse golem. Jihan assumed that the commotion was due to a related task. The system informed that Son Jihan must defeat the corpse golem without the help of the crystal and clear the map. As a bonus task, the hero had to first stop the corpse golem. It turned out that there was more than one corpse golem, and there were about 10 individuals. They were all ready to attack the tower where the players were located. The system told Jihan that if he used the blessing of the crystal, he would reduce the difference in power. Shiny said that even Golden League players would have to struggle to complete this task. If the system hadn't offered such a reward, she would have been confident that Jihan would cope. As a reward, she offered either a crystal fragment or 10,000 points. Shiny suggested going all out in this bonus task. Song Jihan created divine power and directed it towards the golem. The golem can only be defeated by destroying the core in the center of its body, which is very difficult to do. Just because Jihan is doing well at his rank doesn't mean it will be easy for him to beat him. The young man created a special energy and asked his comrades to step aside. He instantly rushed like an arrow towards the golem and left the tower. These actions made both Golden Light and the footballer feel uneasy. Only by jumping was the main character able to reach the golem's head. The most basic ability among the nameless martial arts is the ability of the 3 talents of martial devotion. It is based on heaven, earth, and man, where heaven represents the firmament and the vertical strike. The earth is a surface and a horizontal impact. The man represents people and a piercing blow. It follows from this that there is technology capable of destroying an entire mountain. With just one strike, Song Jihan was able to reach the golem's central core. It sounds impressive, but in reality it was just a vertical strike. The system notified that player Song Jihan had defeated the corpse golem and received the required reward. When the protagonist swung his sword, Shiny felt conflicting emotions that were difficult to describe in words. He had fear, despair, anticipation, and desire. All these feelings mixed inside him and turned into admiration. At the end of the fight between Jihan and the golem, Golden Light fell to his knees and bowed to the hero. He had never experienced anything like this. He always saw Jihan as great broadcast material. In the end, he wanted to capture every move of Song, becoming a top player and streamer in the future. Shiny set a goal for himself and decided that he had to do it. Golden Light decided to give his all to Sun Jihan. But despite this moment became the beginning of a close relationship between Sun Jihan and Diego. The golems became angry and destroyed the remaining towers. The system notified that Jihan and his team had fulfilled all the conditions and completed the task. Players on the winning team will receive 3 times more experience and equipment points. The main character decided to thank Diego in reality, but he refused, since he had already received the bonus. In fact, the main character wanted to share information about Diego's abilities. Jihan gave him a hint with the help of a magical ability and said that everything should be discussed in person. The man realized that Sun was hinting to him about changing classes. If it had been someone else who had made this proposal, Diego would not have wasted his time. But it was Song Jihan himself, whose strength he had personally seen, who approached him. Diego decided to listen to Jihan and promised that he would call him. Golden Light insisted that he should also go to this meeting, but Jihan refused. He wanted to help him with streams, but the hero didn't need this help. At the end of the conversation, the protagonist left the game, and Golden Light realized that he did not want to talk to him. Golden Light fell so deeply in love with Jihan that after he left, he cried. All the viewers laughed at the fact that Blestyashka was unable to build a normal relationship with the main character. After the game, the system gave Jihan a piece of crystal, but the young man was disappointed. Divine Blessing can only be used in this or Silver League. Divine Blessing can only be used by saints who play the support role to the maximum. This is considered to be the highest tier buff, increasing all stats by 50% and is mandatory in the top leagues. The main character is currently level 13, and there are only 17 levels left before moving to the Silver League. Next to the main character, there was a divine object from another world, namely a sword piercing a horse. The system notified that Jihan had fully understood the religion of the other world, and the divine power had united with the force. Equipment rank downgraded from C to E. Suddenly, the sword broke into several pieces, and the system said that it could not withstand its remaining power. The sword was covered in yellow energy and was destroyed. The power of the 3 Dantians inside was seeping out. From the place where the sword lay, streams of bright energy sprayed out in all directions. This power was too dangerous to leave behind, and Jihan decided to absorb it into his body. These flashes of energy were visible even from the other end of the city. Takeda, who lived near the protagonist, realized that his plan had completely failed. Earlier, he asked the magician Kim to prevent Sun Jihan from winning the test. Then Takeda realized that he had found an assistant who shared his goals. He just wanted Song Jihan to lose and show everyone his status window. He believed that it was enough to just turn into one of the Sword King's fans to interfere with Sun Jihan. With Takeda, the young man is on guard, but he has to fear not him, but his compatriots. The man decided that it was enough to ruin the game for now by pretending to be a fan of the Sword King. Takeda found himself in a difficult situation due to the loss of the magician. He understood that he needed to lure the player Jihan, who was liked by many, to his side. His superiors will give their consent only when they receive all the information and evidence. The evidence, in which Takeda cites his intuition as the reason, makes the government consider removing him from office. This is why Takeda needs Junho Jihan's status window, because it is direct evidence of the value of Jihan's potential. The man was confident that he would receive the protagonist's window and permission from his superiors. He decided to recruit the player using a special method that he used on the Sword King. The system has notified that the protagonist can now only take divine power from the highest-ranked divine items. Suddenly, the niece burst into the room and announced that she had just received a $50 million deposit. She asked why Jihan was in such a critical condition, and he said that his sword had exploded. The young people went to a cafe and Sia realized that something was wrong with Sun. She thinks they now have enough money to eat pork tenderloin. The protagonist missed having dinner in such a calm atmosphere, and finally, after returning, he ate quite well. Suddenly, my niece announced at dinner that she was going to go back to school. She said she was the head of the student council and it would be strange to be absent for so long. Song Jihan asked her to rest a little longer because the day of receiving the blessing in the gift room was already approaching. It turned out that August 22nd would be Sia's birthday. Even in the hellish hard times, she looked forward to this day and dreamed of receiving a blessing in the school gift room. She hoped that she could change the whole situation if something good happened to her. But her hopes quickly crumbled to dust when she received a low-ranking gift. This was the turning point after which the strong Sia broke. The protagonist decided to gradually lower Sia's expectations so that she would not be so upset in the future. He told her that from that day on he would take her to and from school. She began to resist, but he said that now was not the time for anger, because the situation was much worse than it seemed. When the girl had to go to school, they ran into trouble in the parking lot. Previously, sports cars and supercars were parked here. The girl assumed that they decided to sell them, which is why they are no longer in the parking lot. She wanted to go by bus, but the main character saw one car in the distance. Coming closer, the niece said that it was her mother's car. The owners of the parking lot did not sell this car because it was worth too little. When the young man got into the car and started it, a huge man approached him and asked him to move the car. Jihan was accused of daring to park his shit in that parking lot. This parking lot belonged to the school and only rich parents parked there. When Song Jihan got out of the car, all the parking lot workers recognized him. Everyone started filming what was happening on camera. As the guardian of the king's father's daughter started a fight, the men immediately had the idea to upload this photo to the internet. In the Divergent Guild, Lee went to her assistant and asked her to go with her to the school to answer the call. Showing a photo of Son Jihan on her phone, she said that he had done something strange there. Deep down, she was glad that she would soon meet her favorite. The brute delivered a direct blow to the protagonist, but he managed to dodge. He realized that the young man had blocked him with a magical attack. The big guy's entire body couldn't move, and his mouth couldn't speak. Jihan decided to take pity on the attacker and threw him to the ground. The dream scolded the man for the fact that his habits were similar to those of a bandit. The niece asked her uncle to stop embarrassing them, but suddenly they realized that it was too late. Looking back, the niece saw the school vice president, whose name was Hiso. That tall man was the driver of that beautiful girl. Hiso didn't care about her driver. She was only interested in why Sia had arrived in this piece of crap. Everyone looked at Sia's wrecked car, and the girl couldn't say anything. After thinking for a moment, she said that her father had sold all her cars, and the school president said that she could help her with that. Hiso promised that from that day on, she would give Sia a ride to school. She believed that her friend should not drive a car that stood out from the rest. Jihan couldn't remember if everyone had ever had such a close friend. After some time, Lim and Miss Lee arrived at the parking lot. When they entered, they realized that Song Jihan was no longer there. She was offended that the two strong men did not wait for her arrival and ran away. The girl began to worry about the main character. Suddenly, foreign agents would come for him. Lim grabbed the lady's hand and tried to calm her down. The lady looked into Lim's eyes and thought that she might fall in love with her. The girls opened the screen and saw news about Jihan's fight. Ms. Lee said that from this day on she would pursue this young man. None of the viewers understood why they should watch this broadcast, if it was already clear that Sun Jihan would win. Sun fought in the Colosseum, and everyone was sure that he would win. During the battle, the protagonist used the nameless divine arts, namely the technique of the step, the lightning step of the shimmering sky. He literally burned his opponents with just one movement of his hand. Concentrating on the sensations helped him adjust to the divine power more quickly. He decided to deal with a couple more players and finish the test. When players saw Sun Jihan's fighting style, they didn't know whether to admire him or be afraid and run away. The large golem he had defeated with one blow stood before them. For them, the appearance of this dangerous player was like a bolt from the blue. The protagonist once again used his divine power, and the screams of the players echoed throughout the Colosseum. Soon, the main character returned from the game and took first place in it. The audience was bored watching his actions, as he took first place every time. The system reported that the player had reached level 15 and unlocked the dungeon. He remembered that the dungeon could really only be entered after reaching level 15. In the dungeon, unlike other maps, you will have to avoid traps, go through labyrinths, and fight with attackers. However, if you participate alone, it is impossible to get far. Cooperating with other players is very important because dungeons require teamwork. Many people have a grudge against Jihan, and if he enters the dungeon with one of them, things will be tough. He decided that perhaps he would join one of the guilds for a short time. Soon the main character will reach the Silver League and will be able to create his own guild. He had already foreseen who would enter his guild, but for now it was a secret. The protagonist asked his niece at dinner if she had gone with Hiso today. The girl said that she was unlikely to go skating with her, and Jihan did not understand why. Sia said that on the way home, Hiso was very sensitive to everything, and it was uncomfortable to ride in the same car with her. In the car, Hiso asked how her friend was going to live on, and asked her about her father. The main character realized that this girl did not deserve to be friends with his niece. The girl laughed and said that there was another reason why she didn't want to ride with Hiso, and that was because her mother's car was much better. When Sun Jihan arrived at BattleNet school in the afternoon, he was met by reporters. The niece explained that they had attracted a lot of attention, and so now they would be the center of the world. Suddenly, Sia noticed familiar girls in the distance, who had been seen recently. Judging by Lee's face, she was waiting for the main character to appear. Song Jihan couldn't understand why his acquaintances had such serious faces. When they met, Lee reproached the young man for never calling her. Jihan realized that he had simply forgotten about Lee, and that was why he had not called her. The lady turned to the young man and asked him to give her some time right now. Her action disappointed many of those present, because they did not think that her guild was the most important. During the conversation, the main character apologized to the girl for forgetting to call her. The lady said that this kind of attitude was new to her, but she still forgave the young man. She considered Jihan as the one person who makes her run after him. It was for this reason that she prepared a lucrative offer for him. She handed over a stack of papers and offered Jihan a platinum-level contract. All the guests watching this were shocked by such a proposal, and some of them even wanted to quit. The main character did not expect that the girl would offer him so much. Ms. Lee said that it was only thanks to her that she was able to obtain such a contract. She said that this contract reflects her feelings for Jihan. Both Lim and Song realized that the girl had planned all this in advance. When the girl leaned over the main character, he smelled the same perfume on her as on Zero. Now he was absolutely sure that Lee Hyun was Zero. The lady's self-esteem began to crumble, and she did not understand whether the player had rejected her or not. She was upset that she still hadn't gotten Jihan's phone number. She offered the young man to look at the contract, and then said that she could send him the original with her signature, and asked for his phone number. Sun said that he would give his phone number only in the case of a bet. He said that he had recently reached level 15, so he would have to go into the dungeon. This news surprised the lady and she was speechless. She guessed that he would soon start going on raids, but she didn't think that it would take him a little less than a month. She asked her lover what the terms of his bet were. He said that if he fails the task, he will definitely contact the Divergent Guild and give them his number. The girls realized that the young man wanted to go on a raid without a guild or a team. Lim was taken aback by this proposal, but Lee thought it was quite normal. She asked what she would have to put at stake if she lost. The protagonist decided to finally make sure of Zero and asked to show the status window in case of her loss. So he wanted to know if she had the gift, education, with her now. This gift is an experience buff that is embarrassing to show to others. Judging by the girl's reaction, she really does have this gift with her. The girl agreed to the bet and asked the young man not to regret his choice. Jihan went to the game and asked the girls to wait for him at this place. The system has notified that the map type is a dungeon, specifically a conqueror's tomb. The underground tomb is the burial place of the legendary conqueror. This dungeon is home to a variety of monsters, but it does not have any challenges such as traps and labyrinths. There are rules of the dungeon that are difficult to follow, because it can only be cleared if all members survive. That's why it's important to assemble a good team. The system notified that player Song Jihan had entered the dungeon. He had a team assembled and he thought they were good guys. They were all from the same guild and had good equipment. When the audience saw the so-called guild, they thought that it was all a setup and that this team would definitely win. These players were surprised that they would be fighting against Song Jihan himself. The players wanted to go ahead of Song Jihan, but he decided to lead them. He said he was confident in his abilities, and it didn't matter that the person in front was not a warrior. The boys followed him and placed their hopes in his abilities. Fortunately, this time there were no people who could set him up. Sun wished his comrades good luck, and they began clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, the players exclaimed that the monster was here. They called the guardians of the tomb, who were armed with spears, monsters. The protagonist was asked in what order they would attack, but he could not give a clear answer. The girl said that she could clear the way with magic, but Jihan told her to stand behind him. He walked towards the attackers and almost ran into a spear. After that, he dealt a direct blow to the guard and smashed his sand body. Blow after blow, he smashed the guards into the corners of the location and turned them into sand. He turned to his team and told them to catch up with him. By this time, he had finished defeating the guards, and no one threatened them anymore. The Tomb of the Conquerors has 10 paths. Each team is given their own. All paths lead to the 7th level of the dungeon, where the final stage takes place. And the 8th path was determined for Sun Jihan's team. Location after location, the system notified that the dungeon level was increasing. Sun Jihan's team was inspired by how skillfully he killed the guards. The main character felt that his opponents were not as strong as they initially seemed. Suddenly, during the process, Jihan saw that one of the spectators had donated glasses to him. This person wrote him an email that he had a gift for him in the form of a large donation. Viewers believed that they should not communicate with this person, since he was going to find out hidden information. They asked Jihan not to communicate with him because they did not want him to move to Japan too. The protagonist promised them that he would stay in Korea no matter what. One of Sun Jihan's companions couldn't understand how he could crush the guards with just his fists. The other members apologized to Jihan for making him fight. The main character said that what was more important to him was that they weren't playing against him and were just standing on the sidelines. As he turned the corner of the dungeon, the system notified Jihan that the 4th level of difficulty had begun. There were traps on the walls and floor of this location, from which sharp tips could fly out at any moment. One of the players said that there were almost no traps in this challenge, but they were unlucky and ran into all the existing ones at once. Sun Jihan decided to ask his comrades if they were ready to speed up a little, and they agreed. He decided that in this location he would go alone, and his companions should cover him. He walked down the corridor where numerous traps were located. One of the players from Sun Jihan's team was waiting for him to die quickly. He had a secret mission worth $1 million, in which he had to quietly kill Sun Jihan without anyone noticing. The Black Falcon Guild members received identical quests from Takeda, who was banned by Sun Jihan. The man did not want to resort to this method, but he realized that without it, he could not figure it out. He decided to bribe a few people and watch what Sun Jihan would do. He specifically gave hidden tasks to the players so that they would not reveal themselves until the very end. Takeda saw that if the protagonist took one more step, he would lose. Soon he was filled with joy that the protagonist had lost and was now in a hopeless situation. Jihan's loss could not have been ruled out if someone had not warned him in advance. When Song Jihan rushed forward, one of the team members followed him, and sharp arrows that burst out of the traps immediately flew at the protagonist. Seeing the danger, the main character did not reduce his speed at all. The assistant asked Jihan to step aside and decided that the arrow needed to be destroyed with his ability. The main character started to accelerate and said that he didn't need help. A space control power appeared around him in the form of a red hemisphere. It turned out that it does not allow arrows to penetrate inside and injure Jihan. With this act, the main character saved the girl from his team. The girl asked her friends if they had seen it, but they stood silently to the side. One of them was ready to attack and took out a sharp arrow. Seeing this, the girl immediately reported the betrayal to Jihan. She reported that these young people are trying to kill themselves with their own weapons. The protagonist used the nameless skills of art and repelled the weapons from these young people. He was next to them in a second, and they clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Then the main character released some power from his hand and twisted these men. The girl rushed towards the main character and asked about his condition. All viewers believed that this young couple should develop their relationship. The traitors talked among themselves and found out that they both had been given the same task to commit suicide. The main character immediately realized this and assumed that the Sword King's fan was doing this again. He told the girl that if any of these people succeeded, the game would be over. As their guildmate, the girl felt very sorry that this happened. She asked him for forgiveness for what happened. The main character asked this player not to apologize because he is exactly the same. As the protagonist expected, all members of the Black Falcon Guild received the same tasks. He told the main character that he had not given himself away in any way and asked how he could have found out about this. It turned out that Jihan learned from Golden Light about the exact description of a hidden quest for players of the Black Falcon Guild. As a true fan, Golden Light watched the streams of Song Jihan and his 3 team members. Suddenly he saw that the Sword King's family had given all the players a suicide mission to warn him about the setup. The young man did not lose hope that one day the main character would hire him as an editor. It seemed strange to Sun Jihan that the man was paying $1 million because of his personal dislike for him. He thought it wasn't worth it and the reward was too high. He knocked out the players and took all their weapons. He concluded that either the guild or the Sword King was behind all this. In his opinion, these people are ready to pay $1 million just to see the window of his fortune. With the help of the audience, the protagonist suggested that it could be Takeda. The main character decided to change the terms of the bet with the viewers and said that he needed 1 million subscribers. According to the protagonist, the second condition remains unchanged. If he loses, he will open his status window. In fact, the main character was simply worried that he would get 2,000 subscribers too quickly. He decided to make the most of the situation and, with Takeda's help, earn both money and attention. He took out a restraining rope from his inventory, which restrains neutralized opponents. He connected all the players who were on the same team with him. He went on to further tests and dragged these players along with him like a balloon. Having approached the right place, the players saw that the head of another guard was hanging over them. There were 1,000 such heads, and they all asked that the guests not disturb the Emperor's sleep. After some time, the actions of the protagonist were able to knock out members of his team. One of them was in his right mind, and couldn't believe that Jihan was also from the Bronze League. 10 minutes ago, this man promised Sun that he would soon be finished. He said that after this game, the entire Black Falcon Guild would become his enemy. He, Jean, dealt a few blows to this young man and said that their great guild would not help losers like him. He released his energy on talentless people like him and completely weakened them. This guy couldn't understand where Jihan got so much strength from. Previously, players thought that Sun was a regular support. The young man remembered that the main character's weak point was his niece Saya. When he just started saying something about Jihan's niece, he immediately sewed his mouth shut with energy. The main character was amused that he had completely immobilized his loyal dogs. After the actions of the main character, all the players began to show tears. The protagonist used the same torture where he would inflict repeated attacks and then heal the enemy. Now Sun is on the 6th floor, and there is only one floor left in front of him. If he clears this location, he will move to the 7th floor and then meet the boss. Because of the darkness, the young man could not see the clay warriors who were threatening him. While he was looking at them, some of them began to sneak up from behind. These clay statues were confident that they would be able to defeat Son Jihan. The main character dealt several blows and threw a couple of statues away from himself. He also took care of the traitors and threw them aside. With the help of the magician's sword, he chopped the statues into many stones. The system notified that the tomb began to shake. The statue told the players not to disturb His Majesty's rest. She said that the Emperor must not be disturbed, since he is eternal and is now at rest. Suddenly, Song Jihan received a limited mission to kill all the Guardians. He used his magical abilities and created a shield over the traitors. No action, no magic could destroy this shield. In this case, the main character did not have to constantly think about these players. No matter how many times he used absolute territory, he was constantly surprised at how effective it was. The movements of everyone in this zone are slowed down. Jihan can only overcome these statues with his fist. He realized that in this territory he had true power and everything was in his hands. He thought that Baron should be ashamed for using this ability just to boost his mana. He grabbed his weapon and decided to put an end to these statues. A spark of energy came from where he stood. With his energy, he created a whirlpool and threw the statues away from himself. The system notified that the task was completed, and all the statues were destroyed. The Conqueror's tomb can only be cleared if all team members are alive. A door has opened that must be entered for gold, and the people who enter it remain there. The tomb master told the players that he would give them what they wanted. To do this, you need to fulfill the conditions of the last floor. He asked all players to mind their manners and bow respectfully. The system notified that a task on the top floor had begun. Everyone must stand in the designated place and bow. The main character grabbed the rope and threw his ill-wishers into this place. He held his hand out towards them and concentrated his magic on it. This magic destroyed the rope and freed the players. The players couldn't believe that after such a long time their body could move. For testing with statues, the effect of absolute territory was pumped up. The tomb leader asked the players to bow to him immediately. Using magic, Jihan forced his companions to bow. Just in case, he created a controlled space around them, with the help of which he could control them. At the very end, the main character himself bowed. The owner informed the players that the cleanup had gone perfectly. He asked the thieves to return to where they came from. The system notified San that the 7th floor of the dungeon had been completed. A portal appeared in front of the players, through which they can go back. The players were glad that they had passed this test and received at least some reward. The main character received another task, in which it is necessary to show true respect to the statue of the Conqueror. One of the players was indignant that Jihan was slow and giving the guys from the second group the opportunity to get through here. Jihan grabbed this comrade and turned to the statue of the robber. He said that now, by his action, he would show true respect for him. He stepped forward and threw the player towards God. He flew straight into the horse on which the robber was sitting. The system notified that the player had died and that there were 3 participants left alive. The protagonist said that instead of this gold, he would take something that was truly valuable. He pointed to the golden arrow and said that he wanted to take that one. It turned out that Jihan takes the arrow and shows true respect for the owner of the floor. The king laughed and said that he liked the protagonist's prank. He decided to reward Jihan and gave him a huge sword. He gave him this weapon to show him true respect. The main character happily accepted this gift and created his magic on it. The king decided to play with the player and asked him to catch the arrow that he would launch. Viewers were left wondering how Song Jihan knew about this hidden condition. One of the players felt like he couldn't breathe and was about to die. At that moment, the surviving players burst into flames. However, the main character didn't care about his ill-wishers. Looking at these players, he realized that he was at risk of not being able to withstand it and dying from the heat. He didn't care that his ill-wishers would die, but with their death their weapons would disappear along with them. The main character wanted to prevent this by any means necessary. Due to the heat in the location, all the gold began to melt. One of the team members died, and only 2 players remained alive. Due to the heat throughout his body, the protagonist will not be able to resist the arrow. Beads of sweat ran down his body and he was rapidly losing consciousness. The only way out that could save him was to aim the bow. The main character decided to do this before the king shot him with an arrow. Long ago, a sage appeared before a wandering boy who had lost his way. He showed the young man only one direction in which he should go. Looking back, the young man saw that the road behind him was lit up with light. From the combat dedication of the 3 talents, the most advanced ultra-speed strike has reached the people. The main character used exactly this blow and tried to manage to deliver it before the king fired. As soon as he swung, his bow broke into 2 pieces. The arrow fell neatly to the floor and stuck into it. The sage did not expect that the player would cope with the task and show him true respect. The king asked the robber's name, and he proudly gave his name. Then the king called the young man the most remarkable and noble warrior. As a reward, he decided to give his phoenix arrow to this young man. In conclusion, he said that he would look forward to their next meeting. He added that a more difficult fight awaited them, and after these words he disappeared. The protagonist knew that they would meet, since the battle net is full of such fights. He took the arrow and decided that he needed to cut off the feathers to use it as a spear. Even in slow motion, viewers could not see what ability their idol had. The technique of the immortal sage hits a specific point with a thin ball. Goner realized that through this ordeal he had learned to better control the nameless divine arts. When first used, it was unstable and consumed a lot of power. The more Jihan used it, the more sophisticated it became. The system notified the protagonist that the conqueror had recognized him. Only one of Sun Jihan's companions remained alive. He couldn't believe that his comrade in arms had died at the hands of Sun Jihan. The protagonist swung his hand and created a special divine energy. He told the young man that he would not allow him to take first place because he wanted to stab him in the back. Song Jihan destroyed his ill-wisher with the same arrow he had just received. Soon he returned from the raid, and all the spectators stood waiting for him. When his character was fully loaded, everyone saw that he had a sharp arrow. The girls couldn't believe that the hero received such an item in the bronze dungeon. He asked them if they had watched his stream, where he came in first again. No matter how many times this happened, Lim and Lee could never get used to it. The young man asked the girls to fulfill their agreement. They couldn't start a conversation because they were embarrassed by the main character's spear. Miss Lee still showed the status window, and the hero saw what he wanted there. He saw that she had a top-ranked nurturing skill. Nurture allows the user to nurture other players, causing them to become stronger faster. She began to feel embarrassed, and Lim realized that her friend was afraid to talk about such an ability. She was jealous when she spent a lot of money and received only an education. She was angry that she had given so much time to this damn academy. Lee had always spoken badly about the academy, and it was at the academy that she received this gift. She was angry that the main character didn't say anything about it, only laughed at her. She reproached him for this, but he said that he was only happy. He handed her his phone and asked for her number. The girl told him that she had lost, but he replied that he needed the number. She asked him to look at the business card she had given him last time. Jihan asked for forgiveness and said that he lost his business card. The girl felt uneasy that Sun was saying so simply that he was not interested in her. She suggested that he was attracted by his upbringing. Lee couldn't give him her phone number after everything that happened. However, she still overcame herself and gave him the number, putting a heart at the end. She expected some kind of reaction from him, but he simply said that sooner or later they would definitely call each other. Sia and her school friends watched Jihan's stream in the dungeon. They admired her uncle because they had not previously known that a tomb could be cleared in such a way. Sia and Hiso found out that Jihan had changed since the last time when he appeared as an unemployed alcoholic. One of the friends asked them to introduce her to her uncle. The heroine was glad that her uncle had finally pulled himself together, and now she could be proud of him. Suddenly, everyone remembered that Sia's birthday was coming soon, and she would be able to become an official player. Once they reach adulthood, everyone becomes a player and can see their status window. The gift room is the main reason for the Academy's existence and is of interest to all students. Everyone thought that Sia would receive a gift of at least rank C, since her father was rank C, and her mother was a Saint class in S rank. Moreover, there are rumors that her uncle has a gift of at least S class. Sia reassured her friends and said that it had long been proven that gifts had nothing to do with kinship. She hoped that she would get something worthwhile. For a long time, she was restless while waiting for her birthday. Hiso supported her friend and asked her not to worry. She told her that she should wait for a gift that she personally prepared. It was clear from her look that she was up to something bad. In Japan, Saya's father trained in a self-defense training hall. His subordinates were amazed that he had such sword skills. After the staged round, the Sword King became stronger. He did take a new name, and now his name is Ito Ryuhei. An international competition between Korea and Japan is scheduled to take place on August 15th. At the guild headquarters, Divergent asked his interlocutor how he could marry his own daughter to such a man. From the conversation, it was clear that she was talking to her father. At that moment, she had a fight with her father and said that she would not marry only because of his whim. Lim approached her and the lady told her that her father had chosen a husband for her, and it seemed that he was that fat guy from the self-defense forces. She was furious that she had to attend a date with a bald old man, and she did not understand how anyone could take him seriously as a candidate. Lim supported the guild commander, and she saw her as her only friend. During the conversation, the lady apologized to her assistant for the fact that due to work, she had no time for herself at all. She believed that with such a gift and abilities, Lim could become an excellent player outside the guild. Lim explained that she was in the service of bodyguards and did not want to leave her mistress. She reminded her that the company would soon fall into her hands, but the girl wanted to earn money herself. Lim noticed that the lady's only way to earn money was through gambling. Lee believed that there was nothing illegal about predicting the winner, and that it was a kind of investment. Lim explained to her that since this was an investment, the girl should receive something in return. The lady hinted at a confrontation with Japan and said that a big win awaited her. Even Lim understood that in such a situation, all players were betting on Japan to win. Suddenly, Lee received a message from Sun Jihan. After reading the message, the girl fell into a stupor and lost the power of speech. Meanwhile, footballer Diego went to a restaurant to talk face-to-face with Chihan. In addition to a hearty dinner, the men drank a couple of glasses of alcohol. During the conversation, the main character suggested that his interlocutor switch to informal address, and he didn't mind. The footballer told Sun Sihan that he was upset because he could not live without BattleNet. He explained that he used to be a football star, but at one point he found himself at rock bottom. Due to the loss of his career, he could no longer earn money, and so his wife and children left him. Diego from Argentina was a global football star who had everything he needed. With the advent of BattleNet, people stopped being interested in sports, and that's why he lost his career. The main character felt uneasy because a world-class football player was now teaching stupid kids. Suddenly, Diego turned red and said that his complaints were over, and they could get down to business. He asked the protagonist if he really wanted him to become a magician. The protagonist agreed and explained that his equipment enhances any equipment related to a soccer ball. The man looked sadly at the floor and said that he did not have anything that the magician needed. He also added that according to the status window, his mana is very bad. Sun Jihan showed the perfect ball and asked Diego to evaluate it. In fact, it was not a soccer ball, but a sphere, which is a magical item. This relic was used by Arachne of the spider tribe, and is wrapped in webbing, making it very elastic. Spiders only have legs, so the sphere was used as a ball. This item was perfect for Diego's abilities. The main character believed that this thing would help the football player reveal his potential as a magician. In his past, Diego was the most powerful mage among all the players in existence. The footballer was clearly interested in this item and asked how much it cost. The main character voiced the price of about 50 million, and Diego sobered up from this information. He thanked Jihan for showing him this thing and said that he would never save up for it, even in 10 years. The main character said that he had not finished speaking, and that he would like to give this thing to Diego. Jihan explained that it would be nice to support this young player financially, and he did not understand the reason for this. The protagonist explained his behavior by saying that he wants Diego to join his personal guild. He said that once he reaches the Silver League, he plans to create his own guild. The young man asked him about the funds he had, and Diego said that he planned to earn even more. He showed him the phone, and apparently there were bets on the war between Korea and Japan. Sun Jihan sent a prediction to Ms. Lee that Korea would gain 1 point in this war. None of the current players thought that Korea could defeat the King of the Sword, and so the duel began, and the Sword King thanked his opponents for coming. This fight was supposed to be shown on all channels and was watched by thousands of fans. These are the rates that the main character Diego showed when he asked about his money. Diego said he doesn't disdain the Korean team and noted that the King of Swords is a pretty strong player. The King of Swords is so strong that he can take on an entire team. The main character took the TV remote control and turned on what was needed. He said that it is better to see something once than to try to explain the situation with words. The television was broadcasting live the war between Japan and Korea. The host announced the start of the competition, and everyone was interested in what the result would be. The condition for victory was to defeat all players of the opposing team. There were only 5 rounds, and whoever won 3 would be the winner. The King of Swords was not at all worried and gave various instructions to his team. Suddenly, the team turned on him and said that they were not going to obey him. They added that they do not recognize him as a member of their team just because he is Korean. Besides this reason, they saw a more serious situation. The Sword King's team said that this place was no longer his, and they took on a new player to serve. It turned out that the player had become a victim because the King of Swords decided to continue the game. The boys believed that Ito should apologize to the removed player and stop being so impudent. The King of Swords glowed with a special energy and said that his team did not understand him at all. Suddenly there was an explosion in the hall and all the stands became alarmed. The Japanese team players assumed that the battle had already begun and that one blow had been struck. One of the players from the Korean team shot energy towards the Sword King and hit him. The team leader said he let his guard down because he was arguing with his team. The system showed that the King of Swords was injured, and this gave the Korean team a chance. The leader of Korea asked his subordinates to kill the Sword King first. Ito swung his sword and cut the floor between his team and Korea's team. His team realized that he had made a rash move and had let his team down. He said that they themselves refused to carry out his orders, and then plunged the sword into his chest. He added that he understands the human factor perfectly well, and decided to completely withdraw from participation in the competition. The presenter announced that there was one kill in Korea's favor. All the spectators, including Diego, were stunned by this outcome of events. He asked the main character how he managed to find out the outcome of this match. Of course, Jihan could not answer his interlocutor's question. He suggested watching the match further and following his bets. The outcome of the match was exactly the same as the bets that Jihan made. Before going back in time, he thought it was a setup because the stakes remained small. The host announced that, thanks to the King of Swords' unexpected decision, South Korea had won. As Jihan's prediction said, the best player was Jin Wook. The presenter then announced a change of scenery. When Ito was revived, his team accused him of committing suicide. They believed that he could not kill himself with a sword, just because he was a representative of the Japanese nation. One of the players grabbed the leader, but he said that he was just looking at a bunch of nobodies. Now it was clear to him why Japan lost to Korea every time. He said that if they did not recognize him as the leader, he would kill himself every time and set up the team. He gave the young men a choice and offered either a clear victory or a miserable defeat, as usual. The team thought about it and decided to listen to Ito. The second round began and now the teams were in confusion. Korean players speculated that the Sword King was sent for the sake of hype so that he would kill himself every time. Raising their heads, they saw the King of Swords, who had recently decided to commit suicide, enter the arena. It was clear that the king's mood had completely changed. The leader of Korea asked his subordinates to be on guard and prepare for battle. With just one swing of his sword, Ito was able to destroy the entire enemy team. Some spectators were excited, as they were already expecting Korea to win. However, Japan's supporters rejoiced when their idol was able to defeat an entire team. The fourth round has begun, which should determine whether there will be a draw or a victory for Japan. The judge hoped that the fourth round would not be as miserable a defeat as the previous one. The soul-shaking power of the third round was of a completely different nature. The King of Swords began his attack in the fourth round, and the leader of the Koreans asked his subordinates to block this man. One of the disciples created a special ability, and it became twice as big. Using this skill, he released a chain towards the Sword King and wrapped it around his arm. The commander asked his subordinates to hit with all their might, and not look at the fact that he might hit someone. The Sword King's hand weakened and he dropped his weapon. One of the Koreans tried to stop the ball from falling, but was unable to break it. He realized that the enemy's sword had amazing power and magic. Mr. Ito grabbed his weapon again and stabbed the nearest player. One of the players who had released the chains towards the Sword King realized that they had been destroyed. While he was thinking about this, Ito snuck up on him and struck him. The archer was ordered to shoot at the man so that he would not sneak up on them any closer. However, at the very moment he took aim, he was hit in the chest by the ball. It was an arrow shot by the support of the King of Swords. They told their leader that they were also standing in his defense. Suddenly they saw that Ito was floating as if in the sky, and below him was a girl surrounded by his mana. It was already clear that Team Japan would win again due to the king's strong abilities. The girl saw that there was a flying sword technique in front of her. Ito reproached her for inaction, but she decided to show what she was capable of. She released all the energy from herself, which filled the entire room. The hero praised her for this skill and immediately grabbed his energy sword. He said that in the next minute, he would test his new ability using two swords. Demonic energy and horror were visible in his eyes. He threw the sword to the floor and destroyed it with an explosive stream. A powerful crater remained at the site of the players' battle. The referee declared the round over and Japan had won the entire battle with a score of 3-1. The Koreans believed that one defeat to Japan was not the end, and that they would definitely win in the future. Those watching the battle through the screen couldn't understand how the Sword King managed to win, and why Song Jahan knew about it. Diego asked his friend how he guessed the exact score, and the main character said that he dreamed it. The young man asked Jihan how much money he had received, and he said that it was quite a lot. He managed to make money with that match, but that scene took him by surprise. The King of Swords has become much stronger than the protagonist remembered. Even with the nameless divine arts, Sun will have a hard time. Ito possesses a gift, which is an absolute SSS-ranked dual blade. In terms of rank, Jihan's abilities were no different from those of the King of Swords. The protagonist promised himself that no matter how strong Ito was, he would become much stronger than him. He was sure that sooner or later there would be a real battle between them. Miss Lee saw 4 wins in her bets and was thrilled with the outcome. Her 5 million won turned into almost 200 million. She didn't believe that this day would ever come, and she thanked Sun Jihan for everything. Thanks to the main character, Lee Hae-yoon won 180 million, but lost 20 million overall. In fact, she didn't quite trust Jihan and bet 200 million on Japan winning with a score of 3-0, but lost. The protagonist once again created that ball, similar to a soccer ball, and decided to get down to business. He offered Diego to sign a contract with him and join his guild. The young man couldn't understand why someone like Sun wanted to work with him. He asked him if he was really that valuable, and he agreed. Jihan added that he had just accurately guessed all the outcomes of the match, and therefore he was also confident in his words about Diego's value. He threw this ball at Diego and said that he was sure that he would become the strongest magician. He added that this contract will be his investment in the future. Jihan asked Diego to always be on his side, and he squeezed the ball he gave him. The footballer missed the time when he was important to others. It seemed to him that after the start of BattleNet, he would never be able to experience such feelings again. Sun Jihan gave him hope with his gift and faith in the future. The young men shook hands, and Diego said that there was no reason to refuse this offer. He promised to cooperate with Jihan's guild from now on. He said that he could not accept this gift for free, and promised that he would pay for it sooner or later. The main character liked the confidence of this player. The next day, the games in the Colosseum began again. One of the players rushed at Lim, but she bravely threw him away. The players united and decided that the first thing they needed to do was get rid of her. The girl believed that their strength was not enough to deal with her, and immediately threw them aside. The system notified that there were 50 survivors left, and the game was over. Lim took first place in this game, and she liked the result, as she was given first place for 5 kills. However, the girl believed that it was not yet time to be proud of her results. She wanted to become stronger, like the Sword King who defeated the Korean team in the competition, or like Sun Jihan, who went down in history as an undefeated legend. The girl believed that she was very far from these two players. She used to be strong, but she relaxed after joining the Divergent Guild. In the car, Saya looked at the news about the King of Swords. Hiso asked her if she was okay, but she began to tremble with worry. She said that this condition has been going on for more than a day or several. Hiso decided to support her friend and offered to stay with her today, but she abruptly refused. She was grateful to Hiso for giving her a ride home in her expensive limousine. Hiso told her friend that she could always rely on her to make up for her mistake in time. Suddenly, the car braked sharply and the girls hit their faces on the seat. Hiso asked the driver what the sudden stop was about, and he said that they had arrived at their destination. He explained to the girls that they had arrived at the palace of the King of Swords, and something had excited the girls. There were several people in black standing in front of their car. Song Ji-han jumped from roof to roof for some personal purposes. As he jumped from one roof to the ground, he realized that he felt much lighter than before. During this short period, he managed to improve significantly. He decided to go to the highest point of the city to observe the people. Previously, in the States, he also climbed somewhere higher to be in silence. This moment reminded the main character of the past. Now he fully realized what kind of person Yun was during this period. Before, Song Ji-han and the Sword King had never fought. When half the nation on Earth was lost and the best anchors began to gather together, Yun suddenly disappeared. Sun still doesn't know what happened, but now he sees his opponent as a strong person, just like he was at the peak of his powers in the past. The protagonist realized that he couldn't relax just because he had a fast growth rate. Then, on the roof, he decided that he had to become much stronger than he was in his past life. He set himself the goal of mastering the nameless divine arts as soon as possible. One of the important people was driving away the crowd that had gathered near the tallest building. They were reporters who wanted to talk to Ms. Saya. They asked the girl what she thought about today's Sword King match and his interview, but Hiso asked her friend to remain silent. According to journalists, Sia's statement provokes the King of Swords to take this step. Security tried their best to block people from getting close to Saya. People wanted to interview Saya while her uncle was away. Footsteps were heard. People turned around and were stunned. Standing next to them was the same Song Ji-han they feared. The young man, without thinking, created magic in his hand and asked the people why they had arranged this farce. He threw everyone aside and asked them to leave immediately. With one wave of his hand, he threw all the ill-wishers away from Hiso's car. The reporters came to their senses and reproached the player for dealing with them so mercilessly. They said that his actions completely affect his image. The protagonist said that he was concerned about his image, and that was why he dealt so easily with the reporters. He added that this was their first mistake, and promised that in the future, everything would be much tougher. He walked towards Saya and asked her to get out of the car. The girl was very scared, but she was glad that her uncle saved her from these people. Jihan thanked Hiso's guards for protecting his niece. Hiso asked Sun to be considerate of Sia and take care of her. When Jihan and Sia left, Hiso laughed sharply. She said that during this situation it was very difficult for her to hold back her laughter. Suddenly the reporters saw next to them the granddaughter of the CEO Haewon, who was Hiso. On live television, Ito told people that he no longer had a daughter, and that he had forgotten his entire life before Japan. The protagonist realized that this was exactly why the reporters approached Saya. He was angry at the King of Swords, and decided it was time to give him a dressing down. He didn't know what to do, because everything was just starting to get better. This interview spoiled the girl's whole mood, and she became dejected. Suddenly the girl remembered that her uncle had promised to fulfill one of her wishes. She reminded that she could only get this wish if she found the Shadow Queen. She pointed to the phone and said that she had already made a wish, and that she believed she had found the queen. Song Jihan no longer expected that he would be able to find the Shadow Queen, and completely forgot about this task. The games at the Colosseum began, and Son Jihan was once again broadcasting them live. He appeared in the arena with the only weapon he received in the tomb. He loudly announced to everyone that today he was going to destroy the spectator seats. He decided to check out the girl that Sia had pointed out to him. He hoped that she was the very same Shadow Queen. The day before, the niece told her uncle that this girl was the Shadow Queen. She said she wasn't 100% sure, but for now that was her main suspect. She explained that she first looked at the elven queens who sat on thrones. Those girls were two obvious queens, but this one looks like a shadow. Everyone was asked to pay attention to the color of this girl's eyes. Elves with black eyes do exist, but they are very rare. And also, in addition to the eyes, the sclera itself is black. The main character thought about it and realized that his niece was right. Sia added that it is this elf who looks at who will take first place even before the game starts. It turned out that she was constantly looking at Son Jihan, but he didn't notice it. Sia said she checked other matches to assess the elf's behavior. This suspect was close to those who soon won the game. Even in Li Gaon's case, the elf always looks at the winner. This happens because the Shadow Queen knows the future. But the girl didn't have everything yet, and she showed the last video. She pointed out that the suspect had a very strange shadow from the light. Having brought the screen closer, the main character saw that the elf had a strange shadow next to her leg. The niece said that she found all this on her own right after she received the assignment. The main character thanked the girl and said that it was time to fulfill her wish. He said that for such a niece he would do anything. The girl became embarrassed and decided to think about her desire again. The game has started, and the main character has already committed 10 murders. Once he had defeated the giant goblin, he decided to move on to the important business. He wanted to break down the barrier between the audience and the stage. The barrier's power is comparable to that of a diamond-ranked support's barrier abilities. It is because of this barrier that the protagonist cannot see the true personality through the eyes of a wanderer. He realized that he needed to create a gap to see through the barrier. All his fans were sure that he would be able to destroy the barrier and find the elf. The protagonist knew that he would be able to do this with the help of the golden spear. He could have used other weapons, but this arrow was enough to destroy the barrier. Also, using the way of the sage, he threw the spear at the barrier. Unfortunately, it only started smoking and the spectators weren't even excited. When Jihan hit another shot, his fans said it worked. A gap in the audience's protective shell actually appeared before the main character. Jihan created a skill before his eyes and decided to scan it. He had to make it before the barrier closed again. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the eyes of the very one who was sitting in front of him. Suddenly, the main character felt that he was in a dark world. There was only a bright flash of light behind him. Song Jihan woke up the next day in his bed. Meeting something like this in the Bronze League scared him quite a bit. Even if Jihan were in his previous body, he would still be scared by this phenomenon. He decided to use the accumulated rewards to upgrade the equipment store to level 5. Now he could choose multiple constellations thanks to the upgrade of the store. At first he decided to add an additional vault for an additional task. He opened the status window and saw that he had reached level 22 of the Bronze League. Now that the hero is vigorous and strong, he can be counted among the Silver League. An additional title slot will be required for the title of Successor of the God of Martial Arts. Soon, Sun Jihan's combat strength will reach 30 points, and he will receive the Nameless Martial Arts. By doing this, he will connect himself with the God of Martial Arts and become his successor. He used this title in his past life until his death. At any cost, he decided to take possession of it this time too. He expected that he would soon create a meeting with the King of Swords. Ito was his greatest opponent in this life. The main character decided to buy an apartment with a view of the Han River from a high floor. He wanted to stay in this apartment, but his niece didn't like it. This was expected, since she had spent her entire life in the penthouse of the Palace of Swords. An ordinary apartment would hardly impress the girl, but Jihan hoped for the best. The move was not Sun's desire, but his niece's. This is exactly what she wished for when her uncle was supposed to fulfill her wish. She decided to leave her father's palace so that he would not remind her of the difficult times every time. The realtor insisted that this was the most ideal option in the whole city. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up and she agreed with him. The protagonist turned to his niece and said that they needed more space to live. He explained that they would soon become players, so a connector room would be needed. The realtor said he would look for the perfect option and noted that she was very lucky with her uncle. He turned to the main character and said that he was his secret fan. The man said that he used to be a fan of the Sword King, but due to his move, he decided to leave the fan community. He was very worried about Saya and is glad that she finds the strength to survive this horror. The realtor congratulated the girl on her awakening and said that a long but interesting journey awaited her. He was sure that she would soon receive a valuable gift for her birthday, and Saya almost burst into tears. The main character was bothered by the fact that attention to Sia increased after the battle between Korea and Japan. Surely all these people were interested in the girl's awakening and her gift. And when it turns out that the gift is a low rank, all their attention will become poison for her. The main character decided to prevent all this ridicule and protect Saya from people for some time. At this time, Hiso was talking on the phone and planning her friend's birthday. She promised her interlocutor that Saya would be in the academy's gift room and would help reporters interview her. Her close friend thought she was a total hypocrite because she was selling her friendship for the sake of the media. Sia asked the young man to leave, but he said that he would not leave, otherwise he would not be able to meet Saya. He asked her why Hiso hated her so much, and she said that she was from a simple family, and people still kept comparing them. She explained that she was helping reporters for the good of her family. She wants to publicly humiliate her when she gets a disgusting gift. She asked her assistant to get involved in this matter and take care of Son Jihan, who was always by her side. She wanted the young man to defeat Son Jihan in battle. The man didn't care about Uncle Saya, but he decided to do it for the sake of Hiso's promise. She, Hiso, said that if her friend fulfilled her promise, then he could do whatever he wanted with Sia. The young man had long dreamed of abusing this sweet girl. There were 14 hours left at the academy before Sia would awaken as a player. Hiso offered to go to an interview with her friend, but she flatly refused. The friend insisted that this act would benefit everyone. Hiso explained that due to Sia's innocence, the Sword King was heavily criticized. She insisted that these words needed to be covered with good reporting. Sia decided to leave the conversation and said that she had no time for it now. When the girl left the office, Hiso became furious with her hated friend. She believed that Saya's refusal meant nothing, and that reporters were already waiting for her in front of the entrance to the gift room. I wondered what kind of gift this bastard would get. She decided to write an article about awakening and her bad gift so that she would go straight to hell. She wanted the gift to be F rank. It was difficult for Jihan's niece to restrain herself, since she already knew everything. She knew how Hiso really felt about her. Hiso's friends mocked her for still hanging around with the country bumpkin Sia. She explained to her friends that she wanted to first use her to the maximum, and then send her to hell. Hiso wanted to use her grandfather's connections to send her friend into the abyss. Besides the embarrassment, she wanted to take a bunch of photos of Saya's upset face when she received a bad gift. Unfortunately, this entire conversation was heard by Saya, who was in the restroom. The shock of realizing what Hiso really was didn't last long. She felt uneasy with fear that she would actually receive an F-rank gift. She wanted to get anything but a gift of this rank. She was inside the gift room and prayed to God to give her what she needed. The altar caught fire, which meant that the birthday girl would now be given a gift. When the gift appeared, the girl was shocked. 5 hours before his niece woke up, Song Ji-han was a little nervous. He went to a meeting with important people that was planned. These people informed him that Sia was safe and the gift room was fully guarded. The main character asked his assistants to make sure that no stranger would get to his niece. The agent said that even the academy staff would not approach Saya. Around this time yesterday, Ji-han called Pak to discuss the issue of the Sword Palace donation. Pak then expressed his concerns that he thought someone might break into the gift room. He said the government had provided security to keep Saya safe. The main character felt uneasy that he needed help once again. He arrived at the academy and was told where the gift room was. The agents asked Ji-han to count on their help in case of any situation. The uncle sat down on the bench and began to wait for his niece to appear. He worried about future events, each time trying to set himself up for optimism. He reassured himself that no matter what happened, he would be there to keep her safe. Now he only hoped that his gift would console Saya. Night had fallen, and there were 5 minutes left before awakening. Suddenly, the main character saw Hiso, who was in the company of a reporter. Jihan remembered that Sia introduced Hiso as her friend, but why was there a reporter next to her? The hero was interested in how the girl got here, because the entrance was closed, but she said that she had a lot of connections. Jihan said that she would not be able to hide the fact that the secret had crept in here. Hiso replied that she came here because she had business at the academy. She said she wanted to interview Sia, but Jihan was against the idea. He started threatening the company, and the reporter immediately became scared. The girl continued to insist, and Jihan promised her that he would not remain indifferent to her prank. Hiso started to play the fool and said that she would have to defeat Jihan in battle. She came up with the idea to make it look like Song Jihan, who was protecting his niece, was being attacked by an unknown warrior. By warrior, she meant her friend who was level 50. It's Sia's birthday, and she gets a status window. The status window notified her that she had received a rank F gift called a late flower. The girl was sure that her life was now over, and she burst into tears. At this time, Song Jihan was indeed attacked by that young man. The young man asked the protagonist not to interfere with him loving Sia with all his heart. The hero was angry that this boy dared to mention the name Sia. Without thinking, he swung at his attacker and hit him with all his might. At the moment of impact, he felt that the young man had stone skin, and the blow did not bring any results. Then the attacker struck back and accused Jihan of being overconfident. Hiso and the reporter watched this and filmed the incident on camera. The heroine was confident that her partner would defeat this worthless player. The young man believed that Jihan did not know his place because people called him a rising star. Suddenly, Jihan hit the young man on the chin with all his might. Blood began to flow from the player's mouth and he was thrown upward. Hiso's face became sad and the reporter was horrified. The boy was surrounded by Sun Jihan's energy hand, which he couldn't get rid of. He didn't even imagine that a level 22nd player had such a hidden ability. The main character explained that in this way, he would leave a mark on the young man so that he would not do anything like that. Hiso became disillusioned with her partner, and the reporter even fled the scene. Her partner fell like a huge carcass right at her feet. Sia continued to sit in the arena where she was given a gift. She couldn't find the strength to cry. She understood that her sadness would not change anything, and she needed to come out. She opened the status window again and didn't understand how she could live with it any longer. She believed that even with this gift, in the very first game she would be shaking with fear of the Bronze League. The description of the gift told her that she would be able to realize her potential. A little later, when she went outside, she saw a tuft of a man's hair hanging in the air and an unconscious body lying nearby. She asked her uncle what he had done, and he said that the attacker deserved it. Jihan suggested that his niece take a little break and look at her friend. When she looked back, Hiso was blaming Jihan for bringing her friend to this state. She started threatening Sun, and he threw a clump of the man's hair at her. He said she would not be able to manipulate the media because her family runs a major publishing house. Hiso promised that she would create and spread fake news. She was sure that Jihan's family would become the most disgusting family in the world. According to her, all people will fall silent at their mere presence. She said that the treatment of Jihan's family was already disgusting because of the relationship with the King of Swords. Son Jihan announced that Hiso could try hard, but they could just up and leave Korea. He created a fiery flame in his hand and asked the girl to answer for her actions. Hiso asked Jihan not to threaten her, because if it weren't for Ito, they would never have been able to even talk to her. He put out his hand and launched a flame at Hiso. At that moment, Sia's ex-girlfriend sparkled. The hero reproached the girl that she was not one of those people who thought about their behavior. Jihan decided to teach her a lesson about what would happen if someone got involved with his family. Using fire, he created a vortex around Hiso. After this incident, Jihan and her niece went home. The girl asked him if everything would be okay with them after such statements. She said she was very glad that she managed to get revenge on the hater, but she was a little sad. She explained to her uncle that Grandpa Hiso's company was the largest in the country. The hero was sure that there would be no threats, precisely because the company was too influential. He added that no sane person would do anything bad for the director's granddaughter, who threatens the best player. Sun decided to move on to something important and asked his niece what gift she had received. She looked down and told about the late flower. She believed that it would be difficult for her to succeed as a player. For the first time in his life, the uncle decided to show his niece his status window. Seeing the status window, Sia was surprised. She saw that his gift was also a C-rank gift and wondered how he managed to become strong. Jihan said that many people in this world don't know about stats because the conditions for obtaining them are hidden. He said that his niece can also get unique stats and become a strong player. He added that the birthday present was not the most important thing, and handed her a personal gift. This thing in his hands should show the girl the right way. Before Jihan's return to time, the best in the world was Jinyu from China. She also received the C-rank late flower. Despite this gift, in each of her fights the girl brilliantly defeated all her opponents. At that time, Song Ji-han couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. He couldn't imagine that the gift that brought everyone to despair and death had such a secret. Then Sia returned to her previous state and realized that any gift could be improved. It turned out that Ji-han explained to her that 50 games were needed to increase the rank of the gift. With his personal gift, he helped his niece see the essence and hidden meaning of any gift. Ji-han gave this birthday gift to Sia, which was made from the broken monocle of a high-ranking envoy. The uncle explained to his niece that she could soon receive the rare stat he had spoken about. The girl calmed down when she realized that she could become one of the best BattleNet players. She burst into tears when her uncle told her that she had indeed received a good gift. Ji-han became curious about how long his niece had prayed for a good gift. Because of her father's betrayal, Sia's life became a source of gossip for people. The more pressure they put on her, the more she wanted to deal with all this evil. She was probably very afraid that she would get a useless gift. The uncle created his own handkerchief with the help of his magic and threw it to his niece. When she saw him, she couldn't believe her eyes. Ji-han believed that the girl should not hold back her tears, because she had been through too much. The girl believed that she could not cry because it wasted her time laughing. For the first time, she admitted to her uncle that she considered him the most amazing person in her life. She added that she believed that he knew the whole future, but he said that he was just lucky in life. The girl's anxiety went away, and Sia suggested dinner. Ji-han told her that during her absence he had prepared a lot of things for the holiday. Hiso's partner, and she returned to Akade and returned to their place. The young man couldn't hold back his tears because all of his hair and eyebrows were burned off by Song Ji-han. An assistant arrived in the room with footage from the surveillance camera. The victim decided that he would not leave it like that, and wanted to find some dirt on Ji-han's family. He watched the cameras from the gift room and realized that Sia's emotions were too upset. He decided to take this shot for his article, where he would write about a bad gift. As he was preparing the article, it turned out that Hiso had still not recovered, and she would soon receive a new lesson. At this time, Shiny was bored, because he was caught in unrequited love and a broken heart. In recent days, he had felt helpless after being rejected by someone he had sought to get close to. He considered himself the only one who could deal with everyone who was troubling Ji-han. After this act, he realized that he was destined to become the manager of this player. The audience believed that Blestyashka was exaggerating his help and turned against him. After his birthday, the hero went to undergo another test. He fought the creatures alone, while his team watched his actions. Song Ji-han dealt with the attackers well with his abilities. Once again, the computer system notified that the game was over, and the main character and his team took first place. All the action again took place on the tower where the crystal had to be guarded. Thanks to this game, Ji-han was able to increase his level and can now participate in Silver League battles. He entered the top 100 of the Bronze League, and will soon go through a battle for promotion among the top players. These are the most successful people in the BattleNet who will fight in the battle for promotion to ensure their passage to the next league. The goal of these players is to move up to the Silver League. They will all fight until there is only one left. The fight for promotion is a kind of survival game. The game will end only when there is a winner left out of the 100 participants. The protagonist studied the list of these players and saw a familiar name. One such player was Bronze League player Baron Williams. The protagonist expected to meet this player soon, but not so soon. He felt uneasy about even allowing the thought that he could lose to him. The decisive factor that allowed Song Ji-han to be among the top players is his unique strength indicator. The physical strength, endurance, and speed required to unlock divine arts are no match for the power that transcends reality. Also, these indicators cannot be compared with the absolute territory of mana enhancement and telekinesis. Besides all this, there are also different classes. The power that Baron used was on a completely different level. Baron's strength is at least twice as strong as Song Ji-han's. Ji-han may have excellent control, but it is nothing in the face of absolute power. Baron became the #1 in the ranking thanks to her alone. The main character was expecting this meeting and prepared for it as much as possible. He knew that even during the Bronze League, Baron was known for its mana, which was at the Diamond level. Ji-han believed that fighting him face to face was suicide. Sun wanted to unlock the nameless divine arts as soon as possible. When he opened Baron's player profile, he still couldn't believe that it was the same person. Suddenly the young man's phone rang and he saw that it was Lee Hae-young calling him. He thought she was calling to thank him. The girl once again asked Ji-han for help and asked who she should bet on this time. At the Divergent Guild, Lim came to the lady to accompany her to the meeting. The girl was in no hurry to leave and asked her assistant to give her 10 minutes. She thought that this time would be enough for her until Song Ji-han gave her an accurate prognosis. During the conversation, Lee told her assistant that there was news that Ji-han had entered the top 100 ranking. Lim was surprised to learn that Baron from the States also ended up there. Song Jihan told Lee to bet on Jihan winning this battle. Lim didn't understand how Song Jihan planned to deal with someone who was flying around, raining down blows. Both girls thought it would be safer to bet on Baron to win. Lai was a little hesitant because all of Jihan's predictions had come true before. Suddenly, the lady asked Lim Guyan what her results were on the BattleNet. She saw that her assistant had been working on herself for a long time. The girl clenched her fist and decided to tell her boss everything. Song Jihan opened the status window and saw that his combat power had increased by 1 point. Now she has 30 points. He also learned that the constellation of the Wandering God of War had found his trail. The protagonist activated the Wanderer's eyes and found himself in darkness again. He was overcome by the same feeling as last time. The system reported that the Wandering God was glad that their meeting had finally taken place. At that moment, the Wandering God of War recognized Song Jihan as his successor. In his past life, this god also helped the protagonist, and in this life, he helped him learn the divine arts. Usually, the patronage of a constellation carries with it enormous consequences, but the Wandering God of War did not ask for anything in return. With the help of this god, Jihan learned the technique of the lightning-fast step of the flickering sky. The system reported that God was dissatisfied with the fact that the hero's 3 dantians were already open. The system also added that the God of War is very afraid of Song Jihan. At this point, the study of martial arts techniques was also stopped. The God of War returned back and the hero woke up in his room. The first thing he decided to do was check the status window and confirm what he had just seen. Song Jihan, who is about to participate in the promotion battle, has lost his greatest gift. The next day, he picked up his niece from the academy, and she told him that she had abandoned her. She said she felt like she was reborn when this heavy burden fell from her shoulders. Sia decided that the academy was no longer necessary and decided to receive training from her uncle. The main character was sure that everyone would no longer have any problems. Now the main problem in their family was his lack of a gift. The decisive battle would take place tomorrow, but Jihan didn't know what to do. Not only did he lose the eyes of the Wanderer, but he also missed the opportunity to inherit the nameless divine arts. Sia noticed that her uncle was worried about the approaching battle for the succession to the Silver League. The player agreed, but felt that he was more concerned about the uncertain future. The niece reassured her uncle and said that she was confident of his victory. According to her, he always tried to find a way out where there was none. She foresaw a situation where her uncle would return home and declare himself the winner. She even decided to take part in the betting and put everything on his victory. The young man believed that such an act could bring trouble and asked her not to do it. The girl calmed down and said that she didn't really want to place bets. Suddenly, the hero's eyes sparkled and an unknown energy burst out from it. This was a surprise to Jihan, and he couldn't understand what had just happened. That evening, he went to the playground and thought about what had happened. He had a strange feeling in his eyes that he had never had before. He slowly approaches the source of pain using force and then removes it. He decided to slowly approach the source of pain using force and then remove it. When he thought about this, his eyes sparkled with red energy and brought pain. The protagonist thought for a second that he had just lost an eye. The system informed him that he had eliminated all traces of the Wandering God of War. She added that player Song Jihan had completely freed himself from the power of the constellation. According to her, he is now absolutely free and does not belong to anyone. The protagonist learned that he can now receive support from another constellation. This meant that the God of War was standing in his way all the time, and not allowing him to receive support from another constellation. The main character perked up and felt lightness throughout his body. The system reported that the God of War is now even more wary of Jihan. Because of his fear, he even ran away, and the system could not detect him. The main character lives his life for the second time, but there are many more questions than answers. He decided to take the chance and find another constellation. This new opportunity came at just the right time. The system showed the previous task and said that you need to find the Queen of Shadows and provoke her. The hero assumed that she could support him, but he was worried about tomorrow's fight. He needed to compensate for the absence of the God of War by any means necessary. The next day, the battle for promotion among the best players began. The audience asked each other if they all bet on Song Jihan to win. The rules were announced, according to which the winner is the one who remains last. The audience supported their idol and asked him to win at any cost. Song Jihan believed that he shouldn't fight with everyone. All the players rushed towards him, but he skillfully waved his valuable gift. While he was deflecting the blows, he noticed an energy ball flying towards him. He concentrated his mana on the spear and used it to repel the attacker. One of the players noticed that Song Jihan was left without a weapon and pointed his mana towards him. However, at that very moment he received a blow to the face. The completely unarmed player managed to put him on the floor with the first blow. The protagonist believed that he was in no danger except for Baron. Raising his head, he saw the tip of a red sword. It was a warning blow, and turning around, the hero saw Lim Gayun. He couldn't understand why his friend was in this field. After the start of the Space Championship, the Northeast Asian League began. Japan's representative in the final was, of course, the Sword King Ito. At that time in Korea, no one could give him an equal fight, and out of fear, Korean pranksters avoided him. The representative of Korea was the candidate for successor to the King of the Sword. That girl was the Plum Blossom Sword Lim Gayun. She swung again and struck the main character, but he skillfully dodged. He didn't understand what was going on, because this girl wasn't on the list of the best players. For a moment, Jihan thought the future had changed. As the girl attacked again, Sun used the skills of the flickering sky. Bright blue and yellow energy completely enveloped the heroine's body. It was so strong that she couldn't move. With the help of magic, he regained his spear and grabbed it more tightly. He couldn't believe that such a fragile girl always had so much strength. He realized that all this time she had been working on herself, because her indicators were different from those they had been during their last meeting. Her blows became heavy, all unnecessary movements disappeared, and her steps became lighter. For a long time, these heroes fought among themselves. Jihan was curious about what was going on in the girl's head while they were apart. Earlier, the lady asked her assistant what her account was on BattleNet. She couldn't hide the truth and said that she had entered the top of the best players in the Bronze League. This happened when she recently rose to level 25. She said that she always took first place, except for those places where she met Song Jihan. She turned to the lady and decided to ask her for a favor. Lim said she didn't have any equipment and would like to buy some new ones. Her sword was too heavy for her, but she tried to get used to it, but her hands couldn't cope. She apologized to the lady and asked for forgiveness for considering her gift not good enough. Lee Ha-young reproached her assistant for telling her about this only now. The girl believed that if they got rid of Song Jihan, Lim's abilities would become even better. The lady promised her assistant that she would get the perfect weapon for her. In return, she asked Lim to show everyone the best she could in the fight for promotion. According to Lee, if her assistant concentrates, she can overcome Song Jihan himself. She sincerely encouraged her with words that she had the power to rise even higher. Lim was grateful to the lady for recognizing her as a good player. The girl promised her that she would cope, but she was not sure that she would be able to fulfill this promise. She dealt the main character another blow, but was immediately hit in the face with a spear. Now she was sure that she would never defeat Song Jihan. Jihanu couldn't understand why the girl continued to try hard, because she knew that she wouldn't win. The girl managed to defeat many times those whom she considered weak. Lim told Jihan that she knew better than anyone that she couldn't defeat him now. She was also sure that in the future she would lose every fight with him, but she continued to try. She believed that even if she couldn't surpass him, she had to try her best to match him. Suddenly she swung her sword, and the entire Colosseum was filled with pink flowers. The main character was surprised that in front of him was the player who was fighting to become better, knowing that he would not defeat his opponent. In her past life, the Sword King killed her with 2 swords. The hero was interested in how his return in time would affect the future. He always believed that this girl should be on his side. The girl whispered the code words to use the secret plum blossom technique. After that, she grabbed the sword more tightly and rushed towards the main character. This technique doesn't work very well with the golden spear, but there is a technique that fits this situation. This technique is called the third catastrophe of earthly martial devotion. When this technique is activated, a 1,000-fold rampage occurs. Among the top 3 players in the US Bronze League is Warrior Clark Jr. He and his team approached player Baron Williams and began making threats. They thought that some coward who buffs others from behind their backs had entered the ranking of the best players in the world. Baron wanted to show Clark that he were on completely different levels. He reproached his opponents for running in like a bunch of ants, and now trying to just talk without fighting. He created a special energy in his hand and asked his opponents to attack together. The system notified the best player that he needed to prove that he was the strongest. The players rushed at Baron, but he immediately met them with only one hand. The shockwave from this force was able to knock over the remaining players. The players who had snuck up behind them asked the others to simply attack Baron and destroy him. But Baron turned around abruptly and threw those players aside as well. There was not even a glimmer of humility in Baron, only ignorance. Baron looked back and saw Song Jihan dealing with all the opponents. At that moment, the man began to seriously fear this player, just like in the old days. Baron approached Jihan and asked if it was really him, the invincible player. During the awkward conversation, Baron activated the energy and threw Jihan away from him. However, he did not die and attacked Baron with the help of the shimmering skywalk. The top player created magic seals and waved them upward. The main character also did not stand still and rushed forward with his abilities and golden spear. He threw a punch at Baron, but he quickly dodged it. The man believed that such a non-entity could not hope to rise to the same level as him. He sent a magical flow towards Jihan and created an explosion on the ground. The main character managed to resist this attack again and survive. The top player thought that the lower, tiny insects were like Jihan. Laughing at Sun, he created even more powerful energy and hoped that his death was already near. When he launched this Jihan energy, all the nearby players were struck by it. The entire arena of the Colosseum was burning as if there was volcanic lava on it. Baron thought he had defeated Jihan, but suddenly he saw that he was still alive. Song Jihan splashed his mana and knocked away the main player. Besides everything else, this blow also threw back the nearby players. Thanks to the battle with Baron, Sun Jihan was able to earn 20 kills and take first place. Baron couldn't understand how Jihan survived, because the flame merges with the force and burns until the enemy dies. It turned out that Song Jihan was simply taking advantage of the controlled space that was protecting him. The man became alarmed when he realized that Sun was using 2 state windows just like him. The protagonist said that status windows are not something exclusive and secret. Having received them, he realized how worthless his opponent was. Jihan concentrated his energy and threw the enemy aside. The man believed that the main character was just pretending and simply laughing at him. He promised him that he would burn him to the ground and not even ashes would remain. The protagonist extended his hand and promised that he would never allow this to happen. The same crystal appeared in his hand, and he decided to use all his powers. Previously, he could not decide whether the Shadow Queen could help him. He didn't know what to do in tomorrow's battle. He needed to make up for the lack of the god of war. Suddenly he remembered that he had a crystal that gives the player a divine blessing. This was exactly the moment that Song Jihan had been waiting for. The system notified that player Song Jihan's stats had increased by half. Baron was a coward, always embarrassed that he was not as muscular and tall as others. He was also so afraid to fight that people said he was wasting his gift. If Baron had taken advantage of 2 state windows and 2 classes, he would have dominated the BattleNet. However, Baron chose to be a support and a mage at the same time. In simple words, he must always remain in the rear of the group and protect it. However, his power changed and he began to dominate the battlefield with his mana. All the countless rising stars fell before him. Players said that Baron had 2 disasters in his hands. The first one, which is Fire Water, allows him to rush through enemies thanks to a tsunami of flame. Usually no one survives when affected by this ability. The man was sure that this time it would be the same, and Song Jihan would die from his abilities. However, everything was not as he wanted. The protagonist used the ways of the immortal sage and repelled this attack. Jihan informed his opponent that he seemed stronger on the outside than he actually was. He considered Baron a dud, and at that very moment rushed at him. According to Jihan, Baron was too concerned with hiding his lack of skills rather than developing them. The protagonist knocked the enemy to the floor, and using his spear and his abilities, dealt him a decisive blow. The man was pinned to the ground and unable to move. He whispered his guest that he thought Song Jihan knew everything about him. Jihan said that no matter how much he feigned confidence and pretended to be strong, he could not hide his feelings of inferiority. A pang of conscience sank deep into Baron's heart. Building muscle, changing appearance and abilities are necessary for adaptation, but there is no point in them if the inside remains the same. The man stood up and asked the hero not to show his ignorance. Jihan responded in kind, and hoped that this situation would teach Baron a lesson. He decided to stop chatting and created divine energy with his foot. He suggested that the enemy end the fight and threw an arrow in his direction. However, he shot his energy at Sun and sent him flying a long distance away. Lightning burned through the protagonist's shirt and almost damaged the golden spear. People call this ability the second catastrophe. Lightning concentrates mana to pierce an enemy, and is perfect for Baron. This ability is more about the amount of power than the precision of its control. However, the protagonist was able to survive its full power. He blocked the spear thrust at the last moment to avoid a fatal wound. Baron noted that Sun Jihan had perfect reaction time. However, he believed that he still had the advantage, since Jihan was unable to fully repel this attack. He recreated this ability and believed that there would be no second chance for salvation. He wanted to put all his strength into this decisive blow. Blue and red energy flew towards the main character. All the players who watched this thought that the game was over for Jihan. Everyone predicted that Sun Jihan would lose, but only he knew that he would win. He knew this because the Shadow Queen was watching him all the time. From the very beginning, the Shadow Queen knew that Song Jihan would win this battle. When Baron launched energy at him, the protagonist took a pose and threw an arrow. The arrow pierced the man and split him into 2 parts. Song Jihan didn't even hesitate when he learned that the arrow would disappear after 5 throws. In fact, the arrow was not aimed at Baron, but at the Shadow Queen. Seeing the arrow flying towards her, the queen became worried, but could do nothing. Soon, A large explosion occurred at the place where she stood. For the first time in history, the barrier of the Colosseum was broken. The host announced that South Korea's biggest rising star, Son Ji-han, had defeated the strongest Baron. Ms. Lee Ha-young bet all her money on Baron and realized that she had lost. She didn't understand why her comrade was so good at fighting. She realized that this time she had lost all the money she had earned last time. Lim's assistant approached her and reproached her for not considering her as a winner. It was expected, but still offensive for Lim. The lady said that there was no need to be offended because she lost when the fight had just begun. She embarrassed her assistant by telling her that she had to hold out as long as possible to get her attention. Despite the loss, Lim felt like a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. The fight with Song Ji-han showed her that she was getting stronger and stronger. She promised the lady that she would not stop at the level she had achieved. Lee Ha-young said that from now on she will only root for her assistant. Bare was angry that he died from a blow that was not intended for him. It was announced live on air that player Son Ji-han had managed to destroy the protective barrier. He turned to the Shadow Queen and greeted her. After this powerful blow, the Shadow Queen was surrounded by her dark energy. All the players watched this and couldn't understand what was happening. The Queen's dark energy was directed towards Song Ji-han. The live broadcast showed that the broadcast was not happening due to a sudden error. Seo realized that she was right, but that didn't stop her from worrying about her uncle. The main character found himself surrounded by darkness. Even the air was so heavy and cold that it was difficult for him to breathe. Ji-han didn't understand if the Shadow Queen was watching him, because no notification appeared. He decided to continue the attack and use the path of the immortal sage. He threw the spear towards the Dark Queen. However, she took and absorbed the energy of this sword. Then the main character realized that none of his attacks would work on her. When the dark shadow snuck up on him, he struck at it. The hero realized that it was as if he had struck emptiness with his fist. Looking around, he realized that in front of him were not real warriors, but only shadows. These shadows attacked not only the main character, but also other players. With their light blows, they pierced both men and women through and through. Blow after blow, the protagonist fought off these shadows and defended himself. He was worried that physical attacks were ineffective against the Shadow Queen. He decided to turn to another ability and created Divine Power. He cast this Divine Power on the falling shadow and blinded it. The force didn't do the required damage, but it did a small amount. One of the shadows grabbed the protagonist by the hand, and at that moment he realized that he needed to defend himself with light. He decided to make a light emission around himself. Like that time when he had not yet mastered the lightning-fast tread of the flickering sword, he swung his spear and created exactly this ability around himself. The shadows could not approach him because he was surrounded by light. The main character smiled easily because everything turned out to be much simpler than he expected, but suddenly his face darkened due to the threat that arose. The BattleNet connector is needed to reduce pain during the game. It is recommended to reduce pain by 80%. Most of the best players use models that reduce pain by 90%, allowing them to play more boldly. This frees them from the fear of pain. But Son Ji-han was one of those players who used a connector. He was the only one who knew that BattleNet would soon become a reality for all of humanity. The connector can only temporarily remove players' feelings of pain. Once the real game and the Space League starts, he will become useless to all players. And to fight, putting one's life on the line, means to always be in reality, which is why Ji-han does not use the connector. Many times the fire burned Song Ji-han's skin, and lightning in this test struck the heart with 100,000 volts. Even then, Song Ji-han endured pain that no ordinary person could possibly imagine. Now he risks being cut in half by a 10-meter sword. None of the players could understand what happened to Ji-han. They were curious about the black shadow flying over the Colosseum. For some reason, this black shadow only attacked Song Ji-han. Previously, the main character knew that this fight would not be equal. The dark shadow was too big, and the hero didn't know how to defeat it. He knew that if he continued to evade her, his death could soon come. The attack on Baron brought Song Ji-han into the spotlight. Now many players want to get rid of him, taking advantage of the opportunity. Son Ji-han can't stay in defense because many players have already set their sights on him. They watched silently from the sidelines and waited for the right moment to attack. The protagonist grabbed the spear more tightly and realized that he had no other choice. He decided to face everyone head-on and increased his mana and fire. The entire location was illuminated by a bright light emanating from the fire. Song Ji-han struck the ground and destroyed it. He created magical seals on the tip of his arrow and was ready to attack. Seeing these actions, the other players rushed to run back. The only danger left for the main character was the Queen of Shadows. With his previous blow, he was able to kill all of her assistants, and she was left alone. Suddenly, Song Ji-han saw that he was surrounded by a dark shadow again. He realized that this would not stop until the real body was in order. He decided to put an end to this and activated the 3 Dantians. He decided that in this situation, he had to use high-ranking martial arts. It glowed with golden energy and increased slightly in size. He knew his strike wouldn't be perfect given his current level of ability. He decided to add the power of the Phoenix's golden spear to his attack. Phoenix Fire activates upon throwing and compensates for the hero's lack of strength. Since ancient times, lightning has been considered divine wrath. It was considered a kind of punishment that God sent to humanity when the world was filled with darkness and chaos. The main character created a bright flash and illuminated the entire location. The system notified that a danger had occurred because Jihan had gone beyond his potential. He used the lightning god's martial arts that purifies all demons and evil. He also used nameless divine arts, divine lightning technique, and lightning flash, compensating for the lack of power with the Phoenix arrow. Jihan was able to use another ground ability. To be precise, he used 80% of this ability. The initial flash of lightning is the synthesis of countless lightning bolts. Sun failed to combine them, and they became equal in speed to the Phoenix arrow. His ability was able to illuminate the Dark Queen's face. The tip of the spear glowed with a fiery flame and carried within it a deadly energy. This unfinished attack only succeeded in revealing the true face of the Shadow Queen. Unfortunately, the attack did not harm her at all. At least it seemed that way, but her face still received some of that energy. The main character, burnt by fire, realized that this time he succeeded. He realized that the lightning delay had worked in his favor. He would never have thought that his lack of skill seemed useful to him. He regained his magic spear and decided it was time for the final attack. However, he didn't understand if he had provoked the Shadow Queen enough. When she looked at him with a crazy look, the system notified that the task was completed. The queen began to strike with her shadows, but the hero skillfully dealt with them. He understood that because of his burnt hand, he would not be able to withstand this fight for long. All the players behind him were shrouded in shadows. Jihan realized that the queen had only captured them, but not killed them. He assumed that this action was part of her plan. A terrible shadow enveloped all the players. The Shadow Queen must be eager to finish him off first. Then the hero tensed his legs and took advantage of the lightning-fast gate of the shimmering sky. Because of this shadow, he seemed to be petrified and could not move. The protagonist raised his head and saw a huge arrow of dark energy flying towards him. However, he was able to see that this attack was very slow. Jihan understood that if he lost, he would not be able to take first place. He decided that others had to lose first. Most of Sun's body is tied up, but if he manages to move his fingers, another energy will be recreated. The players were happy that now their main opponent would die at the hands of this queen. However, something happened that made the foam come out of their mouths. The system notified that all nearby players were killed. Only Sun Jihan remained alive, unable to move. When the queen realized this, her face changed greatly. Jihan realized that he had broken the queen's plan, and thus took first place among all the players. Because of his victory, he will soon be taken out of the game, and the queen will not be able to destroy him. Her huge shadow was already a couple of meters away from Song Jihan's head. From above, it was clear that it was not a huge shadow, but a powerful shadow sword. This sword still fell on the main character, and the queen gloated about it. But suddenly the girl saw Song Jihan's hand emerge from the huge shadow. The main character barely managed to dodge at the very last moment. The influence of the battle net diminishes when the game ends. And this is what Sun told the Queen of Swords. This is precisely the feature that concerns the shadow of the Queen of Swords. The young man laughed and said that this time his left hand would be enough for the queen. His left hand was gently thrown to the side and became covered in pixels. The system notified that the game is over and the hero will soon log out. In conclusion, he promised the Queen of Swords that they would definitely meet again. Jihan found himself in his room completely healthy. Despite the integrity of his body, this game squeezed all the strength out of him. If the protagonist had been late even for a second, he would have been finished. Before the Shadow Queen's sword touched him, he concentrated all his strength into his fingers. He did this in order to cut the arteries of the remaining players. He was afraid that the queen would take advantage of this moment. But fortunately, everything turned out well. The fact that the queen only took away Song Jihan's left hand is a real miracle. In fact, Jihan was sure that that thing could easily finish him off. He wouldn't want to get caught up in that game again. For this challenge, the player received 1 million achievement points. In addition, he received the 5th level. He received the title of King of all Kings of the Bronze Age. The protagonist agreed with the system and changed his rank. He decided to see how many achievement points he had, and discovered that he had been given a huge amount of points for coming in first place without a gift. In the end, losing the God of War helped him a lot. Suddenly he saw that his shirt was torn on his left arm. He suggested that it was the BattleNet effect. This was not possible because they were still in the learning stage. It may be that the constellation is a being from another dimension. While he was thinking, Sia burst into the room. She was very worried about her uncle because the broadcast from the battlefield was cut off. The protagonist didn't know this, and Sia explained that the broadcast disappeared after the moment he broke the barrier. Song Ji-han thanked his niece for helping him find the Shadow Queen. Suddenly, the girl saw that something was wrong with her uncle's hand. Song Ji-han didn't want Sia to worry, and said that his sleeve was just torn. However, when he looked at his hand, he saw that it was covered with the energy of the Shadow Queen. The system issued a warning and reported that a curse had been detected. At the headquarters of the Divergent Guild, every move of the main character was studied. Lee watched as Song Ji-han defeated Barerin and destroyed the barrier. She is looking forward to what the future holds for Song Ji-han. She decided once and for all that her guild needed to hire Song Ji-han as a player. This fight made Ji-han too famous. At one of the meetings, everyone considered him a very valuable player and decided to contact him immediately. It was in the American First Guild and in Japan, and also in China. However, in Japan, they thought they had a problem because Song Ji-han would not join them for any amount of money. They wanted to invite Song Ji-han with the help of that witch, but they needed to control the Sword King. One of the assistants told the master that he had an idea on how to keep the Sword King and charm Song Ji-han. That same evening, a helicopter was served on the roof of the guild. The King of Swords was worried that his girlfriend was suddenly going somewhere. At home, his heart glowed with loving energy and promised that it would return soon. She asked Ito to wait for her, and then they could continue to love each other. She thought that today was the perfect time to visit that one. Kim, who is the head of the Ministry of BattleNet, came to see Sun Jihan, but he poured juice on him. For this prank, the man insulted Jihan and humiliated him. 10 minutes ago, he received a call asking for help. He came to the main characters to convey to them very important words. Sun never expected that the head of the BattleNet ministry would visit them. The man said the ministry had decided to reward the player for his achievements. In return, Jihan and his niece need to publicly apologize to Taiwan. The man explained that the main character's family attacked a family member, the CEO of the company. The Hiso family is willing to turn a blind eye to what happened if the heroes sign a contract to become their advertising models. The minister thought it was a very good offer, but Jihan immediately refused it. He asked the guest to leave if he had nothing more to say. As Song Jihan began to leave, the minister said that Taewon was preparing an article about his niece. He explained that the importance of this printed publication could ruin the future of any person. He added that people still despise his family for their connection with the Sword King. He should be grateful that he was given the right to apologize. The protagonist believed that everyone was using Saya to blackmail him. Kim said that Jihan had just made the ministry and the printing company his enemies. He promised that he would personally ask for the article about them to be published everywhere. Saya told her uncle that she didn't care at all. The minister arrived at the Taewon company's headquarters. He spoke about what happened and added that victories on the BattleNet had clouded Son Jihan's eyes. CEO Taewon, whose name is Cheol, thought that Jihan would be difficult. Hiso showed her grandfather the phone and tried to explain the situation. In different countries, people only talk about the gift of Sia. The girl believed that her classmate got what she deserved when everyone started discussing her because of the gift. Hiso's father promised that the Sia family would face the consequences of their actions. A subordinate of the general director arrived at the office, but he said that he had important information. He turned on Son Jihan's live broadcast, in which he exposes Taewon and the ministry. It turned out that he recorded the entire conversation with Kim on a dictaphone. The protagonist publicly revealed that the ministry was blackmailing him. He told about how the CEO's daughter attacked him and wanted to write a malicious article about Saya. According to Jihan, the head of the ministry, who cooperates with this company, did not succeed, so they decided to publish such an article about the gift. The young man had already analyzed what Saya's gift was capable of, using his monocle. He was confident that the true essence of the gift would emerge and other people would be able to see it. The protagonist decided that it was time to publicly present Sia's gift for all to see. Hiso was speechless when she realized that this gift could be upgraded to the required level. Sia no longer worried about anything, and she was confident that she would succeed in doing it. The protagonist asked that the audience no longer have any misunderstandings, because Sia's gift is useful. Viewers began to write that with such a gift, any guild would accept the girl. Suddenly, the main character received a message that one of the viewers had donated quite a lot of achievement points to him. This viewer added that he is a scout for the American First Guild, and his name is Robert. He asked Jihan to open access to his private messages to talk about cooperation. The protagonist decided not to refuse this cooperation and decided to show this message on the stream. The viewer offered Jihan $300 million as a salary. The protagonist announced that he had a small dream to create a guild in Korea once he entered the Silver League. However, due to pressure from the ministry and Taewon Company, he is unable to develop without being under the wing of another guild. He thought it would be great if this intelligence officer could help him. but he added that he liked his home country. At the end of the conversation, he asked Robert to help him stay in Korea. The broadcast ended and Sia asked her uncle what he would do in such a situation. Song Ji-han said that he will try to sort out some business as soon as possible. He called Lee Hae-young and made an appointment with her. The girl was inspired by the fact that her lover needed her so late. As the hero walked down the corridor, he met people in black. When these men took out their weapons, Ji-han was sure that they were sent by either Taewon or the ministry. He decided to take the chance and try out what he needed. He called out Ariel's name, and at that moment, a dark shadow appeared next to him. This shadow enveloped the attackers and they became nervous. The shadow of the Shadow Queen appeared in the location, and she was unhappy that she would have to fight with pathetic parasites. The protagonist asked her to think of it as a warm-up, since these conditions were ideal to test her abilities. Shadow said that she had to sit in captivity for a long time, where it was quite dark. The protagonist turned to the attackers and suggested that they begin immediately. Within a few moments, all the ill-wishers were on the floor, unconscious. The main shadow managed to successfully cope with the first test. The hero praised the shadow for doing a good job, but she said that she did a brilliant job. Suddenly, the Shadow Queen appeared and said that she granted this stat out of mercy. She didn't like how Ji-han responded to her abilities and said that this stat is great. The main character decided to simply ignore her and answered the phone call. It was Lee Hyun who announced that she had already arrived for the meeting. After finishing the phone call, the girl told her assistant that she had just been rejected. At this time, one man was beating his son. The son asked his formidable father to give him a chance to explain everything. It turned out that the man was the grandfather of Hiso, who was standing nearby. She tried to stop him, saying that those bastards started it all first. The grandfather did not stand on ceremony with his granddaughter and slapped her. He explained to her that all this time he raised her like a princess, because she was his only granddaughter. He angrily reproached her for having acted wrongly. The CEO asked his granddaughter and son to make amends, otherwise he would disown both of them. According to him, their actions caused the company's shares to subsequently fall to their lowest point. Hiso thought her plan was perfect, but it all happened because of that bitch Sia. Sia first entered the battlefield in the Colosseum. She was worried because she didn't understand the rules of the game. Her confusion was seen by another player who snuck up behind her. He realized that he was dealing with a newcomer who was working alone. This Hyun was from the Divergent Guild, and he hoped that with the A-rank gift, he could get into the top 50 players. He was sure that his first victim would be this confused girl. He hit her and told her she was out of the game. However, she was able to dodge and deliver a defensive blow with her hand. Without thinking twice, the girl turned around and delivered another blow to the man's face. After her attack, she took his weapon for herself and thanked him for the gift. She then took a swing at Hyun and thanked him for the first kill. Her actions were observed by her uncle, Song Ji-han. He thought she did a good job for a first time. The spirit of the Shadow King was interested in how far a lesser being could succeed. The protagonist explained to her that she herself serves one of the lower beings as her master. The spirit believed that Ji-han should be grateful to her, because she came to fulfill the great mission that her true essence gave her. When the curse was cast on the player, the system reported that it would burn all achievement points until it was removed. The wording of that message was similar to what appears when describing an item. The protagonist decided to immediately use the recovery skill. The system said that the sun's shadow status is too severe, only partial recovery is possible. Time after time, the main character tried to use emergency recovery, but he never succeeded. After 100 attempts, the system reported that the curse had been lifted. As a result, the true nature of the curse was unlocked. The main character was given the Shadow of the Sun, which is the final stage of the constellation of the Queen of Shadows. When the curse was lifted, the shadow tried to attack the protagonist from the side. Ji-han himself was worried about his niece and asked her to go away. But this dark shadow did not touch either the main character or Sia. From the cloud of shadow appeared the same mini-elf who was the Queen of Shadows. The spirit of this queen said that the queen herself became interested in Song Ji-han and told her to help him in everything. The spirit declared that from now on he would serve Ji-han as his master. At first, the main character thought it was some kind of joke and did not take the spirit seriously. He only believed it when he saw the message from the system that the clone of the Shadow Queen constellation had given him the stat of a dark spirit. This power allows him to use shadows as weapons. The spirit asked the protagonist to soon increase his dark spirit stat. During dinner, Ji-han praised his niece for doing quite well during her training. The girl asked her uncle what he had decided about American First. Ji-han said that he would refuse this offer, because he could earn that kind of money himself. Mrs. Lee and her assistant arrived at the tall building in the city. Song Ji-han invited her to become the head of the guild he would create. He hoped that she would agree to take control. The girl said that this place should be occupied by a player, and she was only suitable for the role of management. The protagonist reminded his interlocutor that she had a supporting gift that she was afraid to talk about. According to him, the true value of her gift will soon be revealed. The girl realized that Jihan knew something that she had not thought about before. If the girl agrees to become the head of the guild, the main character will encourage her with sports bets in the next BattleNet matches. Hearing this, the girl wanted to shout out that she agreed. She took a breath and, approaching Jihan, said that she would be the head of the guild. The main character asked her to sign a contract, and she signed it with ease. She believed that if all her bets were winning, she would accumulate a good amount of money. The system reported that the effect of the imposed gift will be imposed on every guild member. Everyone who was following Jihan received a notification that the broadcast had started. On top of that, these viewers received a message that a new guild had been created. The protagonist sat in Lee's company and waited for the broadcast to start. Everyone was wondering who was sitting in front of Sun and what this girl was to him. Without any embarrassment, the guild leader announced that her name was Lee Haeon. Jihan informed the people that his girlfriend would be occupying the most important position in the guild he created. After the announcement of his guild, the hero decided to move on to its concept. On the street, a girl invited Jihan's friends to her guild and said that with her help, they could become stronger. The maximum number of participants is 10 people, and for now the Great Vessel Guild wants to be small. Hayoung publicly said that their guild already includes Song Jihan, Diego, Sia, and herself. Also, the one who signed the guild employment contract was Lim Gayun. It was clear from the girl's face that she did not fully understand why she had signed this contract. Song Jihan asked viewers that those who wished to join his guild should contact Mrs. Lee. Sia asked her uncle to shut up and carefully explain the task to the audience. The games began again in the arena of the Colosseum. One dangerous man created a fire in front of himself and burned everything that fell into it. This man was Baron, who was waiting to meet the protagonist. When he saw Jihan, he told him that he would soon die. Baron decided to put an end to this boy once and for all. The protagonist's previous injury was still making itself felt. Suddenly he let go of his hand, and then Jihan was covered in an electric charge. He fell to the ground, but fortunately did not die. The system notified that the training was completed and all players were dead. Back home, Baron said that Sun Jihan had lost without a win, and wants to see him. The American First Guild offered this player to go to Song Jihan's guild. First asked the boy to watch Baron's latest broadcast, to see if he could do it. Suddenly, a special energy appeared in the room, and the guild leader turned gray. The Baron became angry, and said that he did not look like someone who needed the help of this swindler. He asked Robert to never mention Song Jihan's name to him again. Robert knows that Baron has an inferiority complex when it comes to Jihan. The man decided that if he couldn't send Baron, then he would have to send her. He glanced at the girl who was sitting next to him and looking at the status window. After the broadcast with Song Jihan, she was head over heels in love with him. This girl's name was Sophia, and she is a member of American First. Ms. Lee and Lim informed Sun Jihan that American First had offered a huge amount of money in exchange for the secret of where they got the buffs for the guild. The young man immediately warned his assistant never to tell anything to strangers. Lee Hayoung was inspired by how great her gift was. The girl promised her friend that she would try to be useful to the guild. Jihan announced that she only needed to remain the nominal leader, since he was going to get rid of the guild when he got the achievement. In fact, Lee's longtime dream was to become a guild leader, so she took up betting to save up money for it. Therefore, until she can make her own guild, she will try her best to contribute to the Great Vessel. Now the main character regretted that he revealed the truth to his assistant. The girl took her work seriously, and decided to find assistance for editing. Several people arrived to see her at once, and the lady kindly asked for information about them. The first candidate for the job of video editor was Yun Yang. The girl told the lady that she had been creating commercial and other promotional videos since high school, and therefore would be a good fit for the role of editor. The second candidate was the strange Guillaume, and it turns out he is the Golden Light. His behavior frightened Lee and Lim, who had already grabbed her weapon. He said his head was full of ideas on how to make Song Jihan's channel perfect. The lady thought that there was something wrong with the Golden Light's head. She and Lim felt uneasy when communicating with him. The third candidate was Gon, who said he had worked as an editor at Guild X for 4 years. He spoke about his desire to be in Song Jihan's guild, since it has been very popular since the first days. His motivational speech was a golden light. The girls believed that he was the one who successfully passed this interview. Lee asked the man if he had any questions, and he began asking for information about Song Jihan. He asked what floor of this building the main character lived on. The Golden Light could not control its emotions and turned to the candidate. He reproached the guy that of all those present, he was the one who should meet with Jihan. Golden Light thought that this was just another fan of Song Jihan and that he was no good for anything. When Shiny touched the young man, a knife fell out of his bosom. Everyone was shocked by this outcome of events and did not immediately understand what was happening. The candidate suddenly grabbed the knife and removed the protective paper from it. He began to threaten everyone present and reproach them for hoping for success after destroying the reputation of the Sword King. The girls realized that this was not a fan of Song Ji-han, but a fan of the Sword King. The man intended to kill the girls to teach them their first lesson. But suddenly, a golden light grabbed him by the clothes and knocked him to the floor. A real fight broke out between the young people, and they were ready to kill each other. Shiny hit her opponent so hard that his knife flew out. The candidate fell to the floor unconscious. The girls realized that the golden light helped them get rid of the killer, and was initially able to expose him altogether. They remembered that he was in the Gold League, but he deliberately lowered his rank, and his main theme was intimidating other players. The golden light itself was shocked that it had managed to neutralize the criminal. He decided to capture everything on camera and declared himself Song Ji-han's protector. The lady asked her assistant to simply call the police. Returning to the office, Lee reported everything to Song Ji-han, who was surprised that they had come for him and not for Sia. The protagonist said that now they need to look for another candidate for this role. The lady said that she had already taken care of everything and contacted another good candidate. It had been a day since the interview, and the golden light was quite nervous. The young man was worried that he had overdone it, and now he might not be hired. Suddenly he received an SMS that he had been waiting for a whole day. The girl who was the first candidate also received a message that she got the job. Her colleague thought it was bad that she got such a low-paying job. She considered herself a good specialist in this matter. Golden Light sat in his office and was sad because he had been rejected. He demonstrated his loyalty to Ji-han and also exposed the spies of the Sword King's fans and defeated him. One of the viewers of the Golden Light donated a large sum to him, and in private messages indicated that he could try out for a job as a bodyguard. A hope appeared in the twinkle in his eyes that he would be able to work with Song Ji-han. He believed that the main character was probably worried that other killers might come after him. He decided that he would try to become a bodyguard for his old friend. Suddenly, one of the spectators announced that the idol of the Golden Light was now in the game. All viewers began to leave the live broadcast and went to Ji-han's broadcast. Ji-han ended up on a map that had never been on stream. The host thanked Ji-han and welcomed him to the Silver League. The mission type in this location is capture. Looking around, the main character realized that he had not been here for a long time. Lim Gaeun appeared in the same location. She heard Ji-han's remark and she didn't understand why he said that, since it was his first time here. Earlier, Lim and Ji-han decided to team up to make the task easier. The main character explained to the girl that he had seen this map on streams, but everything here was new to him. He approached Lim and said he looked forward to working with her. The girl was glad that she was finally noticed by the man she avoided the most. She wanted to use this opportunity to practice her abilities. A squad from the Divergent Guild arrived to prepare for the advancement. Lim was alarmed when she saw familiar faces, and Song Ji-han was amused by this. These players held a grudge against Lim because she left their guild. One of the young men looked at Lim lovingly, and during these days that she was absent, he suffered terribly. Previously, he looked only at her and experienced an incredible feeling of love. He wanted to teach her everything when she got to the Silver League. Suddenly the guy became angry and realized that his beloved left the guild only because of Song Ji-han. His friend decided to briefly explain the essence of the capture mission. The capture involves 10 players who are divided into 2 teams, namely the Angel Camp and the Demon Camp. Players need to run along their lane and eventually try to destroy the enemy tower. It was important to note that there was a jungle outside the main lanes where additional advantages could be gained. And in this game, Song Ji-han's team was on the demon side. The main character asked the team who wanted to go to the forest, but they said that the monsters in the forest were high level and could not be destroyed. The main character was confident that his team would be able to cope, because everyone present had silver status. That same jealous guy told Ji-han to do what he was told. He considered Sun to be an ordinary newcomer who was no good despite his popularity. The player asked his team to take a look at the creeps, which are quite difficult for normal players to kill. He asked the team to work together to deal with them. Besides everything, the young man wanted to warn his team that they didn't need to die. At that moment, Ji-han inserted his phrase, and the player saw that he had a strange hand. The main character pointed his hand with a shadow towards the creeps. He had never used Dark Spirit in the BattleNet and was curious how effective it was. All the creeps rushed towards him, but were immediately enveloped in the energy of the shadows. With just one hand, the main character was able to defeat this army of kids. Various fragments of heads and limbs flew off them. That smart guy didn't understand how a newbie could cope so well with creatures he was seeing for the first time. He was shaking with fear, and Lim asked him to be ready to move on. For killing creeps, Ji-han was rewarded with a stat increase, which will allow him to go into the forest alone. He warned Lee Gaeun that he would return in 10 minutes and went into the forest. She asked him where he was going, and he said he wanted to level up alone. The girl tried to stop her friend, but he was already in the forest. Suddenly she looked back and saw a strange attack from a member of their team. Without thinking, the girl grabbed her weapon and wanted to repel this attack. It turned out that it was an enemy, and her team member just wanted to save her. He created a magical barrier that prevented the girl from dying. 5 minutes ago, the jealous man was angry because of Song Jihan's behavior. He cursed Sun for not letting him show his coolness in front of his beloved. Suddenly it dawned on him that he shouldn't go to the center, because he might end up alone with Gayun. He expected that Song Jihan would be the first to clear the middle line. When he wanted to tell these thoughts to the girl, he saw that she was being attacked by an enemy. He was afraid that his limb Gayun would be killed. He suddenly ran up to her and created a protective barrier. He didn't expect the enemy team to attack at that moment. The young man asked the girl not to worry about him because he would protect her. However, at that very moment the guy received a blow and began to bleed. Along with his injury, the magic of the protective barrier also dissipated. The young man fell to the ground and was unconscious. Finally, he apologized to his beloved for not being able to protect her. He came to his senses for a moment and told Lim that he liked her. The girl understood that her admirer would return to her in a minute. Nearby opponents have been asking each other not to relax, as they will be attacking the rising star of the BattleNet. The girl didn't like that Song Jihan didn't return to the team, but worked alone. As she prepared to attack, she saw Jihan's dark energy. Song Jihan went into the forest and came across a mutant there. It was a two-headed wolf that needed to be destroyed in order to level up. The wolf was the most common monster found in the forest. He was about 3 meters tall, and his jaws were powerful enough to crush Song Jihan's skull. It usually takes 3 Silver League players to destroy this mutant. This time, the player was fighting this monster alone, and it seemed strange. As the two-headed wolf began to attack, Song Jihan used shadow energy. With this energy, he recreated the Shadow Queen's sword and attacked the enemy. Such a sword can only be summoned by one who uses the spirit of the Shadow Queen. It is difficult to control because its form destabilizes once you lose control of it. For killing the Silver League Ranger, Song Jihan received a new achievement and 1,000 achievement points. He knew that he could kill this creature alone. He got excited and wanted to kill all the monsters in the forest without any help from outsiders. Suddenly, he saw a message that the demon team had made 1 kill and earned points. What seemed strange was that 2 of Song Jihan's swords were stuck into the dead man. On the battlefield, the energy of the shadows was controlled by the spirit of the Shadow Queen. The spirit reproached Lim for standing idle and told her to deal with everyone. When the enemy created fire magic, Lim knew that he needed to be attacked immediately. He launched a fire cloud towards the enemy and was confident of his victory. At that moment, Lim appeared above the cloud, waving her special sword. She created rose petals that were everywhere. With their help, the girl destroyed the enemy and earned a few more points. She thanked the shadow spirit for helping her cope. The spirit said that he did not need gratitude from a representative of the inferior world of the OI species. The queen said that Jihan forced her to stay by Lim's side while he was away. Lim couldn't believe she was talking to a spirit controlled by her friend. She said that she couldn't stay in this form for long, so she would soon disappear. At this time, Song Jihan was sitting next to the carcass of the slain two-headed wolf. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt dizzy, and that even he had to sit down. Raising his head, he saw another creature living in the forest. A poisonous smell began to spread throughout the location, and Jihan barely managed to cover his nose. The system notified the protagonist that an abnormal condition had been detected. This monster was a huge toad that had a deadly tongue. She threw it far away from herself, trying to hit her opponent. Song Jihan greeted the toad and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. According to him, this animal is extremely poisonous. These toads rarely appear in the Silver League, as it only contains those that pose a low threat level. The main character understood that the presence of this toad here was not at all logical. Her poison applies a nasty debuff that will cause all stats to be halved. The toad took a deep breath and spat out chunks of poison. The main character barely managed to dodge the flying poison. The toad did not lose hope of using its tongue to hit the enemy. The protagonist thought about his abilities and summoned the queen's shadow. Viewers loved the way Song Jihan brandished his weapon against the poisonous toad. The toad's tongue wrapped around Song Jihan's hand and dragged him several meters. The beginning of the tongue that did not touch Jihan was covered with poison. Song Jihan swung his arm and cut off the tip of the tongue. His hand was covered in poison and instantly turned red. From the pain it received, the toad fell to the ground and began to die. An incredible charge of energy appeared within her and she created a powerful poisonous cloud. Song Jihan knew that if this cloud hit him, he would be burned alive in the acid. There was little time left before the poison would touch Song Jihan's body. Everything could have ended very badly if the young man had not created a controlled space. The hero found it funny that the toad was so stupid. because he would never have come here without buffs. The system notified that all of Jihan's buffs had been increased by 30%. The young man decided to deliver the final blow and released about 10 swords towards the toad. The toad's unconscious body lay on the ground and smoked. When the animal opened its eyes, Sun realized that it was not dead. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the forest. All the poison that was in the toad spilled everywhere. Song Jihan sat between the pools of poison and held his weapon in his hand. He never expected that this creature would self-destruct. The system notified that all player stats would be reduced by 90%. Song Jihan realized that he needed a certain amount of time to wait for the debuff to end. The main character was expecting at least one window to pop up after clearing the forest. But suddenly he saw another toad. He was immediately covered in shadow and realized that there was a huge creature above him. It was a toad with horns and 3 times larger than the previous one. In this state, fighting the new poisonous toad would be a bad idea. All buffs that the main character received will disappear if he dies. Suddenly he heard the sound of a battle nearby. Song Jihan opened the status window and wanted to know where exactly he was. Looking at the game map, he decided it was time to go back. At this time, the opposing team was actively fighting the demons. The angels killed one of the members of Song Jihan's team with a bow. The system immediately notified that this girl was killed. Having defeated the enemy, the angel team realized that the Divergent Guild was not such a great guild. The angels decided that they had to gain the upper hand at 3 points on the map while their leaders were fighting. Suddenly a strange sound occurred, which frightened many. The main character fought with a huge frog. He and she moved to where the opponents were standing. He realized that with the help of these people, he would now receive additional buffs. About 5 minutes ago, the main character didn't know how to fight this monster. He decided to lure her to the lane, where he could get additional buffs for killing players. The toad did nothing, and viewers joked that she mistook Jihan for a male. Suddenly the toad turned red, and the stream's viewers realized that they were right. Despite the toad's love, Song Jihan dealt her the first attack. The monster began to catch up with the main character, who was running away from her. At the moment, none of the players could figure out why the forest monster was in the lane. The toad was enveloped in poisonous air that could kill players. Almost immediately, several players took damage and were dead. The protagonist also couldn't breathe, and the system notified that an abnormal condition had been detected. Everyone blamed Song Jihan for bringing this toad to them. As the opponents tried to catch their breath, they saw a sharp energy sword. The main character apologized to the guys and said that he would finish them off now. Even the toad was shocked by this act. By killing these players, the main character received buffs. The toad suddenly opened its mouth and threw the main character back with a roar. Song Jihan decided to use the 3 disasters of martial devotion. In addition, he used the pressure of a huge mountain and dealt a powerful blow to the toad. One of the archers couldn't believe that Song Jihan had dealt with the toad all by himself. The toad became covered in pixels, and the system notified that the predator had been killed. For clearing the forest, Jihan received the necessary points, achievements, and stats. Suddenly he saw that a special task had been unlocked. The young man turned to that same archer and asked what the situation was now. The young man said that if they got rid of these minions, the advantage would be on their side. The main character agreed with his friend and decided to attack the little ones using the same shadow energy. The young man in love, who was reborn, avoided a direct attack from the enemy. The angel asked him to stop hiding behind the tower and to act like a man. The guy was at the central tower of angels, which simply needs to be demolished. Suddenly, he decided to make a surprising face and told the opponent that Song Jihan was behind him. He naturally believed it and was distracted. The guy in love decided to take advantage of this situation and kill his opponent. The central tower started shooting at him and he was losing damage. The player realized that he couldn't handle the central tower alone and he needed help. The angel raised his sword over him and said it was time to die. Suddenly, above the enemy's head, the young man saw Lim Gayan, who rushed towards the central tower. The girl created petal magic and hit the central tower. There was a huge blue explosion where the central tower had been. The girl asked the magician from her team to start acting. He obeyed his beloved and used fire against the enemy. The blue energy of the angel tower changed to fiery. Lim thought the game would end once they dealt with the bottom lane. Looking back, she saw Song Jihan. The hero apologized for his long absence, but she said that his spirit had completed its task. It looked like the angel team was giving up, since they didn't even leave the spawn point. Song Jihan announced to the team that they had left to defeat the central tower. The young man asked Lim to do this deed. The protagonist turned around and headed to the place where his team was respawning. The angels couldn't find a spot because their opponents were playing so well. The protagonist changed his trajectory and headed towards the team of angels. The angels were worried that he was going to attack them. They knew that the barrier would not let the player go as far as possible anyway, However, Sun Jihan was unstoppable, and he struck blow after blow at this barrier. The angels tried to stop him, but he pretended not to know the rules. Fragments of the Archangel's sword and the Death God's scythe are symbols of each camp, and are placed in the rest area where players respawn. They are protected by a barrier that the player cannot destroy. As a secret mission, Jihan had to destroy the sacred artifact of the angel camp, the sword of the Archangel, and the sacred artifact of the demon camp, and much more. The angels begged each other for someone to stop Jihan and save the team. After Jihan's multiple attacks, an Archangel appeared. The system has notified that the Archangel is furious about the disrespectful behavior in the recreation area. None of the players understood what was happening or why this creature appeared. Lim asked her team to immediately destroy the enemy's main camp. She didn't understand what her comrade Song Jihan had planned. The Archangel looked at the main character and lowered his energy hand towards him. Suddenly, the angels received a message that the Archangel had increased the blessing in the recreation area. They became cheerful because the barrier became even stronger than it was before it was destroyed. The audience believed that Song Jihan would eventually succeed in destroying this super powerful barrier. The shorty Shadow Queen reproached Jihan for not using his strength to the maximum. The main character promised her that the next attack would be a drastic one. Within the nameless divine arts, there are 3 martial arts that have the word God in their names. These include the God of Annihilation technique, the God of Lightning technique, and the God of Shadow technique, which control the power of darkness. The Shadow God's techniques are capable of covering the entire world in pitch darkness. This technique has a maximum shape that resembles the shape of a tornado. It was this form that helped to begin the destruction of the barrier. Players from the opposing team understood that they could be sucked into this tornado. There was still a little time left before the barrier was destroyed. Suddenly, the system notified that the recreation area had been destroyed, and the Archangel went into a rage from humiliation. The protagonist saw a message that the Archangel was personally carrying out divine punishment on an ignorant opponent. Then the main character decided to continue his actions and rushed at the Archangel. At the site of the recreation area, a large fire broke out from which several types of energy came out. All players of the opposing team were killed by Song Jihan. He himself was glad that Tom had managed to escape death, because it was so close to him. The game ended with the victory of the demon camp. None of the spectators could believe that Song Jihan had destroyed not only the enemy camp, but also their Archangel. Someone joked that American First would have to pay $500 million for Song Jihan. For a Silver League player, clearing a forest is already an incredible feat. But in addition, he will continue to demonstrate unrealistic results. At this rate, the protagonist can surpass the Sword King. The girl, being a simple employee, wanted to do everything possible to hire Song Jihan. She didn't want to pressure him with money, and decided to do everything naturally. The reward for the trial was much better than Song Jihan expected. The young man was left to destroy the sacred artifact of the demon team. He turned to the spirit and thanked him for being very good in battle. The queen asked what kind of monster was sitting in front of her that was able to destroy the barrier. The young man thought that he couldn't tell about the martial arts he had received before returning in time. He told the spirit that this power was connected with his gift. Suddenly, the queen's demon swung and created several energy blades. The spirit directed these blades towards Song Jihan. The queen demanded that the lesser creature immediately explain to her where he had acquired such powerful strength. Song Jihan couldn't understand why the spirit was jealous of his ability. She explained that the power he was using belonged to the body of the Shadow Queen. Dark mana, woven from pure darkness, is very similar to the Queen of Swords' power. The spirit knows exactly the only way to accurately copy this power. She asked Jihan how he managed to acquire this power, and in what way. The young man didn't want to tell her anything because he had acquired martial arts techniques before returning in time. Since the Wandering God of War and the Queen of Shadows have a similar ability, it means that they are somehow related. The protagonist thought about the question and told the spirit that he had no explanation. When she started threatening him, he said that the gift had already disappeared. He explained a situation where the constellation he was trying to contact took away the gift. The spirit asked what the gift was called, and fortunately, Dream could reveal it. He told about the Wanderer's eyes, and the Queen's spirit was surprised. She broke her spell and said that everything around still looked suspicious. The main character was afraid that the little girl would wreak havoc in his house. Suddenly, the main character received a call from Lee, who said that he was being shown on TV. She said that the portal's website is full of news about Jihan. The girl decided to ask the hero for one favor. Sometime later, Ms. Lee was sitting tied to a chair in a dark alley. There were 3 men in front of her, one of whom said that it was difficult to get her here. Until the very end, he did not believe that the girl was the head of the Great Vessel Guild. Another man said that if they took advantage of this girl, they would soon be sitting on mountains of money. The girl asked the men to shut up and not hope for anything good after what they had done. She explained that she didn't become the guild leader to deal with stubborn people like them. She attacked the leader of this gang with insults and almost immediately got hit in the face. One of the chieftain's assistants said that she could not hope to be rescued in this unfamiliar place. As he said this sentence, an angry Song Ji-han appeared behind him. All the men immediately became alarmed, but Lee was calm because she was about to be rescued. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Song Ji-han arrived there in formal attire. The gang leader took out his gun and aimed it at Song Ji-han. He ordered his assistants to kill this player immediately. One of the bullets landed near the boy's eyes, but was immediately covered in his energy. With the help of his power, he skillfully stopped all the flying bullets. The leader took out a powerful weapon and said that he would either kill Ji-han now, or his gang would lose to him. The man was sure that he would blow up Song Ji-han along with the building. The projectile that flew out of this weapon made a circle and returned back towards the gang. A fire broke out where the group stood, and almost nothing was left of the men. Song Ji-han saved Lee, but she didn't understand how he found her. He said that he found her with the help of GPS and new technologies. It all looked like the main character had just done an advert for a new phone. It turned out that it was a montage done by Song Ji-han's assistant. After seeing this video, Sia burst into tears of laughter. Song Ji-han was angry, but he did what Lee asked him to do. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell, and Lee thought it was a film crew. Song Ji-han was curious about what they would be filming today, and she replied that they would be training. The girl was interested in making a video of how training takes place in the Sword Palace of the Sword King. She informed Song Ji-han that a team from the Divergent Guild would be helping them today. Seeing this team, Song Ji-han was speechless. There was incredible love energy flying around one of the girls. Having inhaled this strange air, the main character began to sweat. That girl said her name was Ju Ji from the Divergent Guild editor team. She said that she really wanted to meet Song Ji-han in person and extended her hand to him. When the main character squeezed the girl's hand, she began to shake. The system informed her that she did not have sufficient authority to approach this goal. The girl did not understand what she did wrong and why she could not charm the main character. Ms. Lee suggested that the guests and Song Ji-han go to the training room. Ji couldn't understand what had just happened and why Ji-han hadn't accepted her charms. She wondered who Song Ji-han was and why the gift didn't work on him. After some time, Sia was in the training hall in the company of Song Ji-han and endured all the tortures on her body. Song Ji-han forced her to do various sports exercises on camera. The main goddess of the guild filmed all of this on camera and conducted interviews. Lee asked Song Ji-han what kind of training this was. He said that his niece was trying to increase her endurance stat. This is a rare stat that can be obtained by reaching maximum health up to level 10. There is a condition that you have to get it within the first 100 days after waking up, which is difficult to do. The hero had confidence in his niece, and he believed that she was a good member of his guild. Lee asked the protagonist to move to another room so that he could personally show her how the training was going. He said that he did not need any equipment for these purposes. He went up on stage and into the arena and summoned the spirit of Ariel. He asked the spirit to attack him with all her might. The Shadow Queen became angry and fired several energy swords towards the young man. She asked Ji-han to be better prepared for her attack this time. The young man skillfully maneuvered and retreated from any attack. At one point he wanted to hit the spirit, but she released a stream of energy. When her energy reached Ji-han's hand, he used his power. With one movement of his hand, he shattered her energy blades into pieces. Mrs. Lee asked the hero to show her another training session because they hadn't had time to see anything. Ji couldn't believe her eyes that Ji-han was fighting with a spirit. Just in case, the girl took a magic scroll with her and was sure that she would need it. Ji asked Ji-han to place the microphone close to him. When she touched the young man, she poured a love poison into him. It seemed to her that at that very moment the main character would fall in love with her once and for all, while the spell was in effect. Shizuru's gift allows her to corrupt others and control their minds. The gift falls into the supportive category, similar to Lee Hae-young's education. This magic scroll enhances the effect of the support gift. While the girl was hanging the microphone on the hero, the entire location was filled with pheromones. Ji realized that even with the scroll she had failed. She didn't understand what was happening, because with the King of Swords it was much easier. Suddenly, an embarrassed Song Ji-han asked his assistant what her name was. After a while, Song Ji-han asked for this beauty's phone number. Sia was alarmed that her uncle was asking for a stranger's phone number, and it was unclear why she had never seen such an expression on Ji-han's face before. She felt hurt that Sun didn't even care about that beauty Lee Hae-on. Previously, the niece felt that her uncle was completely uninterested in dating. Ms. Lee also didn't like this situation and recalled the time when Ji-han pretended to forget his phone number. Ji reciprocated Sun's feelings and handed him her phone number. She played the role of Song Ji-han's fan and showed interest in him. In fact, it was difficult for her to achieve such a state from Song Ji-han. The brainwashing didn't work completely. since the hero didn't fall to his knees right there on the spot. The girl thought that a different approach was needed, but Jihan was already glowing with love. That same evening, the main character put on his best suit and headed somewhere. Si told her uncle that she had never seen him in such a suit before. Song Jihan told his niece not to wait for him today and to have dinner alone. The girl found her uncle's behavior strange. She stood in front of a portrait of her father, who had abandoned her in the same conditions. They didn't understand where he got the feeling that Jihan wasn't planning to return. Ji was with her boss and was waiting for Song Jihan to show up. The man said that he should hide his face, otherwise Song Jihan might ruin everything. The girl said that everything would be fine, since she had long been holding back not only Jihan, but also the King of Swords. The man doubted these abilities against Jihan because the girl had to use a magic scroll. The girl asked him to calm down and stick to a clear plan. Ji believed that even if something went wrong, the shadow would definitely help them. The door opened and the main character entered the room. Looking up, he saw that his beloved was in the company of Takeda. He immediately wondered why this man was here. Ji asked Sun not to pay attention to Takeda since he came to help her with her work. This situation made Jihan very confused, and he realized that something was wrong. The girl stood up from the table and said that her job was to pick up Jihan in Japan. Takeda took out a magic bundle and invited Jihan to discuss important matters. Takeda's gift is useless in battle, but goes well with Sun Jihan's gift. The bundle allows you to separate emotions from purpose. When combined with the aphrodisiac scroll, the target has no choice but to submit to Takeda. So he was sure that everything was over with Jihan, and he would soon be with them in Japan. The man's hands weakened and the scroll flew out of them. It turned out that the main character created his own power in his hands and used it to take the scroll from Takeda's hands. The protagonist said that he was always curious why so many people chose to be with Takeda. He added that he could not even imagine such a situation in which the girl of the King of Swords would find herself. When the hero said her name, her eyes popped out of her head. At that moment, the girl realized that the brainwashing had not worked on Jihan. She reproached the protagonist for pretending from the very beginning. The young man felt that he simply had to satisfy Shizuru's curiosity. He came closer to her and said that her abilities had no effect on him. The girl said that it was all her fault, and that she should have looked at Jihan longer. Suddenly, a human energy shadow appeared behind the main character. This shadow had demonic eyes and a sharp weapon in its hands. The shadow pounced on Song Jihan, and they flew out the window together. The main character took out his sword and concentrated the energy of the Shadow Queen on it. Out of the corner of his eye, Song Jihan saw that the ground was already close and death would soon come. He and the man fell onto the roof, and a powerful explosion occurred. The main character stood up as if nothing had happened and brushed off his clothes. He was consumed with curiosity because he didn't know who had attacked him. Judging by her appearance, the killer was a girl who wielded 2 swords. Takeda and Shizuru watched what was happening through the window. The girl was confident that her shadow friend would cope with what they needed. Akira specializes in stealth ambush assassinations. Having seen her, the main character realized that everything was much more complicated than it seemed. From her movements, he realized that she was at least from the Gold League or even the Diamond League. He didn't expect Takeda and Shizuru to be so well prepared for this matter. Unfortunately for them, the protagonist was also prepared for this meeting. Taking a closer look at what was happening, Takeda became agitated and told his colleagues something important. He said that Song Jihan's channel is currently broadcasting online. Earlier, Ms. Lee announced to Song Jihan that a group of editors from the Divergent Guild would be helping her today. The spirit of the Shadow Queen immediately informed the assistant that something was wrong here. The little girl pointed at Ji and said that there was something wrong with that girl. According to her, this girl is hiding a magic scroll in her bag. The real purpose of the scroll is to enhance the effect of the support gift. It was too suspicious that this girl had a rare gift. During breaks between filming, the main character thought about this girl. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the genie, who wanted to talk to him as if he were an idol. During the conversation, she decided to install a microphone on it for video recording. The system warned the protagonist that Shizuru was trying to use charm. Then it became clear that she had pretended to be someone else's name and simply wanted to charm him. Then the main character was excited, but did not show his emotions in any way. He knew that the woman who seduced the Sword King was named Shizuru. Jihan decided to concentrate. Otherwise, there was a chance that he would fall for her ability. To combat this ability, he used nameless divine arts. He used the technique of the mind and repeated that mind is above matter. Then the main character could not understand how this girl ended up here if the King of Swords was not nearby. Jihan wanted to expose her right now, but he thought it wouldn't be easy. In that case, he decided to pretend that he had fallen for her charms. Then he made an embarrassed face and asked what the name of this beautiful lady was. With the first-person demonstration, Jihan wanted to show everyone who Shizuru was. He told the enemy that he had been worried for a long time that they would be able to catch him. All the viewers on the stream started writing that Japan tried to brainwash Song Jihan. Many fans of the Sword King were also disappointed in this girl. If it weren't for the spirit of the Shadow Queen, then Jihan would have fallen for this ability. Shizuru asked the girl Akira to stick to the plan. She said that at the lady's request, she must take Jihan to Japan, even if it had to be done by force. She crossed her swords and was ready to attack. As she made an attack, Song Jihan swatted it away with his shadow sword. When the girl miscalculated her actions, Jihan hit her in the face. At that moment, Akira split into two parts, and Jihan realized that it was just a shadow. The shadow lost its shape and rolled to the ground. The main character found himself in a completely different world. The young man was not at all worried, because the killer could not defeat him in the dark. He told her that all the shadows were on his side, but she swung at him. Several times the main character had to fight off the blows of this shadow. The girl Akira did not understand how the main character managed to block her attacks. Song Jihan released his Shadow Queen energy and absorbed the girl's shadow. Suddenly the darkness disappeared and Akira appeared before the hero again. She attacked the main character, but he parried her blow. Suddenly the system notified that Song Jihan's gift could allow him to absorb the enemy's shadow. Akira was surprised that Song Jihan was capable of such a thing. He reminded her that he came here prepared. 2 hours earlier, he decided to improve his condition. A random chest from this month has been added to it. The main character did not understand what it was. He wanted to find out as soon as possible. When Song Jihan opened this chest, he had a chance to receive a gift this month. Previously, the young man did not know that he could open a chest and get a gift from it. The system notified that Song Jihan had received the gift of A-level agility. His face changed because he didn't really need this gift. The system said that the constellation of the Queen of Shadows pays a huge amount to replace the contents of a random chest. Thanks to this, the gift of agility was replaced with the shadow of the moon. The spirit of the Shadow Queen rushed at the computer and, insulting it, reproached it for its wrong actions. While she was figuring out the system, the hero noticed that this gift was of SS rank. Suddenly the little girl said that thanks to this gift, the Queen of Shadows became a constellation. The protagonist asked his assistant if he could also accumulate enough power to become a constellation, but she refused to talk about it. Sometime after this, Sun Jihan put on his best suit and scared Saya. The girl had never seen her uncle in this suit before. At that moment, the main character wanted to reveal the truth that Saya's father was taken away by the one who was in their house today. If things don't go according to plan and Jihan gets brainwashed too, Sia will be left alone. Song Jihan created a strange situation and told his niece that he would not be returning today. He abruptly ended the conversation and said that she could have dinner alone in peace. Then, the niece truly became afraid for her uncle. Jihan realized that Shizuru was trying to recruit him in order to leave Sia alone. He promised himself that he would not allow the Skizure to do what he had planned. In fact, the main character did not plan to use this ability. Circumstances forced him to grab the Shadow Sword and attack Akira. He threw his sword, cutting off a lock of his attacker's hair. Akira concentrated her power and created shurikens. She covered herself with them crosswise, like a Japanese ninja. She launched these shurikens at Jihan and asked him to absorb this attack too. Jihan was not afraid of this attack and carefully maneuvered from side to side. He maneuvered so quickly that he soon found himself in front of the girl's face. The girl was scared because she didn't expect that Song Jihan would try to kill her like that. The main character struck again, but the girl swung upward. She couldn't believe how she was losing to a Silver League player. Previously, she believed that she had much more strength than Song Jihan. Shizuru watched from above as a cloud of dust appeared in the location. All the girl's predictions were wrong. She couldn't believe that Song Jihan had managed to repel the brainwashing despite using the scroll. She promised herself that she would get Song Jihan at any cost. At that moment, she turned to the player Akira and removed all restrictions from her. She did this also with the help of her charms, which she released into the girl. The main character appeared as a huge explosion of energy. Jihan was excited by what was happening, but he could not understand what it was. Limitations are a system where a player's stats are adjusted to be lower during training. Shizuru just used an ability that allows the target to ignore restrictions for a period of time. Akira was extremely confident and suggested to Song Jihan that they start a real fight. The main character realized that the enemy's energy had changed as much as possible. The Queen's spirit warned him that this girl had been freed from all restrictions on the use of her abilities. Previously, the main character did not know that this was possible. He realized that the Sword King's girl was capable of not only brainwashing, but also doing various tricks. When he looked at Shizuru, she was glowing with happiness. At this time, the head of the guild, Song Jihan, was already rushing to the scene of the incident. She couldn't believe that the one she wanted to hire was a fake editor. The girl was worried about her comrade, because Shizuru's stats were much higher than Song Jihan's. She suggested that it might happen that Shizuru's ban on using his abilities would be lifted. Miss Lee had no idea that Song Ji-han was currently struggling with the sharp tips of the Akira. Akira thought that it would be very difficult for Sun to block these tips. She threw them sharply at Song Ji-han, who neatly avoided a direct hit to the head. After examining his body, the young man noticed several wounds on it. He only managed to weaken the blow, but he cannot stop the blade. Akira didn't expect that Sun would be able to survive this blow either. She has about 3 minutes left to take advantage of the lifting of the ban. The girl noticed that the main character was summoning a shadow sword with his left hand. Akira apologized to Khan and said that she would have to take his left hand. She created her power on the sword and swung it at the protagonist. She used the ghost cut technique. Her blow landed near Song Ji-han's shoulder and burned him. The girl struck again and cut off the young man's left hand, and also cut down half of the house. The whole city was covered in darkness and gloom. Despite the fact that the main character lost his arm, he was able to summon a shadow assistant from his shoulder. The system reported that Akira's ban has been reinstated. She was sure that the one-armed player would give up when he realized that he was losing. She wanted to suggest to her opponent that he voluntarily inform her of his defeat. But suddenly she saw something that shocked her. Her legs were enveloped in Song Ji-han's shadow energy. This shadow did not allow Akira to leave the place. The main character stood with a recreated shadow hand. He decided to follow his enemy's example and also give it his all, using the golden spear. He ran and threw his spear towards Akira. Seeing this weapon, the girl couldn't even take a step back. Fortunately for the protagonist, the fight ended in victory. But only the main character thought this, and he realized that he was wrong when he saw Akira alive in front of him. The girl had no face at all, and she was holding almost every part of her body. The audience still praised the main character for being able to attack this girl without an arm. Police officers appeared on the roof and asked Akira to drop his weapon and surrender. The police repeated several times that she was under arrest and that she needed to come with them. Seeing the helicopter, the main character realized that he had already figured everything out here. Shizuru watched what was happening in the company of Takeda. Takeda thought they needed to leave, but she was in no hurry. Using her mind, she made it so that they were close to the players. The protagonist looked into her eyes and said that they had a lot to discuss. Takeda became worried and wanted to ask Shizuru not to go into this conversation. Judging by the main character's face, he did not want to harm the girl and wanted to sort everything out. Shizuru said that she was exposed and ended up wasting several scrolls. She whispered Akari's name and called her back. Instead of walking, she used her spiritualization ability. One of the police officers noticed that the girls were running away and told his subordinate to open fire. The bullets were already flying into an empty space where there was no one. The protagonist turned around and saw that Akira was missing. She told the hero that she wanted to talk about everything in more detail. But suddenly her face became covered in pixels, and Shizuru began to dissolve into the void. She promised that sooner or later they would meet face to face. The main character stood as if in a stupor, and he only heard how the police went after the missing people. It turned out that the girls ran away alone and abandoned Takeda. Song Ji-han became angry and asked the man for an explanation of what had just happened. Frightened by the energy of the shadows, Takeda said that he would explain everything now. In the mansion, the King of Swords was looking for his passion. After going through several rooms, he finally found Shizuru. She enveloped the man in a new portion of charm and greeted him. Ito looked like he had a lot he wanted to say to his companion. He asked the girl if what they said on the broadcast with Song Ji-han was true. Song Ji-han said on live TV that Shizuru tried to seduce other men. Thanks to the stream, Ito learned that Shizuru used the submissive ability on him. The girl pretended to be innocent and asked the young man if he doubted her love. She said that she was just trying to bring talent to her country and promised that her feelings for Ito were genuine. The man knew something was wrong, but when he saw Shizuru, he couldn't push her anymore. It was the same on the day of their first meeting. The young King of Swords sat on the bar counter and drank alcohol. He was drinking because the anniversary of his wife's death was approaching. He remembered that his wife forbade him to drink at home because he had a little daughter growing up. Suddenly, a girl sat down next to him and offered him a drink. The man did not understand how long this beautiful lady had been sitting next to him. She lightly touched him with her fingers and asked how much alcohol he had drunk. When he opened his mouth, he immediately inhaled Shizuru's charm. The girl suggested that the man get drunk on something else. Then the Sword King was completely in her hands and did not understand what was happening. For a moment his mind returned and he pushed the girl away from him. He took out his huge sword from his bosom and attached it to Shizuru. He began the interrogation and persistently asked Shizuru who she was. It seemed as if the spell had captured the Sword King, but his abilities quickly rejected obedience and fanaticism. Shizuru saw through the computer system that her lover had a special trait. The weapon that the Sword King uses has a unique feature. Akira realized that this was a problematic man, and that she would have to deal with him for a long time. She turned on her inner actress again and asked the man what he meant. She told him that she had been a fan of his for a long time, and she backed up these words with her charms. The system reported that the girl is using the obsession and addiction effect. She carefully removed the man's weapon and threw it on the floor. At that very moment, her charms worked, and he began to get to know her. The man threw himself into Shizuru's arms, and she realized that her plan had been successful. Shizuru realized that a new body like Akira's would require her to recreate it too carefully. At the BattleNet headquarters, Song Ji-han learned that Ji was an alter ego. He was angry that Takeda said there were millions of such bodies around the world. He laughed and said that they used it for the first time, so as not to leave the Sword King alone without magic. The man asked the protagonist to believe him and let him go, but Ji-han doubted everything he said. He understood that if the real Shizuru had been there, she wouldn't have been able to escape. That night, when the video exposed Shizuru's existence to the world, the Japanese government responded. The government said they don't know of a player named Shizuru, and they are currently trying to figure out what happened in Korea. The protagonist allowed the thought that the majority of the Japanese government was under Shizuru's control. He understood that Shizuru could not be cornered by conventional means. He came to the place where his niece Saya was waiting for him. The protagonist explained to her that he wanted to personally check something, which is why he came to interrogate Takeda. Sia was angry that her uncle knew something was going to happen but didn't tell her. She meant that she learned from others that Ji-han had lost his arm during the battle. She asked that from now on everything be told to her at once, because she was already quite old. Suddenly the girl said excitedly that if her uncle disappeared, she would not find a place for herself, and her life would be over. After these words, Sia began to cry, and Ji-han became alarmed. Through tears, the girl hit Ji-han and said that she already knew everything about him. She said she was going to become strong so she could support her uncle all the time. She asked him not to take all the problems on his shoulders. From the blow his niece gave, Song Ji-han realized that she had already become stronger. He joked and said that for many years he had been raising the tigress in her. The girl calmed down and asked Ji-han if he was sure that the girl had brainwashed her father. She asked her uncle if there was a way to free her father from the shackles of love. No matter how much people curse the King of the Sword, he is more important than anyone else for Saya. Tell his niece that he doesn't know how to save her father, but the Shadow Queen intervenes in the conversation and says that there is one way to remove it. She added that the brainwashing could be undone if the most cunning being in the universe did it. This being must be the one and only God. Sia asked her assistant to tell her more about the most cunning creature. She said that of course, such creatures are elves. Her words shocked the main character and his niece. Sia correctly noted that the spirit of the Shadow Queen is also an elf. The Elven Alliance, the unification of the World Tree, was willing to do anything for the good and survival of their species in Song Ji-han's past life. As a result, they took the first 5 places in the Space Championship ranking. They are extremely kind to each other, but show no pity for other types of elves or pagans. The little girl added that they are very cruel and actually unfair. There is a tree which is the source of all living things, and it is called the Tree of the World. According to the spirit, Father Saya must either touch the tree branch or eat its leaf. A look of hope appeared in Xia's eyes, that her father would soon return to his former self. He remembered that before his return in time, the Sword King behaved strangely. The spirit explained to Saya that her father was very difficult to save. The next day, the head of the Big Vessel Guild, Ms. Lee, went live with her subscribers. She reassured her viewers and said that Song Ji-han was alive and that the security department would be devoting more time to the safety of all players. The lady said that she would fulfill her promise on today's broadcast. She said that she should open Song Ji-han's window since he had 1 million subscribers. Lee said that she will reveal a window of Song Ji-han's condition during the game, and viewers will just have to wait. The guild leader noticed that Song Ji-han had entered the lobby. He actually entered one of the games and was part of one of the teams. Lee announced that Song Ji-han is on the Angel's side. Suddenly, viewers started writing that the main character had already shown them the status window. The guild leader began to scold Ji-han for not waiting for a lot of viewers to enter the chat. In addition to the audience, members of Song Ji-han's team also saw the status window. They didn't understand how their friend could be both a support and a mage at the same time. They all pounced on the protagonist and wanted to know what he did to get it. After the broadcast about Shizuru, the protagonist received enough points as a reward. Every hour of viewing earned him achievement points. The main character was thinking about how he could acquire the remaining classes, namely the Archer and Warrior classes. Song Ji-han explained to his team that he had recently chosen the Warrior subclass because he had fulfilled all the necessary conditions. The audience pounced on Lee Ha-young to explain to them how such a player could obtain 2 classes. Later, the audience found it funny that the guild leader knew absolutely nothing about his colleague. The main character joined the chat and said that at the moment he could not answer their questions, as he was in the game. Jihan said that the game would start soon and he would be alone on his lane. The demon team didn't understand why Song Jihan wasn't on their team. Despite 10 kills, the demons decided it was too early to accept defeat. One of the opponents said that he had heard too much about Song Jihan. Every time a man sees fine swordsmanship, he feels the dark dragon stirring within him. The protagonist stepped back and used the shadow sword. The system notified that the Reaper was wary of the aura threatening the demon's hideout, and soon reported that the Reaper had appeared. He created a controlled space around himself. The main character decided that it was time to complete that very task. The little girl asked him to be as careful as possible. Eclipse will not work well against a demon, nor will the powers of a dark spirit. It was obvious to Sonin Song Jihan what he had to do to kill this Reaper. Suddenly he glowed with bright energy and blinded the little girl. The hero knew that any darkness is weak before the light. He grabbed the golden spear and rushed towards the Reaper. Jihan was curious to see if hellfire could burn through an enemy. The protagonist used the lightning god technique. The priest tried to defend himself and covered himself with red demonic energy. A flash of lightning was created, and the enemy's energy was reflected. The system reported that he had succeeded in destroying the divine relic, and had obtained the Reaper's scythe. Among other things, the protagonist completed the related task. The entire incident was captured on camera and broadcast live. The girl Sophia was glad that she would soon meet him, Jihan, a representative of American First who has just arrived in Korea. She was nervous about the upcoming meeting because she wanted to make a good first impression. Suddenly she looked up and saw that the plane was enveloped in demonic energy. He was then thrown with all his might onto the concrete. This was done by the master, who asked Sophia to wait for his return. He promised her that he could show her what true Baron power was. At the office, the guild leader wanted to ask Song Jihan why he chose martial arts. The main character explained to his assistant that this gives the necessary bonuses for upgrading his talents. Song Jihan had already planned that he would be able to obtain all the classes in the near future. After this happens, Jihan will have to choose whether he levels up all classes or levels up only one, and he chose only one. Thanks to this, Sun Jihan knew that reaching the Gold League was only a matter of time. First, he decided that he needed to finish the task he had started. Opening the status window, he frowned significantly. He only just now noticed that all the and football players were the only ones from the guild who were in the Bronze League. He asked for Lee's help, and wanted to show these newcomers something with her abilities. In the morning, Baron was not himself and screamed even because of cold coffee. Sophia could not understand what kind of excitement her colleague was experiencing. She asked him not to worry because he himself asked to be sent here, but he refused. Sia and Diego showed up and told Baron that it was rude to discuss food at a party. Baron became even more angry and asked the young people not to defend their guild. He thought that Sia was just lucky to be in this guild because she was Jihan's niece. The angry man couldn't understand what the Argentine footballer was doing there. According to him, Diego will become a burden if he is only good at throwing the ball. He guaranteed his words as the strongest mage of the Silver League. Diego was completely calm and told his interlocutor that he was holding a ball that had been in the toilet that morning. Baron became even more angry and threw the ball away from himself. Sia decided to distract the guests and asked what their journey was like. At this time, Song Jihan and Ms. Lee entered the room. Sophia was happy about this meeting, but her colleague was clearly not in a good mood. Sophia started showing love to Song Jihan, and Baron just wanted to start decorating. Lee said there was no need to rush and that they should talk about everything first. Sun had not seen Sophia for a long time since his past life. It seems like the last time was when she tried to help him before going back in time. Before starting the conversation, Song Jihan announced that he had a proposal. This phrase clearly interested Baron, and he listened to the player. A huge troll appeared on the screen, resembling a bee or a fly. Song Jihan suggested to the guests that they defeat this count together with him. Count Neseth is a huge snake monster that appears in the Platinum League. This very count was the next task of that very game. Song Jihan knew that this creature was hiding in the forest, and it was the strongest. Baron said that this creature was far superior to them in level, and besides, it shouldn't be in the Silver League. Jihan said that he would summon this creature himself with the help of Diego and Sia. Sophia announced that they could not form groups because they were of different nationalities. She and Baron only came to Korea for a temporary contract. Miss Lee said that their guild is special and can create cooperation with people, even if they speak different languages. Of course, there are certain prohibitions in this guild, but in a group with the Master and Sophia, everything will be fine. Baron thought they wouldn't succeed because there were 2 Bronze League players present. Song Jihan said that he could make a similar offer to other players. For example, a person from China, a person from Russia, and just a girl named Scarlet. According to the main character, All these people asked to let him know if there was any space left in his guild. Sophia said she wouldn't mind participating with Song Jihan, and Baron said he wouldn't mind participating either. He said that in this situation he is needed to balance the players from the Bronze League and help them get the experience they need. Song Jihan announced that the team has been assembled, and there are now 5 of them. Song Jihan wanted to teach Baron a lesson for being an upstart. It was 15 minutes into the game, and one of the towers was blown up. The master who was flying above was not the least bit worried about the game. The enemy reported that all his towers had fallen and only one central one remained. They couldn't understand how the enemy had managed to create a group with exactly this composition. The main character's team smashed the enemy to dust in a matter of minutes. Flying Baron said that the Silver League guys were just a warm-up for him. He used his energy to ask the young men from the opposing team to surrender. But suddenly everyone stood in a stupor and did not understand what was happening. Even Sun Jihan's team was in the same state. Everyone looked around and saw that Baron was frozen in a pose. This was done by the main character, who raised his hands and told the enemy that they surrendered. About 5 minutes ago, Diego was skillfully wielding his energy sword in the top lane. The opponents could not understand what exactly the footballer was doing in this Silver League, because he was demoted due to excessive provocation. Without thinking twice, the young man calculated the blow and kicked the ball towards the opponent. The demon warrior was confident that he would be able to deflect this blow with the help of his shield. However, the trajectory of the ball's flight was so perfect that the fiery ball landed right on the warrior's head. A powerful fiery explosion occurred at the place where the young people were standing. Sophia watched silently as Diego prepared for the next attack. Sophia increased Diego's attack and realized that his abilities were not at the level of the Bronze League. She couldn't come to her senses for a long time until she heard a strange sound from the forest. She understood that Song Jihan was fighting in that direction. Now the battle seemed much easier to the main character than last time. The protagonist taught his niece battlefield manners. Hearing the fiery explosion, Jihan realized that everything was fine on the central line of Baron as well. When players started disappearing due to murder, the girl wanted to ask her uncle about something. She said that they didn't need to win this game because they still needed to catch the count. According to her, if they make the last kill, the game will end in victory, and they will return from this location. The main character assured the girl that he knew what he was doing. The others pounced on Song Jihan for talking nonsense. The protagonist turned to his team and tried to explain everything. He said that he was torturing, that he did not want to give up just like that, and announced a condition. He invited the members of the opposing team to join him in defeating the Count. The audience thought that their idol was speaking as if from a script. Baron pounced on Song Jihan and accused him of thinking that his team would be enough. The protagonist calmed Baron down and said that catching this creature would not be easy. Someone from Song Jihan's team suggested that the enemy team might destroy them while they were fighting the snake. Sophia said that there was no point in defeating the snake, since it was platinum level. Baron insisted that this Count did not appear in the Silver League, and they would simply waste time looking for him. The protagonist told his team that he would simply make sure that this creature was near them. Jihan asked the opposing team to help him, and in any case, the angel team would surrender. When the demons agreed to this condition, they all went to the lake together. Everyone assumed that this is where the Count comes from. The main character warned his team that he would immediately summon a snake. Sophia asked Jihan not to rush, because first she needed to strengthen his magic. The main character was grateful to his assistant from his past life. Thanks to her abilities, Sophia can give 3 buffs at a time. She performed strange actions on the main character, and he glowed with magic. Song Jihan asked his niece to stay behind and not get into trouble, and he would call her when the monster's health was low. Jihan concentrated the diamond in his hand and said that he would now summon that very creature. He threw this crystal into the lake and began to wait for the result. The crystals of the angelic and demonic team flew straight to the bottom of the lake. Soon all the players felt a moderate earthquake. A huge head of this mutant appeared from the stones that stood on the street. The Count announced that after the fall of light and darkness, his return would come. The system notified that all players were in an invasion-type dungeon, namely, the final boss ravine. Song Jihan asked his assistants to follow a clear plan. The stones with markings around the lake are the source of the Count's power. If they are attacked, they will regenerate after a while, so they must be destroyed all the time. Jihan asked his assistants to split into pairs and attack these stones. Sophia said that there were 9 of them, but Jihan announced that he alone would carry out the attack on the Count. Baron forbade him to do this, since it would only draw people's attention to himself. The man believed that a capable person like him should also attack the final boss. The man believed that this was a waste of potential, and that Jihan would later beg him for help. Suddenly, during their conversation, the creature attacked them, but Sophia managed to stop it. At that moment, the entire forest in the game began to glow with purple energy. The players realized that something had happened that they had no hand in. They saw Song Jihan use his power to trap them in a barrier. Song Jihan asked Baron to only follow orders from now on and not complain about it. The girl Sophia, on the contrary, was happy with this outcome of events and her safety. She asked Baron to do what Jihan himself said, but he was angry about it. The man took the main character's words as mockery for being a loser. He felt embarrassed that Song Jihan was superior to him in strength. The creature opened its mouth and released a ball of purple energy. Luckily, Song Jihan managed to avoid a direct hit. Suddenly, the queen's little girl, a shadow spirit, appeared and wanted to help him. She said that simply fighting this creature increases the dark spirit's herd. The main character decided that he would get the most out of this fight. He created an energy sword and rushed towards the snake. There was fear and a reflection of Song Jihan in the snake's eyes. The young man climbed onto the snake and made several cuts along its body. The monster threw him away from itself, and he flew several meters, losing his weapon. The guys who were in the barrier were doing a great job of attacking those rocks. Thanks to this, everything will be much easier than Jihan himself expected. The player assumed that the main character would manage to kill this mutant in 5 minutes. She told her partner Baron that he would have to give up his claim to the top spot. The man said he disagreed with the statement. According to his partner, Baron can only surpass Song Jihan in brute strength. All the spectators were sure that the main character would definitely win the fight against Baron. Baron couldn't cope with his feelings any longer and threw the annoying partner away from him. Diego and Sofia noticed this. Baron asked anyone who witnessed the incident to remain silent. Diego assumed that something was wrong with Baron, since he had previously been a common coward and upstart. Even the players on the opposing team noticed deviations in Baron's behavior. The man, without thinking, created an electric charge and released it at all the players. Fortunately, it was just in time. The protagonist noticed who needed to do something. Baron said that this is what should have been done from the beginning, and that everyone who got in his way should have been destroyed. He said that he could kill the monster himself if he got the necessary buffs. For killing his comrades, the system gave him a stat boost. The protagonist approached the flying Baron and asked if he had gone crazy. The man replied that he did it because Jihan had thrown him aside in order to present himself in a better light. He found out what Song Jihan was planning and decided that he would fight this snake himself. He approached the Count and asked if he was tired of fighting with this cretin. Without waiting for an answer, he created demonic energy in his hand and was ready to attack. He promised the creature that he would finish it off in one blow. Soon the entire location was filled with red energy. Jihan himself could do nothing. Baron was sure that the creature would now contort and fall to the ground. Song Jihan knew that Baron's ranged combat was ineffective against the Count. Secondly, the Count could not use his power while the others were hitting him with stones. And the third time Baron killed his teammates, the stones began to regenerate. Realizing all his mistakes, Baron realized that he would not be able to kill this creature. In a team game, toxic participants have a bad ending, and Baron died. The system notified that the creature had restored all its powers and stones. The protagonist realized that they would have to fight the mutant from the very beginning. The monster screamed that he would turn every person in this location into dust. The system abruptly reported that everyone's state of paralysis was activating. This condition also enveloped the main character, but the little girl came to his aid. The other team wouldn't want to help them and assumed they would deal with this monster another time. After thinking for a while, he decided to hold out as long as possible and suddenly saw arrows flying towards him. He dodged carefully and the arrows hit the monster. Song Jihan didn't understand who could have fired these arrows, because all the players were blocked. Looking back, he remembered that he had told his niece to stay in the rear and not interfere with the whole game. With her actions and attentiveness, Saya just saved the team and her uncle. She went one-on-one with the mutant and was ready for battle. The monster suddenly grabbed her by the clothes and she wanted to run away. Song Jihan felt that the paralysis in his limbs had eased. Song Jihan yelled at his niece because she disobeyed him. He said that he would take care of everything and that Sia just needed to run away. Sia told her uncle to shut up because she had been reading his live broadcast before she arrived. She was upset with her uncle because he couldn't take some good player instead of her. She didn't like the way everyone around her treated her like a useless player. She said that she had recently managed to get rid of the image of the daughter of the Sword King, so everyone began calling her Song Jihan's niece. She asked Jihan what exactly she could help with, and announced that she had worked very hard for this battle. The main character saw in front of him not that little niece, but a self-confident woman. When Sia looked up, she saw something huge moving towards her. She managed to dodge, and a huge part of the monster's body fell to the ground. Sofia and Diego are currently unable to fight, but thanks to Sofia's buffs, Song Jihan is freed from paralysis. The main character called his niece and said that from now on, she is an autumn mosquito. With the arrival of autumn, mosquitoes become more determined. There are much fewer of them in autumn than in summer. When everyone thinks that mosquitoes are gone, they suddenly appear and bite with all their might. This is exactly what Song Ji-han's niece needed to do, and attack the monster from behind. She shot him a couple of times, and he clearly didn't expect that. The heroine's actions infuriated the mutant. He fired a stream of energy towards Saya, but she managed to escape. While Sia distracts the Count, Song Ji-han may finally recover. Suddenly he saw that something was wrong with his hand. The spirit of the queen appeared and reported that the eclipse was getting stronger. Due to the battle with this mutant, the main character's dark spirit stat increased. The protagonist realized that he could use another technique of the god of war. They saw that the monster came out of its hiding place and began to walk on the ground. Before that, he was in that very lake, located in the center of the location. I became worried about myself and my uncle. The monster struck her and threw her aside like trash. The main character saw that the girl was unconscious and began to scream for her. He needed to gain as much time as possible, but he was already at his limit. And the girl came to her senses and realized that she had to help her uncle until the very end. All the players from Song Ji-han's team were surprised that she had found such great strength within herself. The system notified that the stamina stat had been increased to 10. The monster turned to the girl and asked her not to irritate him. He released a stream of energy into her and was sure that she was going to die now. After some time, the location finally became quiet. The monster saw that Sia was in the hands of the protagonist. The young man thanked his niece for almost succeeding. For this game, Sia received a lot of stats and courage. Song Ji-han said that only Sia can attack the stones. He asked her not to do anything, as he had other ideas on how to deal with the monster. He created a sword out of dark energy and threw it in front of the monster. Then the main character raised his hands and said that he surrendered. The team didn't like this again and thought their leader had gone crazy. Sia asked her uncle why he was doing this. The monster decided that the battle was over, and took these words as the last ones from Ji-han's father. The creature fell to the ground and said that it would now swallow all the survivors. Suddenly, the entire location was filled with the shadows of Song Ji-han. He explained that these shadows will not stop until the creature dies. This was the second technique of the Shadow God, which goes against all logic and absorbs even darkness. While Song Ji-han was fighting the Count, Baron was reborn at the main tower. The man believed that he would have defeated that creature if he had not relaxed at the most crucial moment. Notification came that the Angels team defeated the Count. He couldn't believe his eyes that Song Ji-han had defeated this monster. He considered it nonsense, and he could not have coped without his help. He looked back and saw the enemy team next to him. They wanted to destroy the master in order to win this game to the end. Suddenly, Baron got angry and decided to stand up for his team. The computer has notified that player Baron has gone berserk. He declared that he was the strongest player and that it would not be so easy to kill him. In the end, Baron got the most kills and led his team to victory. After the battle, Sia discovered that she was already level 20. Before the game started, she was level 5, and during these battles, she was able to rise by 15 lines at once. Ji-han believed that it was time to choose one class for Saya. He suggested that she choose the archer class, since she was good with a bow and arrow. The girl believed that she needed a class where she could be the only strong participant. He said that she shouldn't choose the warrior class because he would be the best warrior. The phone rang, and she was distracted from her conversation with Ji-han. He decided to check his status window. The hero has reached level 50 and is already eligible for a promotion match. As a reward for the task, he was given a lot of achievement points. Suddenly, among the reward, Ji-han saw a cloak of emptiness, which is given to a follower of emptiness and ensures stealth. The young man could not understand what this effect was that helped the player isolate himself from the outside world. He called Ariel and asked her to come to him and explain everything. The young man saw that there was something wrong with the assistant's face. The assistant is worried about the ability that Ji-han used to defeat that worm. The protagonist immediately understood that it was about the ascension of the Dark Shadow Heavens. No matter how you look at it, this power is similar to the supreme authority of the original form of the Queen. The main character did not understand how the technique of the Shadow God and the Shadow Queen were connected. The little girl said that it was about the constellation that took the gift from Sun. The main character couldn't believe his ears, and couldn't understand how the assistant found out about this. The reason why the Queen form originally sent her to Ji-han was because she sensed the energy of the God of War. This energy emanated most strongly from the main character. Song Ji-han thought that he was just lucky enough to fit the Shadow Queen's strange and perverted taste. The young man wondered if the wandering God of War was really so great that the Queen decided to send a clone of herself to Song Ji-han. The assistant whispered that for the constellations, the God of War is the personification of catastrophe. Hearing these words, the main character became alarmed. Usually, a constellation treats its born star like a mother and protects it. The protagonist stopped the assistant and said that he previously thought that all the constellations were gods. The assistant said that creatures become gods after they have overcome the limit of their species. According to her, Song Ji-han can also become a constellation if he surpasses level 770th. The Bronze League lasted up to the 25th level, Silver up to the 50th, Gold up to the 100th, and Platinum and Diamond just over 100. The spirit of the Shadow Queen said that the young man would understand everything when his training was completed. She said that the god of war was different from the usual constellations, and he created a star and called it a war star. God attacks other constellations and locks them in this star. The powers are drawn from the constellations and they are stuck between life and death. Initially, the queen was worried that Ji-han had his energy, so she sent an assistant to keep an eye on him. It wasn't at all strange that the main character was using the power he received from the god of war. This god could give the young man an ability stolen from another constellation. However, the Shadow Queen was never a victim of the god of war. The assistant did not understand where Ji-han got the power of the Shadow Queen from. Song Ji-han remembered that he had learned the Shadow God technique when he was in the Diamond League in his previous life. The Wandering War God must have swallowed the Shadow Queen's powers back then and created the Shadow God's technique. It turns out that in the present, the god of war will soon catch the Queen of Shadows. The assistant suggested that her partner received his power from the god of war himself. However, the protagonist did not agree with this and said that he had something he could show. But he was unable to use Dark Shadow Heaven's Ascension because he used additional buffs in the game. If the Queen's spirit sees what kind of ability Song Ji-han has, then her original form will be able to strengthen its supreme power. Suddenly, Sia burst into the room, happy to see her uncle. She asked him if he had time for lunch, since his fans had arranged a meeting with him. The main character had never met his fans before. The girl Sophia was sitting in a cafe and waiting for the main character. She was nervous about having to see her idol. At this time, Mrs. Lee was also about to go to the meeting. It was just as exciting for her as it was for Sophia. Suddenly, Song Ji-han entered the room and everything began to shine with bright energy. Sophia stood up in alarm and couldn't stop looking at the main character. It was clear from her that she was head over heels in love with her idol. Miss Lee went on a date, but she was not happy about it. On blind dates, she only met ugly men who wanted to show off. Sophia told the protagonist that he was probably surprised by her invitation to meet. Nothing surprised him, and he had to dine with his guild members from time to time. Ji-han asked his interlocutor when she started communicating with Saya, and she said that after the situation with Baron. Sophia was glad that she managed to get closer to Sia because she is her age. After thinking for a while, Sophia suggested to Ji-han that she would address him as Appa. The main character remembered Sophia from her past life as less vivid. After thinking for a bit, he realized that in his past life, Sophia was already much older, so she did not allow herself to fall in love with him. He decided to ask his interlocutor about her age, and she became thoughtful. She again told the protagonist that she is the same age as Sia and that she is 20. Song Ji-han said that she can't call him dad and can just call him by his simple name. After Ji-han heard about Sophia's age, he began to treat her like a child. The girl was angry because she couldn't make Song Ji-han fall in love with her. Suddenly, in conversation, she announced that she had almost reached the battle for the advancement of the Silver League. This means that Song Ji-han will have to fight her no matter what. The young man asked his interlocutor to wait. I decided to check the status window. The main character occupied the best place in the Silver League. The system notified him that his level was much higher than it should be, and he needed to fight in the game to advance. The system offered him the choice of either a silver promotion game or a gold one. On one of their dates, the man proposed to Lee. The girl refused to go on a date with this young man every time, but Lim thought that she had to go. The lady said that the only thing she likes is the income from all the bets that Song Ji-han gives her. Suddenly, the heroine went to a betting site and saw notifications there. On her phone, she discovered that the rules of the game for promotion had changed. It seemed that due to the choice of player Song Ji-han, the map was changed and all bets were cancelled. Song Ji-han has chosen to participate in the Silver League promotion game, and the system will limit him to match the abilities of other players. If he chose the Gold League, he would miss out on all the quests the league would give him. Also, Song Ji-han needs to control his height. In 3 months, the training will be completed, and the Earth will join the Space League. To prevent the disaster that would happen that day, the hero decided to schedule a game. He remembered those terrible images when people died due to natural war. Song Ji-han must stay in the Platinum League at all costs. All players who will be participating in the promotion game are warned that Song Ji-han has been given restrictions. This time, Ms. Lee decided to bet on Song Ji-han to lose. Time flew by, and the day of the promotion game arrived. The main character stood on the roof of the tower and waited for attacks. The host announced the start of the game for promotion to the Silver League. Players must fight off enemies that looked like skeletons. It was an association of the dead fighting for the equality of all beings. The main goal of all players is to kill the king of the dead. This time, Song Ji-han wasn't so confident in his abilities. He looked into the crowd, and among 1,000 warriors, he discovered the king. A special card with defense is used only for games for advancement. Unlike the original rules where players have to escape to the tomb, in this quest, players have to defend it from monsters. Due to Song Ji-han's restrictions, the northern gate will only be guarded by 10 people, including him. The remaining 90 players will be located at the southern gate. Baron believed that this game was the most difficult for everyone. He understood that in order to win, the guys had to fight off the enemy until the very end. He saw that there were only 10 people on Song Ji-han's side, and victory would clearly not be his. The assistant told the master that their team would win. It was a guild member, a large vessel, and he said that the audience had chosen him as the contender for the winner. Baron wanted to deal with this player, but suddenly he heard a terrible cry of monsters. One of the main reasons for the fall of the earth in the past life was due to the portals of the dungeons. During training, portals only appeared in countries in the bottom 10% of the league. But after that, these portals began to appear everywhere, and the whole world was captured by dungeons. At that time, monsters appeared through Korean portals. The current monsters were from the legion that needed to kill the king. They slowly approached the gate, which was guarded by 10 people. The protagonist thought that these dead people only appeared in dungeons, and he did not expect to see them in the progression game. He looked at his team and realized that they were not going to win this game. Everyone was whispering behind the main character's back that their team was worthless. The main character realized that he would have to cope on his own, because he couldn't rely on his comrades. Suddenly he saw Sophia, who was glad that she was on the same team with him, Ji-han. It turned out that the girl's rank was much lower than Song Ji-han expected. Soon a major battle began, and the protagonist had to use his best skills. All the monsters were engulfed in fire and incredible energy. Sophia's buffs helped the protagonist increase her attack power. The Phoenix Arrow is the complete opposite of the dead elements. Looking at the main character, everyone started shouting that he was the king and they had to kill him. To begin with, they said that they would create a king out of a man and then destroy him. Among these monsters, a huge hand appeared again, which the main character was already familiar with. This hand was much more powerful than in the last game. The hand repelled all the monsters and blocked the path of the main character. She began to approach Ji-han and was about to touch his face. The main character reacted in time and stepped back. In the last game, the golem was simply summoned, and now he will fight Ji-han. When the hand turned around, the entire location was filled with dust. The hand moved back and allowed the monsters to walk ahead of it. The system notified that some part of the wall had been destroyed. All players defending the north gate will be disqualified if the tomb is entered through their gate. This warning alarmed the protagonist and called him to action. Suddenly, the hand came closer and opened its huge mouth. She believed that she should swallow Song Ji-han so that he would be hers forever. These words frightened Ji-han, and he urgently thought about what to do. Ms. Lee watched what was happening. After what she saw, she became worried about Song Ji-han's fate. Lim reminded the lady that this monster appeared when Ji-han was in the Bronze League. The girl was worried that her friend would lose, but Rome believed that he would win. The lady believed that finally, after so many losses, her bet against Song Ji-han would come through. Players desperately tried to fight the evil creatures. They used various techniques and magic against them. Sophia, who was watching all this, was sure that the monsters would soon break through. She shouted to her comrades to hold out a little longer until Song Ji-han arrived. Hearing this, the big hand began to laugh throughout the entire location. She believed that Song Ji-han would never be able to dodge her attack. Suddenly, a controlled space appeared around the main character. Sophia's buffs allowed him to do what he had done before in this situation. The hand thought it would be useful to feast on Ji-han, since he had too many techniques and abilities up his sleeve. The main character was curious about what was standing in front of him. Unlike last time, the monster came for Ji-han and even spoke. For a second, the protagonist assumed that the hand was able to break the game settings and change the plot. Suddenly, the hand curved and covered Song Ji-han's protective barrier. The protagonist noticed that the wall was in danger, and he did not need to stay there for long. He decided to deal with this monster as soon as possible and go help the team. He grabbed the Phoenix Arrow and waited for the attack. He used a special technique and glowed with bright yellow energy. This flash of light blinded the hand. Ji-han made up his mind, decided to give it his all because he didn't have enough time. The hand sensed its assistance and ordered them to seize Song Ji-han. At that moment, all the monsters rushed to where the main character was standing. The young man stuck an arrow into the ground and by this act destroyed the earth. All the monsters glowed brightly and screamed in madness. Ruka was amused that her assistants couldn't cope with this man. Suddenly, the main character felt that he had relaxed too much and could lose. Suddenly the hand announced that this time it would not be able to eat the main character, but would definitely come back for him later. The young man did not want to let the mutant escape. He released his golden arrow from his hands and shot it into the hand. The monster simply evaporated, and the arrow did not reach it. To Song Jihan, it felt like his hand had simply teleported to another dimension. The protagonist realized that this giant's ability was similar to that cloak of emptiness. The main character decided not to waste any more time and try out this cloak. He quickly took out a cloak from his inventory and threw it over himself. Soon he felt that there was only him and darkness on the battlefield. He went to the opponents, among whom he found a man. Song Jihan guessed that this was the real form of that black hand. Coming closer, the young man saw the golden conqueror of the tombs. Song Jihan didn't understand what was happening, because his assignment was to guard the conqueror's soul. Jihan decided to use the arrow, but it can only be used once. He wanted to channel all his strength and power into this blow and defeat the enemy. Suddenly, the young man felt that there was someone behind him. He turned around to see Black Cloak grabbing him by the neck. The monster asked Jihan how he got here. Previously, the main character thought that the cloak helped him hide from visible eyes. Sun didn't understand why the striker was so strong. Suddenly, the black cloak worked and the hero disappeared. The attacker could not understand how the one he was holding by the neck had just disappeared. From the outside, it looked like this fighter was holding empty space. The system notified that the stealth effect had been dispelled, and Jihan appeared on the ground. Looking back, he saw that those skeletons were attacking him again. They all insisted as one that the king must be killed. They rushed at the main character, and he skillfully brushed them aside. Suddenly, Jihan heard someone calling his name and worrying about his life. He saw that Sophia was worried about him, and she thought that he had simply disappeared without a trace. The young man said that he was fine, but she replied that they were not fine. The main character concentrated his mana and said that he would come to the rescue now. A powerful energy explosion occurred at the place where he stood, and the hero disappeared. Jihan rushed at the tower and killed several individuals at once. Both players and monsters were shocked by what they saw. The monsters changed their trajectory and ran towards the explosion. The players immediately realized that this was due to Jihan's dream. Jin used his spear to deal with everyone who attacked him. He was able to protect the tower, which was about to be destroyed. The entire battlefield was covered with the heads of dead skeletons. The young man stood over their bodies and waved his spear beautifully. He was sure that some of the skeletons would come back, and they had some time to prepare for it. However, looking back, he realized that they had problems in the form of a huge hand. Ruka said that she was looking for Jihan's dream and could not find it for a long time. Ruka asked Jihan to be a good boy and let her eat him. At that moment, the young man grabbed the golden spear and used force on it. He directed streams of energy towards the large hand. This time the young man wanted to kill the creature with one blow and not let it escape. He calculated that he could only throw the phoenix arrow one last time. After this hit, the arrow will stop working and disappear. The young man understood that if he missed, he would no longer have a chance to kill this creature. He decided that along with the phoenix arrow, he would use everything he had, as well as Sophie's buffs. With his blow, he brought down heavenly punishment on the huge hand. As the arrow flew past, the hand neatly dodged it. The opponent announced that Jihan had missed, and now it was his turn to strike. The arrow flew high up and disappeared between the clouds. The protagonist whispered that the day of judgment was coming, and at that very moment the arrow fell to the ground. Everyone standing nearby was blinded by the bright energy. The main character was sure that the arrow would destroy this hand with its fall. When he looked at the results of this blow, he declared that it was all over. The system has notified the player that the phoenix arrow can no longer be used. The main character was grateful to this arrow because it saved his life many times. After using his powers, Jihan saw that he had burned his hand. He looked at the rest and announced that he would deal with them with one hand. When he came back, he saw confusion on the faces of the other players. At that very moment, a powerful hurricane appeared next to Sophia, sucking in all living things. Without thinking twice, Sun Jihan used controlled space. The huge hand said that Jihan should be her greatest achievement. Suddenly an erroneous notification popped up that there was an error in the BattleNet system. The computer reported that the Dead Star constellation had invaded the game in the wrong way. The main character realized that this was a chance to save him. He was perplexed by the fact that what he saw was a constellation. Defeating all the creatures in the location, many players began to worry about their bets. All the gamblers bet on the opponent's victory, not on Jihan's sleep. Mrs. Lee, upon learning of the protagonist's victory, cried a lot of tears. It was only during the battle that it became clear that Song Jihan's opponents were nothing compared to Song Jihan. Suddenly, the system notified that the broadcast was not available for training. At this time, a creature appeared in the location where Song Jihan was. The main character looked at this creature for a long time and could not believe his eyes. He understood that before him was a constellation that he would never be able to cope with alone. Suddenly he saw that the creature began to be covered in sparks. Song Ji-han began to look around and search for the source of the attack. Someone else was able to cut off the creature's hand. Small portals appeared around the monster. From these portals came gunfire, which hit the monster dead on. The main character received a notification that the constellation has no right to interfere in the game for advancement. The system also added that the constellation is currently being expelled. The constellation turned to Song Ji-han and asked this friend to stop the madness. The system soon did its job and expelled the constellation. In the last minutes, the creature asked the system to give him a couple of seconds. There was energy in his hand and he told Ji-han that he would return it to him. The creature begged the system to allow it to speak with Ji-han. In this yellow energy, the player saw the soul of the conqueror. The system asked the young man if he would accept the constellation's offer. From the description of the message, the hero understood that the system wanted him to agree with this proposal. Ji-han realized that freeing the soul of the conqueror was an important matter. He thought about it and informed the creature that he accepted his offer. The constellation became embarrassed and said that it only wanted Ji-han to become its head. A little embarrassed, Ji-han said that he did not agree. The monster said that if he agreed, Ji-han himself would turn into a constellation. If you look closely, this constellation consists of the souls he has tormented over all this time. No one could know what would happen to the player if he agreed to be the head of this friend. The mutant said that he is the most powerful constellation in the universe. The creature decided to prove its case, and said that Lenin and Karl Marx were similar to it in ideology. He decided to take a few letters from each of these characters and called himself Mac-L. Ji-han asked the system how much longer it was going to listen to this nonsense. The system continued its attack, and the constellation realized that they had already finished talking. In conclusion, she promised that she would never give up, and that she and Ji-han would see each other again. At the same moment, an explosion occurred in the location, and the constellation was expelled. The location changed, and Song Ji-han realized that he had returned. He realized that it was all over because the entire army had left behind the constellation. But suddenly he heard someone's footsteps behind him. It was the same tomb conqueror who was on the golden horse. Oddly enough, the conqueror swung his spear and aimed it towards Ji-han. The young man maneuvered sharply and was not killed. The old man thanked the protagonist for saving his soul. For this liberation, he decided to reward the hero with the Phoenix flag. If this flag is placed on the battlefield, it will increase the status of all party members. In the description of the gift, Ji-han saw that it was of SSS rank. The main character didn't expect the reward to be so good. Ji-han promised the conqueror that he would use this item only when necessary. Suddenly, the old man remembered that he had already given a reward to this young man. The hero recalled that once in the tomb, he was given a phoenix arrow. The old man said that it was his copy that was in the tomb, not him. He explained that this copy protected the tomb while it was in the hands of the Death Star. At first, that place was just a false reality created to watch over the real tomb. If it weren't for the help of the main character, the robber would have always remained a slave of the terrible constellation. Before leaving this world, he asked the young man to never get involved with that constellation. According to him, that mutant can seduce people with various words and sentences. The main character said that he would never fall for these offers. The old man disappeared, and Sun Jihan remained with the flag. The system reported that he had defeated the dungeon boss, namely the Black Hand. All viewers learned that the winner had finally been determined from among the 100 best players of the Silver League. Sun Jihan won and the city returned to calm. The next day, he woke up in his bed and was glad that it was all over. For the tests, he was given achievement points, and his level was raised by several notches. For meeting that very constellation, he was given an additional reward. He wondered if this moment was shown on the broadcast. He came to his niece and decided to ask her if she watched this broadcast. But when he started looking for the girl, she was not at home. He remembered that the heroine was currently in a promotion game. At this time, the game for promotion from the Bronze League was taking place in the Colosseum. Of all the participants, only 3 survived. Sia was able to survive and kill quite a lot of players. One of the young men wanted to attack her, but he couldn't do it. The girl carefully walked around him and fired a bow. When she killed this enemy, only 1 remained alive. The girl didn't even suspect that an attempt was being made on her life right now. Only with her thin back did she feel a certain cold, and from behind, the man was sure that he would kill this girl and be the best. When he struck her, she carefully dodged. She changed position and struck back at her attacker. He flew high into the air and soon fell to the floor. The girl tossed it again and impaled it on an arrow in her bow. The man disappeared and Sia realized that she was the winner. This was her first major victory in the game. She was glad that she could now catch up with her uncle, who had just been fighting his way out of the Silver League. The system reported that the heroine's gift rank has been increased. However, the system set the conditions that the girl must be the first among the owners of this gift to advance to the Golden League. Otherwise, the gift will be destroyed. The girl challenged herself and decided to strive for exactly this every day. Particularly dangerous people were watching what was happening via broadcast. Two-tied people begged the lady to spare them. She said that there would be no mercy because these people betrayed her. She ordered her assistant to kill these people immediately. The entire location was splattered with their blood. After the murder, the lady asked her subordinate if he knew the Korean woman who had received the late flower. She announced that she would have to get rid of it. Back home, Saya told those around her what was needed to raise the rank of the gift. Nobody expected that there were other people in this game who had the same gift. Miss Lee said that those who have this gift will also soon become famous. Another owner of the late flower, Song Jihan, knows personally. It was Chinese player Jinyu. In the past, she was ranked second, and if she was given the same gift by Jihan's family, she should be careful. There are many rumors that Jean is involved in dark deeds, and therefore she can deal with the Greys. The uncle asked his niece to stay indoors for a while and try to complete the game for advancement until October. The girl did not understand why she needed to sit at home, but she decided to listen to her uncle. Suddenly, Mistress Lee said that they needed to have a party and celebrate the first 2 places in their guild. The main hero was interested in when Lim would win at least one battle. Lim said that there was no need to think about her, and that the only thing to think about was that the lady was always betting against Jihan. This time, BattleNet returned all her money due to a system error. She asked Jihan's dream why the system gave an error and what actually happened. She said that the broadcast simply ended, and later a message appeared that Jihan had won. She thought that the hero had a gift that allowed him to turn on the broadcast at the right moment. The young man explained to those around him that due to a system error, a very strong opponent had appeared. He was proud that he received extra points and a phoenix flag for this challenge. In fact, he got much more than he expected. The heroes decided to go home, and Lee asked Jihan if he would have time next week. She said that the young man needed to receive a reward for raising the guild's prestige. The main character is a symbol not only of the guild, but of all of Korea because he goes through all the battles alone. His fame is at its peak now, so he should be the one to receive this award. The main character became interested in who would be giving the award this time. In the Ministry of BattleNet, the main character was met by a new head, whose name was his son. He threw Jihan a few compliments and asked how he got here. He believed that he had a valuable guest in front of him, and he had to greet him personally. The lady informed her comrade that the previous head had been fired. This chapter is trying to restore his image after the Taewon incident. Sia was delighted that the leader himself came to meet her uncle. The heroes went to the BattleNet assembly hall to receive their reward. The main character put on his best suit, because this day is a holiday for him. Everyone in the room was worried about him. The girls recalled how Sun was an alcoholic and a parasite. Suddenly, during their conversation, a glass of lemonade fell from the seat. The glass spilled right onto Saya's feet. From the stage, the main character saw that some kind of fuss was going on among his loved ones. Sia got a stain on her clothes and decided to wash it off in the restroom. It was clear from Diego's look that something was wrong. At the exit of the hall, a stranger was already waiting for the girl. Luckily, Diego saw in time that this stranger had gone after Saya. Sia went to the restroom with the culprit to wash the dress. She apologized to the girl several times for her clumsiness. The stranger noticed that Sia had a spot on her neck. She asked her to bend over to help wipe it. At this time, she reached into her bag and took something out of it. It was a syringe with strange contents. Not long before, Lim had been walking down the hallway and had a bad feeling. She returned to the hall, and Diego told her that some strange man had gone after Saya. He suggested that it could be a simple coincidence, but this information still needed to be verified. Lim was sure that nothing could have happened to Sia in such a short time. Suddenly entering the restroom, she saw that Sia was being dragged unconscious by some girl. This stranger saw Lim and became alarmed. She threw the Saya over herself and started running. She rushed after her, but was almost immediately grabbed by the stranger. He threw her to the floor and immobilized her. The heroine realized that this young man was in cahoots with that girl. He released his energy onto Lim and said that she would not be able to move. This energy enveloped the girl, and she really couldn't move. At this time, the main character left the stage with the received award. He saw that Mrs. Lee was giving him some kind of signal. She asked him where Sia was, and he immediately became alarmed. An enraged Lim ran into the hall. She called the protagonist sharply to tell him what had happened. She reported that Miss Saya had been kidnapped. Sia woke up late in the evening in an unknown place. It didn't immediately dawn on her what had actually happened. The same kidnappers and the girl leader stood above her. The leader held a knife in his hand and greeted her, saying the name Sia. Sia did not understand how she knew her, and asked who was in front of her. The Chinese woman announced that her name was Jing. She told the heroine that she was also the owner of a late flower. Sia realized that this was the woman she would have to compete with if she wanted to keep her gift. The woman held out a knife and decided to get straight to the point. She told the heroine to give up her gift in her favor. She assumed that the two of them had been sent the same message, telling them to move up to the Gold League as soon as possible. Cizin apologized and said that there was no way she could lose her gift. She asked Sia to stop all activity until it took the Golden League. Otherwise, the girl will be in trouble and will go to the next world. Sia suggested that for these people, kidnapping in broad daylight is a common occurrence. Sia began to think with her head and thought about what her uncle would do in her place. The girl decided to start a conversation and said that she couldn't do anything to her at that moment. According to her, she could have killed her right away, but decided to do without it and simply kidnap her. The girl said that covering up the traces of the murder of such a famous person is a very difficult task. The heroine looked around and saw a sign next to her about an emergency exit. The interlocutor understood that Sia was not going to refuse his gift. She ordered her subordinate to immediately deal with this girl and kill her. The man grabbed Sia by the hair and dragged her somewhere. The head announced that her subordinates possessed the gift of suggestion. He can force them to write a suicide note saying that she committed suicide. At this moment, the heroine became truly afraid for her life. The man performed several actions and Sia lost consciousness. The woman decided to prepare more thoroughly for her suicide. She decided that she and her subordinates should go to Sia's house. Suddenly, the heroine woke up and struck the man. He instantly flew off and fell to the floor. Sia announced that she had received a very rare opportunity and would never think of refusing the gift. She said that from that day on, she would fight for first place in the Gold League. The protagonist and Lim arrived at the construction site to look for his niece. Song Ji-han, with the help of the shadow spirit, realized that they had arrived at the place. The spirit told the hero that he felt the energy of Sia coming from that building. She added that the girl was alive and moving, and the hero asked to be brought to her immediately. Lim suggested that they wait a little and wait for the police. Ji-han said that if they waited for the police with his baby, something might happen. Coming closer, they saw armed young men. Lim immediately concluded that they were working for the kidnappers. The main character apologized and said that he would leave these guys to Lim and Diego. At this time, the body of the attacker lay between the Sia and the kidnappers. The girls couldn't understand what skill the man used because he said it in Chinese. Sia suffers a blow from the seal her uncle placed on her right hand. Previously, the hero left this seal on the girl's hand due to the fact that he was awarded for the trials. The girl asked what exactly this seal did. The hero looked at the status window. The uncle explained that his niece could now also use the power of lightning. This skill gives her high resistance to psychological attacks. The protagonist hoped that his niece would never find herself in a situation where she would need this skill. Fortunately, at that very moment, the girl had this very seal with her. Soon the attacker came to his senses and rose to his feet. C understood that it would be difficult for her to fight everyone at once, but she had no other choice. She suddenly rushed towards where the young man was standing. One of the lady's bodyguards pulled a knife from his sleeve. He threw it to the side. The gray nut dodged it. She fell to the ground and it looked like she had broken her leg. The same man with psychological techniques grabbed Sia's head again. He threw the girl and she hit a concrete wall. She opened her mouth and blood started to spurt out. When the girl fell to the floor, she realized that she would not be able to get out of here alive. From this powerful blow, she began to lose consciousness. The lady suggested to her subordinates to simply kill this unfortunate girl. One of her subordinates suggested that she bury Sia in the forest, as if she had disappeared. Song Ji-han appeared in the room, wanting to immediately finish off the kidnapper. The head of the kidnappers and his subordinates turned around and could not believe their eyes. The confident dream Ji-han stood next to him, and incredible energy surrounded him. The kidnappers didn't even have the courage to pronounce Song Ji-han's name. The young man looked around and saw that his niece was lying unconscious. The lady's bodyguard asked her to step aside, because there was going to be a big battle now. She knocked over the fire extinguisher and aimed it towards Ji-han. At that moment, the entire location was covered in powder. But this did not bother Ji-han in any way. One of the girls rushed at him, but he quickly created a controlled space. From the controlled space, the attacker flew into what seemed like glass and received some damage. The girl fell to the floor, and now blood was spurting from her mouth. Now the main character has to deal with the lady and the man who just grabbed his face. The attacker tried to use his psychological techniques, but he didn't know that they wouldn't work on the hero. Ji-han carefully removed his opponent's hand from his face and threw it aside. After that, he hit the man on the head with his forehead. The blow caused the man's nose to break and blood to spurt out. The gang leader, surrounded by blood, was worried about his future life. She felt uneasy because Song Ji-han had dealt with her subordinates in a matter of minutes. The young man fell to the ground unconscious, and only the lady remained alive. At this time, Sia regained consciousness and called her uncle. With her scream, she warned Jihan that he was being attacked. The young man carefully avoided the attack and struck the attacker in the face. The girl fell to the ground again, barely breathing. Song Jihan realized that he couldn't leave her in this state and began to finish her off. The gang leader grabbed Sia and began holding her hostage. She promised that if Song Jihan moved a finger, there would be no living space left in Sia. In her thoughts, the girl wanted to get out of here alive at any cost and kill everyone in the process. 15 years ago, this same girl was still a child in her mother's arms. She attacked the boy over a toy and immediately got it from her father. This happened in some private kindergarten. The father then told his daughter that if she wanted something for herself, she could take it by force. He asked the girl to act accordingly because she was his daughter. At that time, she was the youngest daughter in a family that controlled the entire underground in the city. The power of her clan has asserted her right to possess whatever she desires since birth. After growing up a bit, she said she wanted to participate in BattleNet. Naturally, she was allowed to do this. She just had to wait until the required age. She was confident that she could reach the end of this BattleNet and become the best player. However, on the day of her coming of age, she received a gift identical to the one Saya had. All the students at the academy began to despise and insult her. She envied those who received a special gift for the first time in many years. Then the girl decided to deal with her ideal friend and destroyed her from this world. The TV announced the terrible news that the body of a high school student had been found. The girl was happy with this outcome of events and said that she just needed to keep her mouth shut. Song Jihan's statement also made this heroine take action. On one of the streams, she learned that Jihan's niece had received exactly the same gift. Only then did the red-haired girl realize that this gift was truly cool. This became the only hope for restoring broken pride. Back in the basement, she didn't care and could have easily killed everyone. It wouldn't have taken her more than 5 seconds to finish off someone like Sia. Suddenly, the main character began to move, and this made the girl lose her temper. She reminded him that if he continued to move, she would deal with his niece. The main character disappeared from her sight and appeared nearby. He was enveloped in incredible energy, and his eyes glowed red. The girl did not see him, but he clearly saw her back. Using shadow magic, he damaged her and bound her entire body. When he pulled out his sword, Saya rushed at him and asked him not to kill this girl. She suggested that we take pity on her and go home instead. The words shocked the kidnapper and made her feel uneasy. She was angry that she didn't accept it at all. She took a pistol out of her bosom and wanted to finish them off immediately. The main character noticed in time that his niece was in danger. The girl still fired but never hit Sia. She said that she will not lose in this whole game because she is not weak. She aimed at them, but Jihan created a controlled space in time. Not a single bullet hit the girl and stopped in the air. Alarmed, Sia noted that her life was not in danger. Using sword and shadow magic, Jihan decided to cut these bullets and throw them back at the kidnapper. At some point, the woman realized that she would not be able to kill either Saya or Song Jihan. One of the bullets reached her head, and the entire location was covered in blood. The next day, Sia returned home after the fun. Song Jihan called her for a serious conversation. The girl was worried, but still decided to agree with her uncle. This was the first time that Uncle created such a tense atmosphere. Man, ask your niece what she thinks about quitting being a player. She clearly didn't like this question and didn't answer it.